to the second hearing of the Public Accountability and Work Committee's inquiry into the Western Sydney Science Park and Aerotropolis developments. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples joining us today or watching on the broadcast. My name is Abigail Boyd and I'm chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I now welcome our first witnesses. Thank you so much for making the time to give evidence today. Could I get each of you, starting from my left, to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Good morning. Andrew Jackson. I'm the Director of Planning and Regulatory Services in Penrith City Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name's Kylie Powell. I'm the Director of Futures and Strategy at Penrith City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent, thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement at all?
We would, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, Madam Chair. Council acknowledges the vital role that the Western Sydney International Airport and Aerotropolis will play in the land use, tourism and economic development of the region. Shared investment to shape our region is necessary to support and maximise the major investment made by government in the Western Sydney International Airport and Aerotropolis. We continue to support transformative projects like these whilst ever the opportunities for our residents of Penrith have been understood to outweigh the impacts. Council and our stakeholder partners have long advocated for the coordinated and early delivery of infrastructure such as North-South Rail to bring about the anticipated opportunities associated with the airport. It is important to note that North-South Rail was a key commitment in the Western Sydney City deal agreed to by federal, state and local governments, recognising its criticality to unlocking the economic potential of the region. Access to jobs continues to be a real issue in Penrith. Penrith LGA is home to 220,000 people. We have 84,000 local jobs and 115,000 employed residents. Our jobs to local working resident ratio is 0.8, less than one job per working aged person. Council acknowledges Sydney Science Park has a significant opportunity for fostering innovation, education and economic growth in the region. Council supports the park's potential to create a hub for scientific research and technological advancement, which can attract businesses and talent to the area. At the time of inception, this project was recognised by Council as having catalytic potential for the region, bringing with it the provision of much needed jobs, particularly high-end jobs, close to home for Penrith's growing population. Access to the Sydney Science Park has now been improved with its connection by rail via Luddenham Station. In addition, while we continue to advocate for North-South Rail full length, we are delighted to see the progress of the first stage of the North-South Rail line from the airport to St Mary's Station. Council has actively and thoughtfully responded to the significant opportunity this affords our community, shown particularly through the preparation of the draft St Mary's Master Plan, which is on exhibition from Monday. In modelling the development potential under the proposed master plan, it is estimated that the town centre could provide around 11,220 dwellings by 2041, which is 9,300 dwellings more than today, and 3,630 dwellings more than current zone capacity, and 1,200 more than would have been allowed under the TODSEP within a 400 metre radius. Importantly, the master plan will deliver more commercial floor space ultimately seeking to increase the jobs to 3 times more than exist today. This work demonstrates in a very clear way Council's commitment to delivering housing and jobs.
We understand that the scale of development proposed across the region will take time, bringing with it major challenges and needing a staged approach matched to the availability of infrastructure. We have significant dwelling and employment land capacity across our LGA. New South Wales Government commitment to planning and infrastructure is needed to unlock and expedite the unrealised capacity. Council continues its efforts to ensure that the necessary servicing is in place to support jobs and housing growth. We have been intentional with our efforts to collaborate with partners to understand and jointly plan for growth. We have actively shared our housing forecast and sought to understand from government their housing forecast assumptions and servicing assumptions. For employment lands, including the example of water servicing to assist with planning our resources spatially and over time. We continue to advocate for appropriate and timely funding commitments for critical, supporting and enabling road infrastructure to meet the people and freight movements that will be generated. In addition to this, Council is currently preparing a growth strategy to assist with planning and decision making for jobs and housing growth that is supported by infrastructure. The growth strategy will assist us to identify Penrith City's future infrastructure needs to 2041, with a specific focus on identifying any current and future infrastructure gaps, provide a framework for infrastructure delivery to support projected employment and housing growth across our planned growth areas, to articulate how a lack of appropriate infrastructure may stifle growth in population and jobs, and as such impact our local economy, recommend infrastructure delivery process improvements. These efforts are intended to support Council in making strategic decisions and advocating for the necessary infrastructure and servicing needed to support jobs and housing growth in this time of very significant transformation. In concluding, we reiterate that Council remains a committed partner in fostering growth in the region and delivering housing and jobs closer to home in our community. Council supports the airport on the basis of the opportunities that it presents, Penrith and Western Sydney more broadly, and provided that there is adequate investment in the infrastructure needed to activate the airport and the Aerotropolis, as well as mitigating impacts appropriately. Equally, Council advocates for infrastructure and service to support the broader growth of Western Sydney. To this point, the availability of public transport in our region is key, and projects like North-South Rail and Rapid Bus are critical to enact any change of travel behaviour in Western Sydney.
Thank you very much. I'll just start the questioning and then I'll throw over to my colleagues for more questions. I just wanted to start with, in your opening statement, you mention obviously the opportunities that come from the development in relation to sort of jobs and growth in the area. It's become clear that a large part of the strategy around the sort of industry that's going to be surrounding this airport is the sort of weapons manufacture and technology firms, or defence firms as they are more fluffily called. Is there concern within the Penrith community, or the community within which you are sort of responsible, for those sorts of jobs being the future of Western Sydney?
Oh, look, I think Penrith City Council's view and the view shared by the community is that the creation of jobs closer to home is critical for us. More than 55% of our population leave the area every day for work, and so it's been a clear objective of the councils for some time. In saying that, it's around a diversity of jobs, that we're really aware that diversity is required, and so there's a whole range of target sectors that we would seek to pursue in terms of that job generation. Our economic development strategy tells us that health and education are actually the two largest sectors likely to deliver those jobs for us, but we are absolutely open-minded about the range of sectors and industries that may contribute to those jobs required. It's a huge task.
And just dealing with the Aerotropolis itself, it's 11,000 hectares. It's unrealistic to think that there'll be a single industry that takes up that significant footprint. So while the industries that you've mentioned will be part, hopefully, of the future of the Aerotropolis in Western Sydney, as Kylie said, we're building a new city and it takes a lot of industries and commerce to do that.
When you look at what the Bradfield Development Authority is doing, though, in terms of its focus, it's held its second industry roundtable just recently, and it was purely in relation to weapons manufacturers and weapons technology. Everything we've seen so far is showing this sort of front footing of that industry ahead of others, with the advanced manufacturing facility that's being sort of was marketed to overseas weapons manufacturers as being, you know, a bit of a sweetener for them to establish their operations around the airport. Is that something that the council has specifically considered? Is there any concerns around the future reliance of the people in Penrith on the weapons industry for their jobs?
It's not something the council specifically considered, no. And I'd have to say that focus that you're describing is not the experience that we have within our local government area. Remembering the boundaries Elizabeth Drive, so we've got a lot of development coming forward in the Mamre Road precinct, for example. And there's a whole variety of developments coming forward there. There's Amazon, there's Toll, there's Coles. There's a whole variety of things coming forward, and we're not experiencing the particular focus that you describe.
Okay.
And sorry, Kylie mentioned Mamre Road, and absolutely correct. In many ways, Mamre Road, I think, is going to be the canary in the coal mine for the rest of the Aerotropolis. There are 29 applications that have been lodged either with state or local government so far. The industries that you touch on haven't been part of that. The logistics, the other enterprises that Kylie mentioned are going to be there. So, again, I think a perception that the industry in the Aerotropolis is going to be skewed towards that. While there have been, while there's been some activity to attract international business generally, as we build a new city, I don't think we've necessarily got a concern that it's going to overshadow all other industry.
The other councils we spoke to at the last hearing were concerned about the lack of sort of two things, I guess: the lack of freight. Direct sort of, freight rail connection to the airport, and also the lack of a dedicated fuel line to the airport, and the impact that would have on surrounding roads as we're seeing increased traffic, particularly for, if we're transporting fuel, that's sort of hazardous goods transportation. Sorry, I haven't had my coffee. Is Penrith Council also concerned about the impact that will have on its roads, and what is it looking for from the state government in relation to that?
Penrith Council's on record as raising that issue, that specific issue around fuel in repeated submissions to government on the Aerotropolis. So absolutely, I think there's no doubt that there are significant limitations in terms of the existing infrastructure, and there's a step change required in terms of the infrastructure required to support the ultimate operations of the airport, and the fuel line specifically, as I said, has been the subject of many representations from Penrith City Council. And
the step change Kylie alludes to, road infrastructure in the Aerotropolis, particularly on our side of the draw. We welcome the expenditure on Mamre Road. I don't know if anyone's been out there recently, but when you see the scale of development that's already happening, but also the conditions, the investment in Mamre Road is critical, just as the investment in Luddenham Road is critical, and Elizabeth Drive. There's safety issues now, and things will only be exacerbated with whether it's the fuel vehicles or logistical movement in the future. So we need that upgrade to road infrastructure, and the sooner that investment occurs, the better.
Okay, one last question, then I'll hand over to my colleagues. Luddenham Town Centre, is that within your local government area or within Liverpool?
It's a bit of both.
Okay. We've been receiving concerns in relation to Luddenham being sort of left behind in that town centre, with people, the population going down and people leaving. What are your concerns in relation to that area? And again, what can New South Wales Government be doing?
Again, Council's on record in relation to this matter and has made submissions to government. Council's position has been that there needs to be a vision for Luddenham. You know, what is the future for the Luddenham Town Centre moving forward? Clearly, it's incredibly proximate to the airport, which brings challenges as it relates to noise, clearly, but also we're of the view brings potentially a whole range of opportunities. You know, the agribusiness zone surrounding the Luddenham Town Centre, we think is a not understood opportunity as yet, and so look, we really think there's a future for Luddenham, an important role to play, but that really needs to be defined in setting a vision, and then of course, you know, planning controls come from there. We understand that there had been some issues raised around noise and the associated impacts as it might relate to residential development. That's really a matter for government at this point. As I said, Council's position is Luddenham ought to have a future. What is the joint vision for that town centre? And absolutely, it has been left behind, and absolutely, the planning framework and the planning future for Luddenham does need to be resolved. And again, Council's on record advocating to government for the considerations of Luddenham to be brought forward.
Thank you. I'll just throw to my colleagues. Anyone else have a question at this point?
I'm happy to jump in if you want. Thank you very much for your attendance here today and for outlining in your opening statement some of the challenges that Penrith faces. I guess some of the criticism we've received from other councils is that the airport and the connections to the airport are very much oriented towards the north in the first instance. You outlined as well in your opening submission about identifying some of the current and future infrastructure gaps. I was wondering, even in your context, what are some of those gaps that you see at present in linking Penrith to the airport?
I might start with rail and you can...
Yeah.
As I said in the opening statement, really important to note that Penrith City Council has advocated for North-South Rail full length. And when we say that, we mean north to Tullawong and south to Campbelltown and Macarthur. With our colleagues local government colleagues in Western Sydney through the negotiation of the city deal, we agreed that Western Sydney is fundamentally not connected in and of itself, that clearly historically Sydney's been connected east-west and north-south connections simply don't exist. And so for the region and for the communities of Western Sydney, that's a real issue. So we agreed that North-South Rail ought to be the key commitment of the Western Sydney city deal. As I said before, we were delighted that the first stage happened to be in our patch, and we're absolutely maximising that opportunity. But we will continue to lobby for that to be connected full length because it's critical for the future of Western Sydney. I think Andrew spoke a moment ago to some of the gaps from a road perspective and spoke to Luddenham and Mamre, but of course there are others in terms of Warrington Arterial. We've long advocated for the Castlereagh connection to facilitate flood evacuation, for example. So there's a whole range, I think, of missing connections. But having said that, this is a huge exercise and an exercise that will unfold over many decades. And so whilst we say that there are gaps, we also understand that these things need to occur over a period of time. I guess it's about prioritising and about maximising the benefits of what is really significant investment.
And one of the gaps that does exist, and it's not infrastructure per se, I suppose it could be considered, is one of the city deal commitments was around rapid bus, and that was important, connecting Penrith as a CBD, but also other CBDs in Western Sydney. And I think it's probably fair to say that hasn't progressed as we would have liked. There was a commitment that the rapid bus would be available to the airport ahead of opening to support workers getting to the site, etc. So, from our perspective, that's something that benefits the entire Western Sydney, and where there has been a gap.
I think the other risk when we talk about
if I could just clarify on that point at the moment, are you talking about workers at the moment getting to the airport to construct the airport and the like, or are you talking about just prior to opening, for instance?
Yeah, look, at the time that the city deal was struck, the thinking was around rapid bus definitely was in call it the construction phase, but then very much in the operational phase as well, acknowledging the fact that rail would be staged. So yeah, it was both pre and post.
Okay. And what's your clarity in terms of the rapid bus connections at the moment and their servicing of Penrith?
To the airport?
Yeah.
We understand it's in a planning phase, but we don't have a time frame for its delivery. Importantly, it was also about changing travel behaviour. That was the other, your question around pre and post. It was also around, getting in early so as not to entrench, vehicle-based behaviours, but to facilitate alternate behaviours. But yeah, we understand it's in planning, don't have a time frame.
Okay. And look, acknowledging as well as part of the investment in the airport, there has been early commitment to key roads such as Northern Road. That upgrade for Western Sydney, really important, again, providing that connectivity. Obviously, the expenditure in the M12, again, critical to accessing the airport. So there has been some of that early commitment. It's the regional roads that we touched on before from a road network perspective that need to be there. But Kylie's point around creating behaviours from the outset are really, really important. We're building a new city and you want those opportunities to be available from the outset so people don't, start with that reliance on vehicle dependency.
And you outlined as well some of the interest you've received around the Mumray Road area, and I've got to say, driving through, you see sort of how it's effectively a domino effect really going down the road as you've got more warehouses and distribution centres taking place. What do you see? I know along Mamre Road there, I think it's at 2 lanes for a good portion of it, and then it turns into a single lane road.
Yep.
Is the plan for that to be fully upgraded to 2 lanes by the time that the airport's underway?
So the commitment at the moment to the Mamre Road expansion is that widening. The widening as committed is from the M4 to Kerr Road to the south. We'd press for the full widening all the way to Elizabeth Drive.
Yeah.
I can't talk specifically to the timing of that. Transport could maybe talk to that this afternoon. Yeah. That's the spine, but there's other key roads in that precinct, Aldington Road, Abbots Road, where we're actively working with the state government at the moment and with the developers in those areas, because it's all well and good to have that spine sitting there, but without those access roads, the tolls of the world are not going to be able to get in and access their developments, which will turn on before the airport. So in some ways, it's not so much an airport timing question for Mamre, it's as tomorrow. Yeah. So we're
because I've got to say, from just driving through there, in a sense, it still seems like it's very much oriented towards the M4 rather than to be oriented towards the airport. Now, of course, that's what you need at present, but into the future, we're going to need a connection both ways, and for that being right on the doorstep of the airport, it's so important.
And look, that's why we're advocating as well for that extension south from Kerr to Elizabeth. I mentioned the safety concerns there earlier. Elizabeth Drive and Mamre Road, huge safety concerns. We've worked with government around some hotspots, but it's a more sustainable change that we need to be getting in that infrastructure now. And those roads that I talked to, so while the M12 will provide a function, it's almost an access road straight into the airport from the M7. There are limited off ramps. It's the heavy lifting that Luddenham Road, Mamre Road, and Elizabeth Drive for us will do. There's Link Road and 15th Avenue south of in the Liverpool area that will be needed to make the place work and function.
Thank you. I think you've got Mr. Primrose's hand up in front of you.
Go ahead, Mr. Primrose.
Thank you very much. Can I ask, does Council expect that the Metro to St Mary's will operate on a 24-hour-a-day basis?
We would like it to, Madam Chair, but our understanding is that it will not be 24 hours, that there will be a closure period, and I think the closure period is around 4 hours overnight. We would absolutely like it to be 24/7, but we understand that's not the proposal.
And if it was 24/7 and passengers, for instance, from the airport, as opposed to getting there, arrived at St Mary's, where would they go? Given that the train system doesn't operate 24 hours.
Yeah. Clearly, there's a whole lot of transformation that will occur in St Mary's, and so we would see that there would be, moving forward, a whole range of hospitality, tourism opportunities in St Mary's for people arriving from the airport. Those things don't exist right now, hence Council's work on the master plan to really bring forward that transformation of that particular town centre. But the Metro, of course, interchanges also with the T1, which also provides broader opportunities for people to move through other parts of the city from there.
Chairman, just my second question that's related to this is one of the issues that strikes me that, and I'd seek your advice on this, is the issue of the famous first and last mile issues, that we are talking about major roads and a metro, but I'm concerned and interested how employees, staff and everyone else and workers at the airport will actually do that first and last mile to their jobs, to local schools, etc., etc. How much attention do you think's been paid to that in the planning?
Look, without doubt, the last mile is really critical. And if I just go to the comments I just made about Mamre Road, so Mamre Road is the spine, but to get to the toll warehouse, it's upgrades to Alderton, it's upgrades to Abbott that are required, looking at putting an intermodal in that area. So I think at this stage, the focus has been on the really, really big shiny things. The more regional and road network, which delivers the last mile, it's probably not advancing as quickly as it needs to be. And the reality is, and this applies to all of Western Sydney and the Aerotropolis, is there's scarce resources to go around. The government and councils need to make decisions about how we prioritise the infrastructure expenditure that we have available to us. And I think that's probably why Transport initially is focusing on those large city-shaping pieces of infrastructure. But the last mile, without a doubt, is really practical. And we tend to work with developers around delivering some of that, just as I said, we're doing at the moment.
Okay. I'm just aware that, for instance, in putting any transport in, you need the ability of people to actually get to those transport hubs and get away from it. And I just hope that those involved in planning at all levels are actually having some focus on those issues. Otherwise, you're going to end up with people lacking, inadequate car parking or inadequate shuttle bus services, etc. But anyway, that's end of my question on this point. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else got any questions? Otherwise,
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Jackson and Ms. Powell for your attendance. Why did the council ever think that a science park would be built at Luddenham?
The council considered the science park in the context of the government's strategic planning framework. The government had explored the Western Sydney employment area and then the broader Western Sydney employment area. The Sydney Science Parkland was absolutely identified in that framework. The proposal came forward to council, and as I indicated in the opening statement, council saw it as a transformative opportunity, catalytic opportunity, to see those sorts of opportunities and diversity of jobs come forward.
But that doesn't answer the question. Why do you think a science park was ever going to be built there, other than hope? Proximity
to the airport, diversity of surrounding lands and opportunities, and the uniqueness of the proposal of other opportunities like it not being available in proximity. So unique proposal, proximity to the airport, visionary opportunity.
And the nature of the jobs that were being proposed were the exact sorts of jobs that at the time Penrith Council was calling for as part of our submissions to the Broad and Western Sydney Employment Area SEP. So that was consistent with our objective of increasing local jobs and the nature of those jobs. So, yeah.
Well, 11 years after Council's first consideration of this, how many of those jobs have been provided?
We're aware that whilst there has been some infrastructure works, some leading infrastructure works provided, that clearly there's no development out of the ground at Celestino. That's a matter really best addressed to them. What council can do is put in place the planning framework to allow and to encourage and to facilitate development to come forward. What we can't do is obligate a proponent to come forward with an application.
Well, there are things the council can do. Are you aware that 2 years after the final approval for the so-called Science Park, Celestino approached the state government to lift the number of residential dwellings from 3,400 to 30,000? That is to turn what you thought was going to be a science park into just another Western Sydney housing estate?
Council's very aware that Celestino have a view around those planning controls. Council's position is that those planning controls were put in place for a reason at the time. That reason was about ensuring a balance between residential and non-residential development. In the fullness of time, with a metro station on the site, those controls perhaps are no longer fit for purpose. However, it's our view that there needs to be an evidence-based process undertaken to explore and determine what an alternate set of planning controls ought to look like. As part of the precinct planning process for the Aerotropolis, there is a master plan opportunity that proponents can avail themselves of. It's our view, and we've encouraged Celestino to consider that opportunity. It's our view that if those planning controls are to be considered, that is the appropriate path for the proponent to take, to, as I say, undertake an evidence-based process to determine what a future set of planning controls ought to look like.
Can I just interpret that answer, because it was quite extensive? So the original ambition for council modifying the approvals or the plan or the zoning was for a science park, as my honourable colleagues pointed out, but then in the fullness of time it's kind of morphed into, well, now we want all these residential dwellings, which council, I'm assuming, doesn't see as an appropriate balance, because you need jobs and residents, not just residents with no jobs. But then because of the advent of the metro, then maybe it's okay. Is that kind of, do I interpret your answer correctly?
Yeah, you do. As I said, the planning controls are historical. There was no station on the site when those planning controls were set. It was absolutely about ensuring a balance. Council's focus was about jobs. We understood that there was an opportunity for an appropriate level of residential development to accommodate that, and so crafted very specific planning controls to ensure.
But this throws the balance out now, doesn't it?
Sorry?
This potentially throws that balance out now, doesn't it?
It's our view that there ought to continue to be a balance.
But how do we achieve that then?
An evidence-based process to determine what a new set of planning controls ought to look like. We're open-minded about that. We don't have a view about what those numbers ought to look like moving forward, and we haven't had alternate numbers put in front of us to consider. So the elected council has not taken a position on what a new set of planning controls might look like.
Which year did Celestino come to the council with this proposal to begin with?
The original proposal, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
The original proposal was started in 2013.
Okay.
The planning proposal was forwarded to the Department of Planning to be made in 2016.
And when they approached you in 2013, were they called Celestino at that time?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, look, neither of us were at council
can't
at the
answer
time.
that.
I don't know what name
Happy to
they
take
went
that on
under.
notice, Madam Chair.
Yeah, my understanding is they didn't really do very much as Celestino until 2015.
Well, they haven't done much. They haven't done anything at all.
Happy to take that on notice.
other than
Alternately,
put
I
up a
think they're
tent.
appearing later.
Thank you.
Yeah. Has the council also received representations from Celestino to go to this 30,000 dwelling housing estate?
Celestino have certainly indicated their desire to see the planning controls revisited. We've had no formal proposal put in front of us.
Right. Are you aware that in 2015, Transport for New South Wales wrote to the council saying don't go forward and advertise the science park plan until we can advertise and establish the outer Sydney orbital route, which at one stage was going to cut right through the middle of the science park site and also the southwest rail line? Why did the council go ahead in defiance of that request from Transport for New South Wales, furthering the interests of the land developer?
Madam Chair, I'm not aware of that correspondence from Transport in 2015.
Can you take that on notice
Absolutely.
and look at the council
Absolutely.
records? And what representations does the council now make to Celestino about fulfilling their commitment for 12,000 knowledge-based jobs on site? And the one obvious thing they could do was they promised to locate the Bardia headquarters at the science park. They clearly haven't done that in defiance of their commitment. Has the council made representations to them?
Look, at the Sydney Science Park is zoned. The zoning was picked up in the recent work the state government did around the Aerotropolis SEP. As Kylie said, undertaking development is at the discretion of the developer. The planning framework is in place. We've got a development application in front of us at the moment from Celestino for upgrades of parts of Luddenham Road, which are access points to that site and which are critical works. That forms part of the $58 million VPA that we entered into with Celestino at the time of the rezoning. So the actual undertaking of development is in their hands. The controls remain in place that require certain amount of commercial floor space to be provided before residential floor space. It's up to the proponent, up to the developer to bring that to life.
Yeah, does the council support those triggers?
The triggers that exist at the moment, as Kylie touched on, they were the triggers that were put in place as part of the original zoning. That was something that was important to council because we did not want it to become a Trojan horse for residential development, hence why we require commercial to occur before any residential
Does
occurs.
the council still support those triggers? The council has
Going
made
to-
representations to the state government to release them?
Going to Kylie's point, as part of the planning process that the New South Wales government went through, our anticipation was that once a decision had been made around metro station locations, that would have been reflected in the planning documents. Once that did not happen, we made representations to ensure that those triggers were maintained, and our consistent advice has been since that point that if there is to be any further upzoning on that site to reflect the emergence of metro and current conditions, that there is a master planning process that is in place that Celestino can avail itself of, and we would be engaged as part of that process.
What does that mean? You're open to a housing estate because there's a metro being built there?
Council, any revised set of planning controls, we would still want to see that overarching outcome or objective of delivery of jobs and an appropriate balance between jobs and residential. We would want to see that overarching outcome maintained in any revisiting of planning controls.
Right.
But just to that point, are you saying that the trigger doesn't need to be there before? You said there should be a trigger in terms of the jobs before the homes there, so to speak. Are you saying that you've changed your perspective on that potentially?
No, I guess what we're saying is that the controls were set at a point in time. They may no longer be fit for purpose. We are open-minded about them being reviewed. The master plan is the process to do that, but that whatever they look like moving forward, whether it be triggers, caps or otherwise, that outcome of jobs and not simply residential needs to be maintained.
So is this how Penrith Council does its urban planning, that you can rezone rural landscape land into employment land through other processes? A metro station arrives on your land and the council is willing to entertain a situation where clearly this developer had no intention of delivering any of these jobs at any stage. Within 2 years, they're trying to turn it into a housing state. And instead of the council reading the Riot Act to the developer, you sound like you're happy to go along with it.
When going to the question about the timing, when Celestino or whatever the entity was referred to at that time, when they first came to us, there was a broader strategic planning context that had been set by the state government for this area. That was the broader Western Sydney employment area. The science park and that precinct were identified. So at the time, there was absolutely a strategic planning framework within which we were and the state government were assessing the proposal from Celestino. We are not saying, as Kylie's just said, we are not saying that we just want residential. 55% of our residents leave the LGA every day to go to work, and that's not good enough. We want to improve that. The vision for the Aerotropolis is primarily commercial, industrial, jobs focused. There will be residential pockets, absolutely, just as there are planned around Bradfield. It makes sense to have residential around metropolitan stations, but it also makes sense to hub commercial businesses, sectors, etc. So we are not saying that we are supportive of a straight out residential estate.
No, but I mean, isn't the crux of the question, like, you presumably had a fairly fixed ratio in mind in terms of jobs to residential dwellings? Like, there's a strategic kind of stepped approach, isn't there? This is what should have happened, presumably. Let's provide the infrastructure so industry can go there, create the jobs, then let's have the dwellings, and there's a ratio between housing and jobs. Has that ratio, that desirability of ratio changed, I think is what the question. In other words, does the developer get a windfall because all of a sudden it's 5 residential dwellings to 1 job instead of 1 to 1, to caricature it? Like, is that the case?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to speculate on what that ratio is. As Kylie said,
But you didn't have a ratio in mind originally, wasn't there?
Well, there was a ratio. There was a ratio that was in place.
Yeah.
And we can.
So the original planning controls had a maximum of 3,400 dwellings, which I think you referred to earlier. In addition to that, to the ratio question, the provisions, there was a number of residential dwellings relevant to the non-residential GFA. So the non-residential GFA needed to be delivered before you got those residential dwellings, and there was a series of stages outlined as that moved forward.
So has that original ambition been reconciled with? There's new planning instrument, Bradfield City Centre Master Plan. Has that original ambition been reconciled with in your consultations with the state government in that plan?
I'm not aware that the Bradfield City Centre Master Plan applies to this site.
Okay, but in terms of this site though, then have there been discussions with the government on this is what originally was desired for this area? We want it to be maintained.
So the original planning controls were translated into the Aerotropolis planning controls.
Yeah.
That's what continues to apply. If the proponent was of the view that they wanted to pursue alternate planning controls, that's absolutely a matter for them. They have the ability to come forward with an application through the master planning process. They've not done that at this point.
Can I ask, so Celestino, which I understand was called EJC Corporate Services back in 2013, when they came and made this, put this proposal forward, at that point they had no track record of having ever delivered any kind of development, is my understanding. How does council approach that sort of, is that a consideration? Like, how, just from a layperson's perspective, how does somebody who just has land but no experience in developing something get approval for such a massive project?
I hear your question, Madam Chair. I guess I would say to you that when an application comes forward to council, we need to assess it on its merits under the environmental planning legislation, and that legislation doesn't make provision for us to consider track record in the fashion that you describe. So that's not a factor that we can consider in determining a proposal.
So it's a legislative issue then that you can't...
So a planning proposal and or a development application we need to assess under the Act.
Right. You can't go from a due diligence perspective, it's clear that this is never going to happen, or you don't get to, there's no point in the process where you get to make that sort of assessment.
No, as Kylie said, it's a merit-based assessment. There are conditions that are put in place. For example, I spoke earlier around there's a VPA, a voluntary planning agreement that exists between us and Celestino or EJC. That's a commitment to $58 million worth of infrastructure. So that was a specific element of what we considered to be the necessary conditions that they needed to meet. So while we cannot do due diligence as part of our merit-based assessment, we will identify a range of conditions that any developer would need to respond to and meet on a particular site. And the fact that they have the ability, or they have basically made the commitment to doing that as part of the merit-based assessment, that's what we take on board.
Sorry, Mr. Latham,
In
interrupted you.
2013, Celestino lodged their Sydney Science Park master plan with Penrith Council to rezone these 290 hectares from basically farmland to residential, commercial and industrial. The master plan identified 7 development stages, and at stage 2, they plan to accommodate a railway station, even though at this time in Transport for New South Wales there was never any intention to have a north-south line. The preferred plan was to link the Leppington line through to Badgerys Creek for that airport access. At the council, why weren't the alarm bells ringing that with the railway station, ultimately, this developer wouldn't provide a single knowledge-based job, and they haven't, and instead this was just a sham to con the council into approving a future housing estate in Western Sydney, which of course are a dime a dozen?
While station locations hadn't been identified at that time, certainly the broader Western Sydney employment area structure plan that Andrew referred to earlier did identify a centre in this vicinity. It also identified, future potential connections in a broad way. So, while specifics had not been determined at that time, certainly there was a broad intent for particular centres and particular infrastructure to be provided. The proponent was clearly hopeful that the station was to be on their side, as no doubt, anybody else and many others were also.
They've won lotto twice, haven't they? They had their farmland rezoned by your council and the state government for employment land and potentially residential. And somehow, post-2013, they've got a metro station being built in the middle of cow and horse paddocks. This is the greatest farce in the history of Western Sydney planning, isn't it? It's a high bar to set. There's been a lot of shonky, farcical developments, but nothing matches this, does it?
Well, Sydney Science Park sits amongst the 11,000 hectares of the Aerotropolis surrounding the Western Sydney airport. There's a lot of land that is within there. There has been a commitment to a number of metro stations, not just on that site, and the determination of those was a matter for transport. So in terms of the site as it sits there today, it's consistent with the strategic planning, it's consistent with building a city around a new international airport, and it just so happens to be on the metro line, which other sites are as well.
It's an amazing coincidence that they got their station, but we'll explore that later in the day. Can I just ask, has the council downgraded its employment and development forecast for this second international airport in Sydney, given that it's single runway, it's the equivalent of Coolangatta, it's competing against the major heavily invested airport at Mascot, and so far there's zero take-up at the Aerotropolis for a single job, there's zero take-up at the Science Park for a single job. You've got the Mamre Road employment land potential, and most realistically, of course, the first site for warehousing and manufacturing and so forth will be the federal government-owned business park, a large tract of land to the immediate north of the airport site. So haven't we sort of got into some weird cargo cultism to think that these 4 locations will accommodate jobs when realistically it's only the federal government business park right next to the airport that'll be the first site for take-up, and these others will probably take decade after decade to see anything happen.
I think it's fair to say that some of those locations you refer to have been slower than we might have anticipated in terms of jobs being delivered, absolutely. But I would also point to other locations like the Nepean Hospital, for example, and like what we call the Quarter, that area through to Western Sydney University, that is an important job generator for us as well. So I think we're...
What's that got to do with the airport?
My point is around generation of jobs. Your question was around council's job forecasts. What I'm suggesting to you is that there are a number of locations that we see jobs being generated from. The airport is one of those.
And you made reference, again, underpinning employment forecast at the airport being a one-runway airport. The competitive advantage that this airport provides is a 24-hour. That is an advantage that it has over Kingsford Smith. That will be a major contributor to the performance of that airport and the underpinning of economic activity in Western Sydney.
Well, how much? Because there's some limited freight potential, but the chances of international tourists landing at Badgerys Creek, catching a metro to St Mary's, changing there at midnight and getting the heavy train line into Sydney, of course, is minimal. And the original director of the Aerotropolis project said, well, it becomes a white elephant unless you've got direct transport links to the centre of Sydney, and that would have been the Leppington line extension, of course, that was junked by Stuart Ayres in preference to this St Mary's white elephant that's being built.
We, as I said before, we absolutely acknowledge there is a whole host of other road and rail connections needed. We continue, as I said before, to advocate for the extension. Government made the decision that the first stage of the rail was to go from the airport to St Mary's. We're delighted, and we're going to maximise the opportunities that come from that for our city and our community.
Unfortunately, we have run out of time, unless you've got a last question, Mr. Latham.
No.
No,
Thank you.
we're unfortunately run out of time. Thank you so much for your attendance. There may be some supplementary questions, and there definitely were some questions taken on notice. So the Committee Secretariat will be in touch in relation to those. But that concludes this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please ask you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thanks very much. My name's Roberta Ryan. I'm a professor at the University of Newcastle. I think I appear to you today as the Independent Community Commissioner for the Aerotropolis and Orchard Hills. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to make an opening statement?
I'm not. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to appear. I'm not sure that I can address the terms of reference specifically with respect to the Science Park. My role as the Independent Community Commissioner has been to work with the small landowners at the Aerotropolis and now at Orchard Hills. I was appointed initially to the role of the Independent Community Commissioner by Minister Stokes, subsequently reappointed by Minister Stokes and Minister Ayres, and then subsequently reappointed by Minister Scully with the change of government. So the work that I've been doing is largely focused on assisting the community of the Aerotropolis with the scale of change that they're confronting. And it's really divided, broadly speaking, into two parts. One, working with particular issues as they emerge for the community, and secondly, assisting with the agency coordination because there's the role of both the councils here, but a number of agencies are in play for whom coordination in focusing on the place-based needs of the people in the Aerotropolis is quite challenging. So I've done a lot of work around that. I've provided a sort of summary document. I've also prepared 3 reports to government raising the issues for the community in the Aerotropolis. The third report was not available at the point when I was invited to appear, so I'm very happy to provide that to you. That's kind of an update. But I did try and summarise the ongoing key issues in the report that was submitted, the document that was submitted to the committee. So I'm happy to take questions. The only other point I guess I'd make by way of an opening statement is that I think it's fair to say that the Western Parkland City Authority and all levels of government fundamentally didn't understand the community with whom they were dealing when the establishment of the airport occurred and when all of this work got underway. Roughly in the 11,000 hectares that we're talking about, there were roughly about 10,000 people living there. Then in 2021, there's about half that number there now. For the most part, that community doesn't have water and sewer. The majority of the people who lived and continue to live in the Aerotropolis are largely post-war migrants, what are sometimes called people who came as brown suitcase migrants who came with nothing and they were fleeing war-torn countries. For the most part, southern Italy, the former Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Croatia and so on. So they're a community who made their lives. They're an aged community now because of that migration history. They lived on land which, as I said, didn't have water and sewer. Much of the land floods and has been subject to contamination and dumping and all sorts of things over a long period of time. Some years ago, when you bought a suit from Reuben F. Scarf, you were given an acre of land in this area. So it goes to point out, I think, the kind of relative value of the land. Many of those people, if not the majority of them, didn't work in the kind of regular paid workforce. They either worked on the land or they worked in factories in Western Sydney. Partly because of the water and sewer issues, partly because of the nature of the lives that they've had. They've worked very hard on the whole, and it's all about their kids and the next generation, what they can do for their families. They're people for whom government is one thing. They don't, when Transport comes along and says, I'm going to put a road through here, or here's the flooding or the drainage issues that Sydney Water wants to deal with, or here's the Department of Planning wanting to talk with people. For people who live in this part of the world, government is just government. And so this whole kind of lack of capacity for the governments to work in a way that was coordinated and responded to the needs of this particular community was really very poor. By the time I was appointed, there were extremely high levels of distress in the community, a lot of very angry public meetings, people threatening both to harm themselves and to harm others. It was a very hairy context when I first was appointed. So we've come a long way since then, but there's an awful lot to do. So I just say that by way of opening remarks to remind, I guess, everybody that this community has been through a lot, and there's a lot of kind of heat and intensity around the issues, particularly from the point of view of the smaller landowners. My work with the larger landowners has been very limited, but many of the issues, of course, faced by the smaller landowners are also faced by the larger landowners in terms of getting this land to be delivered for productive purposes. I mean, the point of the rezoning of the Aerotropolis is the 200,000 jobs that were, part of the Western Sydney City deal, anchored by the airport and the metro station. So the fact that we're still at the point where very few jobs have been delivered, following on from the previous conversation, we could potentially, I'm happy to take some questions about my view about what's led us to where we are at this point. But I just say that by way of opening comments to potentially help the committee understand the context of the smaller landowners.
Thank you. I'll just ask a couple of questions and I'll hand over to my colleagues. Just firstly, in the last term of Parliament, I chaired the inquiry into compulsory acquisition of land by transport agencies. And I hear what you're saying about, we really did see that level of distress, depression, relationship breakdowns that had resulted from government acquisition of land, and a real feeling of sort of unfairness. We made a bunch of recommendations, particularly we had been to Orchard Hills and we'd seen what had happened in that area. Obviously that was under a previous government. The question is, has anything got better?
No.
Right.
There have been a number of inquiries, including your own. There have been a number of reports. I've made recommendations in all three of my reports to both sides of government. Acquisition is absolutely at the top, continues to be the single most important and confronting issue for the people who live in the Aerotropolis. Coming off the back of what was extremely challenging process, like what you would have heard that by Metro in Orchard Hills. Key recommendations of mine, these have been made repeatedly. Much of this is not new, although there's a new twist in the acquisition piece that we might want to talk about. Key to this is there's of the four key issues, acquisitions at the top, for the remaining landowners, whilst there's smaller landowners, whilst there's fewer in number, the issues are more complex that I'm dealing with. With respect to acquisition, we have this issue. We have this thing where different agencies want parts of people's land at different times. And we have these ungazetted corridors, for example, the Outer Sydney Orbital, which creates an affectation on people's property, which prevents them selling that property at appropriate value. I've recommended in all three of my reports that what we need is a government front door for acquisition. So if just whoever, say it's Transport, who needs that a part of a person's property first, as I put it, they should go first. They should acquire all the land that's earmarked for acquisition, or potentially the whole site. Most of the people I'm dealing with are in the sort of 5 to 10 acres, that's not small in some contexts, but small landowners in the context of the Aerotropolis. My recommendation is that government should have a front door. Whoever needs the land first goes first, as the acquisition agencies, and the government agencies sort out who pays for what behind the scenes. Of course, the earlier you acquire property that's needed for government, the cheaper it is in terms of the public purse, because this land continues to increase in value. And there's been some modelling done on this. I mean, there's been a ton of work done in this space, but the key issue for the current delay in bringing land to industrial and commercial uses in the Aerotropolis is this very unsatisfactory acquisition process. I've made recommendations. I try to avoid the how, but I think that there's an obvious case for the Office of Strategic Lands, which sits at the moment in the Department of Planning, to drive that acquisition process for whoever needs to go first. Then the landowner only deals with one agency. They're mostly, in the small landowner case, all of their properties will be, their whole property will be acquired. And as I said, the agencies can work out who owes who behind the scenes.
So is this from your report in 2021?
Yes, I've made that recommendation.
But haven't all the recommendations been accepted?
That recommendation was well regarded.
Yeah.
And I have had verbal feedback from all of the relevant ministers that this is a really good idea.
Yep.
That is not actually that is not actually occurring to this day.
It's not been implemented.
No.
So
So
it says here that 37 of there was 40 recommendations which the government accepted in full, and a small number would be subject to available funding. 30, and it says here 37 have either been addressed or work is ongoing. Was that part of your submission?
Yes. Yeah,
so that seems incongruent with what you're just saying.
Well, this is government speak, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And one of the recommendations on which work is ongoing is having the Office of Strategic Lands as the front door for the acquisition process. There has been a pilot.
But it is true to say that, just so we get it clear, it is true to say that the vast majority of these things have been worked through. It's just these things are critical, these outstanding ones. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Many of them have. This one with respect to the front door, as I said, there's been a pilot for a small number of landowners to kind of see how this would work, but the application of this is not yet widespread.
And that was one of the recommendations of our report as well, that we have this kind of joint agency. The other part, though, of that acquisition process that was particularly troubling was the experience people were telling us in terms of their treatment by agencies and that sort of interpersonal being. Has that got any better?
No.
Right.
I provided a number of case studies in the document I provided to this committee, where people are in extreme, serious distress, and just keep being asked for more documents, keep being spoken to. It's an area in which there's a lot of work that needs to be done. The committee might be aware of the Goldmate decision, which again, I'm happy to provide a fact sheet on this, just because I've had to. No lawyer here, but to provide some basic information. Was a decision by the Land and Environment Court earlier this year that for acquisition for the Aerotropolis, their decision in the Land and Environment Court of the Commissioner refers to a specific area, but it does include most of the Aerotropolis, is that it's currently under appeal. The appeal goes to the Land and Environment Court later in November, and subsequently, Goldmate the decision is, the case is called Goldmate versus the Department of Transport. Goldmate took the Department of Transport to the Land and Environment Court to contest the value that they were offered during an acquisition process. The outcome of the Goldmate decision is that the whole of the Aerotropolis is now defined as being for a public purpose, and what that means is that the agencies, and this is in play as we speak, it's been happening, and many, in my view, many acquisitions were delayed, waiting for the outcome of the Goldmate initial Land Environment Court hearing, which means that people are being offered the value of the land at the pre-zoned land prices. So say a property post-zoning, a small landowner might be, I'm making up the numbers, but it might be worth 20 million post-rezoning. They're being offered the pre-rezoning, so an RU2, for example, value for that property. Now that is being applied by all agencies as we speak, which of course you can imagine the level of distress that the application of value according to the Goldmate decision poses for these people. So not only has the acquisition process got hairier, it's more complex. Many of the acquisition matters before happening in the Aerotropolis have multiple acquiring authorities. We still don't have a gazetted Outer Sydney orbital, and we now have the application of the Goldmate decision, which means people are being offered grossly unfair value for their properties. As I said, that's being appealed, but the agencies are now moving quite rapidly to make offers to people because they're taking advantage. It seems to me quite a deliberate move.
And the government could change the legislation to refer more to the sort of replacement value for people rather than the value of the property that they're selling.
Exactly. The value of, the Just Terms legislation is meant to take into account market value as well. I for one can't understand how this is being transacted in that way. Yeah.
It's really sad.
Thank you, Professor Ryan.
Thank you.
For the work you've been doing. Obviously, the best form of acquisition is private sector investment at Bradfield. To visit Kelvin Park, which I assume you're referring to earlier on, with your depiction of those families, it's quite sad because people there had an expectation of Bradfield City rezonings and the opportunity to sell their property at enhanced value. The former government had over 20 MOUs with companies internationally. There were ministerial trips to Europe, big promises of a thing called Aerotropolis that haven't eventuated. And in fact, you go to Kelvin Park today and the only thing that's changed is Liverpool Council's put on the street signs that this is Bradfield City, when in fact it's the Kelvin Park that we've all known for 50 or 60 years. Nothing has changed. Are you aware of any private sector investment interest and forthcoming purchases in Kelvin Park and Bradfield?
Yeah, and there's a lot of options out. So, a range of what I would call kind of mid-tier developers, as far as
what sort of developers? Sorry?
Mid-tier developers,
Mid-tier.
not necessarily what you might call the kind of big-end developers, but there's certainly a lot of options. A lot of properties across the Aerotropolis have been optioned, but what we're not seeing is we are seeing plenty of properties have been sold. We're not seeing the jobs being delivered on the ground, and we're not seeing the infrastructure required to support the delivery of those. So besides the acquisition challenges, the other big challenge is the poor infrastructure. Badgerys Creek Road. You would know the state Badgerys Creek Road is in. Many of these roads are in such terrible condition that you can picture, and I've seen it for myself, people coming from other countries looking to invest in the Aerotropolis, and they get out of the minibus and they look around and see the state of those roads and think, this is pretty expensive industrial land with very poor supporting infrastructure.
Right. Why wouldn't those companies have their first priority, the federal government-owned business park to the north of the airport side? If you're doing manufacturing or warehousing or freight, wouldn't you go there because it's right next to the airport, as opposed to many kilometres away at a science park or so-called Aerotropolis?
I'm not really the best person to answer those kinds of questions. I don't deal with the major landowners,
Right.
and I don't really understand the kind of background to their decision making. My experience is with the smaller landowners who experience the amenity impacts of that poor infrastructure. Trucks coming in and out with massive amounts of fill. There's quite a lot of activity. So the remaining smaller landowners there are suffering not just incredible uncertainty if they've got, an acquisition layer on their property, but they're suffering significant amenity impacts. It's a pretty tough place to live if you're still a residential person.
You did
there.
mention earlier that land is being sold. Who's it being sold to?
Look, I can just see a range of development activity occurring, and I presume, and I hear people I dealt with 3 years ago no longer live in the Aerotropolis, so I'm assuming they've sold their properties. That's the way I experience what's
What's the
happening.
pattern of who they're selling to?
I think it's-
Are they sort of speculators coming in thinking I can sit here for 20 years until some commercial or retail company buys me out? Is that the type of land sales?
I just don't know. It's just not a question I'm.
Well, we're
I'm
not seeing any land sales that relate to what you might think of as the construction of Bradfield City, though, are we?
The Bradfield City site is subject to a master plan, which, as you know, was recently finalised. It was out for comment. What I think. The role of the Western Parkland City Authority prior to it, in its previous iteration, its role was investment attraction as well as infrastructure coordination, as well as being pivotal to coordinating the 8 relevant local government areas for the city deal. I had the opportunity to evaluate the outcomes of the city deal in its first phase. At that point, there were about 1,200 jobs. On the promise of 200,000. Admittedly, early days, but that was then. I've requested that the final evaluation report be made public. It never was, even though that was an initial commitment. I think what we're seeing in Bradfield City now, just from my observation in terms of the Bradfield City Authority, is absolutely a focus on investment attraction. You can see that there's kind of activity in that space. But we are going to have an operating metro station with. It's not clear to me where are people going to get on? Who are the people who are going to get onto it, and who are the people who are going to get off it? The metro station will be operating.
They live in Oran Park and up and down Camden Valley Way. That's who they are.
So basically, in its original conception, you had all this light and colour around these myriads of thousands and thousands of jobs, and there's going to be all this metropolis and activity going on. And it appears as though there was a lack of not just planning, but a lack of will to provide the necessary infrastructure up front, so everything else falls into place. What's your assessment now? Are we kind of whipping it into shape?
I think I mentioned, and I think I noted in the document I've provided the committee, there are 4 key issues. One's the acquisition issue, and we've talked a little bit about. The second key issue relates to the lack of forward funding for infrastructure. Despite the best efforts of the relevant public agencies and council, Liverpool Council central to the Aerotropolis, Penrith Council, less so in terms of the Aerotropolis proper. There is just the funding is not available through government to provide the infrastructure that's required to have this precinct move forward and provide those jobs. Whether it's for acquisition of open space, whether it's the committee would be aware of the challenges Sydney Water's facing with respect to funding the stormwater scheme plans. Councils don't have contributions coming in the door that can enable them to fund the open space that's required, and transport it just doesn't have the available funding to deliver the kind of infrastructure required. This precinct, it doesn't have water and sewer. this precinct has significant flooding issues and requires significant at-scale stormwater solution. The road issues are very significant in the Aerotropolis precinct, and whilst there's been, some upgrades to Elizabeth Drive and so on, the central issue to the delay in delivering this precinct is the lack of forward funding for infrastructure. It's not just the coordination issue, it's where's the money coming from. And when you speak, as I do, to these government agencies, and I'm saying, why haven't you gazetted the corridor, or, why can't you progress this person's acquisition with respect to their circumstances? They clearly meet the hardship requirements, and the answer is we don't have the funding. I've made a number of recommendations. As I said, I try and stay out of the how. It's not really my job. I try and describe what's going on and the what, but I've made a number of recommendations in my last report, which I'll share with the committee if that's of value, with respect to mechanisms for forward funding infrastructure. This precinct will not deliver the jobs required at the pace required without significant infrastructure investment.
So I accept your evidence that the funding's not there at the moment to induce the infrastructure to do what we want to do, which is create jobs and housing and all the rest. But has there been a refocus on the problem, I guess?
Yeah, there has. And the appointment of INSW to act in a role of some infrastructure coordination, particularly with respect to the transport infrastructure delivery, is very welcome. That is the first sort of serious move in the time that I've been involved in the Aerotropolis with respect to seeking
and presumably that will then induce, that's the identification of what we have to deal with and what we need, and then that induces presumably the requirement for the funding.
Yeah, and the required budget bids and so on for that funding. But we are a significant way down the path here, and I guess clearly the public investment has been enormous in the metro, and I guess that leaves infrastructure investment coffers emptier than they might otherwise be. But I think the scale of the infrastructure investment, the cost of the acquisitions required to make the land available for the essential services was completely underestimated.
Yeah.
I think would be fair to say, and I mean it's been across both governments. This government is making some serious moves to address that issue with respect to the role of INSW in that coordination space, and as you say, just kind of get a better grip on what the picture is. But that has previously not been done, to my knowledge. So there's just all these kind of transactions occur at that one-on-one level, which doesn't elevate the kind of solution, the way forward for the problem.
Okay, thanks.
Could I just... Sorry. I just want one quick question. How many properties are without proper water and sewage connection, do you think?
Agencies would know that, but for the most part, there isn't water and sewer in the Aerotropolis. Of course, the idea that larger developers forward fund that kind of infrastructure is kind of one of the models that is thought about. But this is there's a lot of fragmented land holdings here, and the way Sydney Water works, for good or for bad, is that they put the water and the sewer down according to how many DAs they get. Looking at this now the development front is occurring here. We will then put the water and sewer pipes down, but it's kind of as you know, it's the wrong way round.
Yeah.
And all of that prohibits, gets in the way of moving this precinct forward.
Sorry, Mr. Fowler.
No, fine. Professor Ryan, just to your evidence in terms of there being not enough money really to fund all of the infrastructure that's required. But part of the challenge you've got at the moment as well is that it's the individual landholders effectively who are subsidising the government in a sense by the government not moving forward, and they're not able to actually move forward with their own land as well, and that challenge. Just wondering whether you've had any, you talked about that hardship process. Have you had any success whatsoever in terms of being able to achieve any outcomes for some of those landholders with the hardship process?
Yeah, we have. We've advocated very hard for individuals. and agencies are responsive. But it's a pretty intensive, ongoing, stressful for the landowners, and requires a lot of advocacy on my part and my office. We would be talking with 20 landowners a week on average who are stuck in some of these issues. It's a very difficult process to move the agencies forward. Where we have had success, although it faces its own challenges in implementation, the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan, as the committee would know, was at-scale biodiversity mapping for the precinct, which was to assist with saying, well, here are the important areas that require conservation with respect to fauna and flora and corridors. And that mapping was done at scale in advance to assist with kind of the development process, so that every landowner doesn't have to then go through the process of mapping the CPCP and so on. For many landowners in the Aerotropolis, this process inadvertently created a really significant unfairness. So because if you have, just say you have well vegetated, 10 hectare or piece of land, whereas your neighbours have illegally cleared for years, and there's been a lack of regulation. It's a bit, it's a bit sort of cowboy territory out there. It has been historically. There's been a lot of illegal clearing. There's been a lot of asbestos dumping, particularly on the border of the airport land. The bikies come in, they motor down the streets. People know to go inside. It's a pretty. It's been a pretty frontier spot for a while. But people who've, probably never heard of land clearing laws or anything have cleared the land to plant. To
market gardens or whatever it might be.
Exactly. I mean, it's been a very neglected part of Sydney for a very long time. I think people are very surprised when you tell them people don't have water and sewer on the boundary of the new Sydney airport. So there's been a lot of clearing of land, and the people who have valued their bush amenity and so on now find themselves unable to realise the value of their property in comparison to their neighbours. So one of the things that we were successful in doing, and as part of the process, if your land is to be acquired for, say, transport or just for a road, for example, it's as part of the Just Terms legislation, that is, you have to disregard, for the valuing of the land, you have to disregard the public purpose. That's not how it works for the CPCP. For the CPCP, it's treated as if it's an affectation in the same way that flooding is. So that land, if it's got CPCP mapping on it, instead of being valued at whatever the neighbour's land is valued at, it's treated as it has an affectation, as if it flooded. And what that means is that land that's sold next door for $30 million, the land, exactly the same land, but because these people have looked after the trees and wanted that natural environment, are now having this process that treats them very unjustly. So one of the successes that we did have was that I made up a category called compassionate acquisition, which was to address the unfair outcomes, the unintended unfair outcomes for people who have CPCP on their property. And there was a successful budget bid that is administered through the Department of Planning, through the CPCP team there, and we prioritised it, from about a list of about 20 landowners who find themselves in this situation, and this fund was to assist them to get a fair value for their property. So that process is underway. There have been no actual acquisitions under this, even though the money has been set aside. It took a while to go through a budget cycle and so on, as these things do, because there's still, the landowners, particularly one on Mamre Road, is on Aldington, is still unhappy with the value that's being offered for the property. So, that contest goes on. But it is something that is it was an unintended consequence of the CPCP, which was to assist in creating certainty. So it's the uncertainty and the complexity which kind of creates significant challenges for people.
Similarly, I've seen challenges where there's a double whammy effectively, where you've got a property that's identified as designated open space, stormwater management, and then it's also applied in terms of its valuation from the Valuer General with recent sales effectively in the area, and because that hasn't actually gone through and there hasn't been an acquisition, it's still being assessed at, let's say, $30 million or something for the property, when realistically it's going to be a compulsory acquisition at a much reduced value to that. Have you had any success working with landowners in that position as well, with what they might be? No,
but there's many that we have supported with hardship acquisition applications. It's something my office does a lot of, is support landowners with hardship applications, because it's obviously it's a complicated, lots of paperwork, lots of things required, valuation, all of this kind of stuff. This is something that people have, you would never be accustomed to. You have no idea what's going on, really. So we've had we've done a lot of work in that space to assist people, but the barrier is the lack of funding that's available for those acquisition processes, and they are, now made much worse by the Goldmate decision, which throws open the whole, what's the underlying value that this land should be acquired at.
Unfortunately, we have run out of time, unless there was any final question, urgent.
I think the only thing that, if it's okay, could I just mention one comment, is that the Luddenham Village still remains a kind of white patch on the map. I think you might have received a submission from the Luddenham Village Progress Association. We've done a lot of advocacy around Luddenham. There's been a lot of work done. It's one of those things that the state planning department say we can't finalise the rezoning without the conclusion of without the noise corridors from the plains being sorted, and then the other side say, well, it's not the federal government says it's not a matter for us, it's a matter for the state department. So you have this historic village where many people still live on the boundary of the airport. You can see the airport from there, which remains a white patch on the map and remains unzoned. Thank you for the opportunity. Happy to send those documents.
Thank you. There may be some supplementary questions.
Down on the metro station.
But the committee secretariat will be in touch.
Thanks very much.
Thank you
indeed.
very much.
Thank you.
I now welcome our next witnesses. If I could ask each of you to please state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, and I'll start with you, Mr. Camilleri.
Thank you. John Camilleri. I am the chairman of the Biata Group of companies. Did the oath now? I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
That's right.
Hello, I'm Matthew Scard. I'm the CEO of Celestino. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you for your appearance today. Did you have a short opening statement that you'd like to make?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Scard. I'm the CEO of Celestino, which is part of the Biata Group. I am joined today by John Camilleri, who is the chairman of the Biata Group. The Biata family own the Biata Group, which has been in business for over 60 years in Western Sydney. The business is now a national business. Thank you for inviting us here today, and to those committee members who joined us at a recent visit at Sydney Science Park. I've prepared a short opening statement to assist the inquiry. Celestino's vision for Sydney Science Park is to create a mixed-use city with jobs in research, education and health sectors, and to be integrated with thousands of homes and over 80 hectares of quality open space. We remain committed to delivering on this vision. However, lengthy delays have significantly hampered our project. We are as frustrated as anyone that we have not been able to activate our project. So in summary, Sydney Science Park was rezoned in October 2016 and our first precinct was approved in 2017. In August 2018, the New South Wales Government, on their own initiative, started a separate rezoning process as part of the planning of the Aerotropolis. This was the beginning of significant complications and time delays. We could not act on our development approvals obtained since 2016, and Council were reluctant to issue new approvals knowing that changes to our planning controls were coming. By 2021, there was still no end in sight to the Aerotropolis planning process. At this time, we asked Government to help save our project and include our current master plan, or even exclude Sydney Science Park from the Aerotropolis planning so we could act on our 2016 rezoning. This request was ignored. In 2022, some 4 years after they started, Government completed the Aerotropolis planning. This resulted in new planning controls for Sydney Science Park that overrode our existing planning controls and approvals. Also, given the way the new controls work, we would have utilised less than 25% of our land. The controls are also extremely costly. We basically have had to rethink this project and start again. As the project stands today, we still believe in our vision. We are finally ready to go on the planning side, and we are fully serviced at our own cost. However, Sydney Water stormwater charges are still not known. This is likely to cause further delays until we have certainty around this massive cost. While this is being resolved, we are still progressing with a planning approval for our first 15-hectare precinct. That will include commercial buildings, education, open space, as well as housing. I would like to remind the committee members that we are in legal proceedings against Sydney Metro relating to compulsory acquisition of our land for their metro. We may need to take some questions on notice if they relate to the matters in the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just start with a couple of questions before handing over to colleagues. Just in terms of the timeline of setting up Celestino as a property developer or a property development company, and when the first applications were made in relation to the science park, can you just talk us through the sort of the timeline of how that all happened?
So Celestino was a development company that was formed in around 2014.
Mm-hmm.
It was E.J. Cooper and Son prior to that. The Sydney Science Park landholding was acquired in 2010, and the planning proposal was initiated in 2012. That was initiated through to Penrith City Council, which then obviously led to a gateway determination in 2014. There was a revised gateway determination in 2015, which then led to a LEP amendment in 2016, which is when the land was rezoned.
So rezoning in early 2016?
16.
Yes.
Okay. So rezoning another gateway. Okay. So in terms of the question I asked Penrith Council before was sort of when they got this application, given that Celestino, or EJC as it then was, didn't have any former experience or prior experience in relation to developing property, on what basis did you, I guess, make your claims, and how did that happen in terms of, again, as a layperson, if you're looking at how does a particular proponent of a development get approval for it, what were the steps that you had to take to sort of prove that you could deliver?
Sure. Probably there's two parts to that question. The first part is in forming a development company, you seek development expertise by hiring the appropriate personnel with that development expertise. I was one of those. I started in 2010 at Celestino, but I ran the Gables project in Box Hill. That was running at the same time as this Sydney Science Park project was going. So
When did the Gables first start then?
So we started development there in 2015-16 off the back of the planning proposal that was approved.
Okay, so that's still after the original proposal for the science park was put to Penrith.
Correct. But the point there is that with the appropriate personnel and skilled external consultants that we use in development, we're able to be able to work on that project and be able to put it together.
In relation to the Gables, I understand that was sold recently to Stockland for about 1/10 of what it was envisaged to be valued at. Is that correct? Wasn't it 4 billion or something it was supposed to be valued at, and then it got sold for 400 and something million? Or have I got that wrong?
I may have to take that on notice because I think there may be a mix of the economic value that comes with a project versus the actual land value of the project.
Yeah. But that was only for around 900 homes?
It was, so we developed approximately 1,000 homes, and the remaining land, which I think under approval was about another 2,500, was what Stockland bought off Celestino.
Okay. And the new proposal for the science park area is that we've heard it reported of being around 34,000 homes. Is that correct?
3,400.
So the 3,400, which was the original plan, is that still going to be the plan going forward?
Correct.
Okay. Final question before I hand over to my colleagues. In 2016, the then CEO, I believe, of Celestino joined Mike Baird on a trade and investment mission to Israel. What was the purpose of that from Celestino's perspective?
I wasn't involved at that time. It's something I'd have to take on notice.
I could take it on notice. I can help you vaguely. I know it was a large contingent of people that went over there. I don't believe Mr. Vassallo went there on his own with Mr. Baird.
No, he
and
didn't.
I think they looked at water technologies and quite a few other science-based industries over there. That was, I think, it was a very short tour, but I could take it on notice and give you a precise agenda for the tour, the whole lot. But I know there was science-based technologies. That was the purpose of the whole visit.
Yeah, okay.
And I think there was quite a large contingent from memory.
It stuck out because I've got the list of all of the business delegates that went.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, people like, well, there's law firms and consulting firms.
Yeah.
And academics, and then there's companies like Optus and NAB and McKinsey, and then Celestino kind of stuck out as being what purpose was Celestino involved in that delegation for, in terms of, it seemed a bit out of step of if we were looking at property development at that time, but I guess it was how does one get invited to go on one of those delegations?
Well, I'm not totally sure because we didn't orchestrate it. We were invited. So
okay.
It's hard for me to answer. I actually don't know who the organiser or organisers were, to be honest with you.
Okay.
At that time. You're taking me back 8 years, so
yeah, no, I understand.
I apologise.
If it's possible to come back with any details you have about what was discussed, who met who, and what the purpose of that visit was from Celestino's perspective, that would be very useful. But also if there's been any other, is this the only trade mission that Celestino's been on? Has Celestino sent representatives to other countries for trade missions?
We have internally made trips within Celestino, with Celestino
but
staff
with
to Silicon Valley and all these other science-based technology parks. In fact, I think they covered dozens of parks. This is going back 10 or so years. So with government, none that come to mind.
Yeah, just the one to Israel.
That was it. And we were invited to that, so I can't tell you who organised it. I don't know.
All right, I'll hand over, I think, probably to
Yeah,
Mr.
thank you,
Latham.
Chair, and thank you to the witnesses today. Just by way of background, our chamber has a call for papers power, like an FOI power, and a few years ago documents were called up about the Sydney Science Park, and they show that in your initial lodgement of this application with Penrith Council and also the state government, Celestino always had a very high expectation and promised that there would be a rail station as part of the development. Do you recall that?
No, I'm not aware of any promise of any rail station at all.
Right. One of the consultants who looked at these documents said that preliminary discussions between Celestino and the New South Wales government about the rail line at the Science Park appear to have occurred prior to the date of lodgement, December 2013, seemingly as early as 2011. Mr Camilleri, did you have discussions with Gladys Berejiklian in the early years of the O'Farrell government about the need, or you thought the need, for a rail station at the Science Park location?
I don't ever recall meeting Gladys Berejiklian.
She was the Transport Minister at the time.
No, I'd never met her in that capacity, and I don't believe I met her as Premier, Mr Latham.
Right.
I don't recall it, no.
Did anyone else from Celestino, to your knowledge, lobby the state government as early as 2011, 12 or 13 about the location of a rail station at Luddenham?
I'd have to take that question on notice, but I'd be very doubtful of that.
Right. What about Stuart Ayres?
Sorry, what's your question, sir?
Lobbying Stuart Ayres as Minister for Western Sydney and member for Penrith for the rail station at Luddenham?
No.
No?
No.
Well,
Certainly not myself, if you're asking me that question.
Right. Well, the budget estimates here on the 10th of March 2021, Mr Camilleri, Mr Ayres said that he knew you'd met a number of times, and he said that Celestino had lobbied him for a train station on their site. So that didn't involve you in the numerous meetings you had listed in his ministerial diary over 5 years?
I would have met Mr Ayres on perhaps 2 or 3 occasions, and no, I don't recall lobbying him for a train station at all.
Right. Who at Celestino did?
I don't know whether anybody at Celestino did.
Right. Well, Mr Ayres, you think he's mistaken in saying that he received representations from your company for that train station? He said that under oath here.
I can't speak for Mr Ayres, sir.
You can't?
I really can't.
How do you explain that these conclusions that were drawn in the documents by the consultants to Sydney Metro looking at past transport planning? There was never any plan to run an airport line north of the Badgerys Creek site to St Mary's, and if there was, it would have gone through an existing population centre like Luddenham. How did you end up with this metro station being built now at your site in the middle of cow and horse paddocks?
I don't believe that's a question for us, Mr Latham. We don't determine where rail lines go or train stations go. We couldn't answer that question.
Your evidence here is that Celestino never made any lobbying or representations to state government ministers to secure that metro station now being completed?
We, for the USB,
Yeah.
I mean, what we did, if it assists your question, sir, is in 21 we submitted a USP, which was a very lengthy document that included a train station. That was rejected in, what was it, September, mid-21, I think?
Yep.
Yeah, mid-21. So that was rejected.
How have you ended up with this train station?
Can I just ask quickly, why was that rejected in 2021? What reasons were you given? And also, what stage of the proposal did it go to in terms
I
of
don't
business
have the
proposal?
reason with me, but we can take
We
that
we
on
could
notice.
take that notice, yeah,
and
absolutely.
Provide that to you.
For sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr Latham, I didn't get the end of that
What
question.
lobbying and representations did you make personally or your company make to the state government through this period after 2011 to secure the rail station, the metro now being built at Luddenham?
I didn't make any personal representations or lobbying to government to get a train station on our site.
Sorry, when you say you didn't make any personal lobbying, I understand that Celestino has a couple of lobbyist firms that it
Yes.
uses. Did any of those firms lobby on your behalf in relation to the train station?
We had 2 lobbyists back 10 years ago from memory.
Yep.
Kerry Chikarovsky acted on our behalf, but again, that was disclosed and as appropriate. And we've engaged
Advisory.
TSA
Yep.
for the last
well, 10 years.
roughly
Yeah.
10 years.
So in the wake of the rejection, there was lobbying on that particular issue.
I couldn't
Well,
recall.
we were a member of the Rail Alliance.
Yeah.
That was in the Western Sydney Rail Alliance, which was had numerous members of 4 councils, CEOs of those councils, other major landowners in Western Sydney, and it was all about linking together the east-west rail links in a north-south manner.
Yeah.
And with those lobbyists, they would have reported, like presumably if they're employed to get an outcome on the company's interest, they would have reported back to you.
Yes.
One would think so.
Do you have? Would you have documentation to that effect?
Yeah.
We have documentation, but
we'd have
are
to
you
take
referring
that.
to anything specific?
No.
Or-
Well, I don't know because
Yeah.
I'm not privy to your documentation or your consultants' reports. But presumably they came back to you with, "This is where we're up to, on your remit that you've given us." And I suppose the question is, if it was related to the train line, we would like to avail ourselves as a committee of those documents if they're available.
We'd have documentation,
Okay.
without a doubt. I mean,
Yeah.
And
I'm
also-
not sure of the reporting that TSA provide us with, but I mean,
Just to, yeah, and just to clarify again, I just want to clarify the answers that you've given to Mr. Latham. The Western Sydney Rail Alliance is also a client of Taylor Street. You were using Taylor Street. When you say that you weren't personally lobbying, or you weren't, or Celestino wasn't lobbying for these outcomes, were any of these other entities lobbying for outcomes of the kind that Mr. Latham was referring to?
Well, imagine they would.
I assume so.
I
yes.
assume they would have been.
Right, and then you would know.
You used Mr Brown from Taylor Street as a lobbyist, and you helped fund the Western Sydney Rail Alliance, yes?
We contributed that.
Yeah, how much?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm happy to take that on notice. I mean,
Okay.
whatever the retainer fees are, Mr. Latham, I think.
Yeah, the
Well-
purpose of that rail alliance was to scuttle the Leppington line extension, which had been planned for a number of years, and proceed with the north-south metro, which has now resulted in this station being built at Luddenham. That's right, isn't it?
I couldn't comment in terms of scuttling other rail lines. We're not in that position, but they would have been lobbying for
a
a
north-south.
rail line
North-south,
heading
right,
north and south.
A funded organisation on your behalf.
On many participants' behalf, they act for, I don't know, dozens of parties, I understand.
And at any time,
well-
did you, Mr Camilleri, or anyone from Celestino meet with transport ministers or Stuart Ayres to lobby for that north-south line?
As I said, I don't recall that. I met with Mr. Ayres in all that time on less than a handful of occasions. And principally was to brief him on what we were doing, because he was the Minister for Western Sydney. It was his job and our duty. So
I've got Mr. Primrose online. I just want to ask one more clarificatory question on the lobbying, if I can. I also understand you've had Barton Deakin as lobbyist since 2020. Is that correct?
Bart and Deakin were engaged for a Pyrmont site.
Ah,
That was
okay,
not
for a
Sydney Science
specific
Park.
project.
Yes, for a specific project.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Primrose.
Yeah, just 2 quick questions. One, on notice, can you please give us a list of all the consultants that have been used in relation to the project? Is that okay?
In a certain time frame, we're talking, that'll be a long list over the whole project. Is that what you're asking? From 2010 to... Yep.
And the dates, the approximate dates that they were employed. Secondly, if we call any of these consultants, will you be able to confirm that you will give approval for them to release any information in relation to matters that they were lobbying on your behalf?
I think we've
taken on notice.
On notice.
There may be items there that are
commercially sensitive, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please take it on notice and come back to us. Thank you.
That's
So
No problem.
Taylor Street was employed as a lobbyist specifically then for the Science Park project rather than as a general lobbyist. Is that correct?
Other work for us too. Sorry? Dad, you know other work for us? I assume so. I wasn't. Yeah. We'd have to have a look.
Yeah, we'll have to take that on notice. They may have been engaged on other projects as well. I honestly don't know. We'll take it on notice and advise you which projects they did or didn't work on.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Back to you,
sure.
Mr. Latham.
Yeah, in developing your proposal and then trying to market it, Celestino signed agreements with federal and state Liberal governments, with CSIRO, ANSTO, with for a Catholic STEM high school, Transport for New South Wales Autonomous Vehicle Hub, the Westmead Medical Precinct, and also a disability agreement with the then Minister John Ajaka. How do you explain that nothing ever happened and there was no tangible result at the Science Park out of this extraordinary number of agreements that were reached with government?
That's a good question. Thank you, Mr. Latham. As per the opening statement, we've suffered significant delays with the project. So it's been very difficult for us to continue with any of those arrangements or agreements when we don't have a project to be able to move forward with them. So that does not mean we're not still able to do that as we move forward, as mentioned in the opening statement. However, with CSIRO, we have still been working with them with our Urban Living Lab, which is a collaboration between CSIRO and Celestino to look at how we challenge business as usual urban development in helping build and envision our city, which is for the future. So that Urban Living Lab was also the start of our STEM Schools challenge that we're doing, which has been going for over 4 years now. We started with one school and 80 students, and just this year we finished up with 22 schools with 1,600 students. So I'm just trying to show you that we haven't given up, we haven't stopped. We've been trying to continue with our project, including other infrastructure that we've still been building over the last 4 years, including water mains, high voltage power, to allow us, when the planning is right, as I mentioned in the opening statement, we are ready to go. And that, as I mentioned in the opening statement, we're pretty much ready to lodge our first precinct for development.
Right. What are you ready to go with? Because 2 years after your final approval in 2016, you met with the state's planning officials to say you'd like to lift the limit on residential dwellings from 3,400 to 30,000. That is another housing estate in Western Sydney.
Yes.
And it looks like the water facility, the power lines, the metro station are all facilitating residential development rather than the 12,000 knowledge-based jobs that were originally promised. Is that your plan?
We should still have both residential jobs. We still have the size of the property is there, the development controls are there. The 30,000 that you're talking to, my understanding is a submission that we made to the LUIP, which is the Land Use Infrastructure Implementation Plan, which was the first phase of the Aerotropolis planning, where they were seeking feedback to industry, how land holdings would be developed in the framework of the Aerotropolis. In that submission, the 30,000 was for our whole land holding, which was 490 hectares. So that's 203 hectares more than the Science Park land holding, which has the cap of 3,400 dwellings and the 470,000 of non-residential GFA, which we still have today. So once that moved forward past the LUIP, that 30,000, that fell away because it was rejected, and we've moved on.
In the original promise of the development, the company said it would locate the Bayada National Headquarters and Laboratory at the Science Park. That's an obvious thing you could do. It's your investment, your money, not companies you need to attract. Why hasn't that happened?
May I respond to that? Yeah, Mr. Latham, we've been, as Matt pointed out in his opening statement, held up for just under 5 years with this project through the new Aerotropolis planning. I can tell you there were many meetings conducted within our group to move our head office there. So it wasn't an idle promise. We couldn't wait any longer. We actually doubled and tripled the size of our head office where we are now in Western Sydney. If that growth continues, it's not out of the question that one day it could be at Science Park, because a lot of our staff live in Western Sydney, so it actually suits us. But from 2017, 2018, 2022, it's been frozen, on hold. Not even Penrith Council could deal with our DAs. in their defence, because we've been waiting on the planning to be finalised. In terms of our laboratories, if I may finish answering your question, they will be going there. We've had to temporarily move them from, where are they? From Bringelly. Spent 3 to 4 million to locate them at Marsden Park for about 2 to 3 years, until all this planning is finalised to send them back to Science Park. So we don't enjoy tearing that money up, but we couldn't locate them at Science Park. We still can't. As of today, as Matt said in his opening statement, October 24, here we are, we still don't know what the stormwater charges are. October 24.
With all due respect, none of the documents that have been available to the Legislative Council indicate planning delays or the sorts of problems you're mentioning. And I'm not too sure stormwater charges are an obstacle to locating your national headquarters as promised. You have rebuilt the national headquarters. Where have they gone?
In Pendle Hill, just 15
They're in
minutes
Pendle
away.
Hill.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's full.
Yes, well, that sounds good.
Yeah.
But it was promised to go at Luddenham. Why hasn't that promise been fulfilled?
We haven't been able to build anything on Science Park until the Aerotropolis planning was finished, which was 22? Like,
Right.
yeah, 18 months ago.
For the benefit of the committee, can you provide us with the various applications that you lodged to do any of this work with the state or state government or Penrith Council? Because they don't show up in the
16.
material that was released to us.
Okay, we'll take that on notice and we can provide that.
The
material.
main change that comes out of the material is that 2 years after your final approval, you wanted to turn it into a 30,000 dwelling housing estate. That's the main change that we can see, and what appears to be the reason why the knowledge-based jobs and none of the investments ever been delivered.
As I said in the opening statement, we are still committed to that vision and those jobs and the housing.
Right, so you're planning the manufacturing jobs, the science jobs, and a 30,000 dwelling housing estate.
30,000 dwellings was tied to the LUIP submission, which was declined because it was the 490 hectares. We're talking about Sydney Science Park on the 280 hectares, which is what is zoned for mixed use, open space, within the Aerotropolis Northern Gateway.
Well, why in 2016 would the viability of the development involve the 12,000 plus knowledge-based jobs and just 3,400 dwellings, and yet 2 years later you needed to go to 30,000 dwellings?
Well, it's just showing the potential capacity of the site.
The site.
You didn't know that in 2016 or 2013 when you lodged these processes?
They were different development controls.
They were different development controls.
Correct. So the Aerotropolis board brought in new development controls.
If I can just seek some clarification on this, Mr. Scott. In terms of both of those proposals, you were talking about two different parcels effectively. Did one application relate to one confined parcel and then the other application related to a larger parcel? Is that what occurred here, or was it a change of the original parcel of land as well in that LUAP application?
I'd have to take that on notice just in terms of the detail,
Yep.
but it was an additional 203 hectares that was outside of Science Park, put together with the Science Park landholding, and that was where that proposal came from.
And did that seek to change the Science Park planning proposal you had, or
I'd
the
have to-
original proposal? Or?
I think that was in response to where they were heading with the Aerotropolis precinct planning.
If you could take it on notice in terms of the exact
Absolutely.
details, it'd be
Absolutely,
helpful
sure.
for us in
Sorry,
our
I don't have
clarification.
that detail.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Chair, just further to Mr. Latham's question, did you make application to relocate the headquarters or not?
Make application. There was a DA
Yep.
for that building, the Bayarda building, I'd have to confirm the date. I think it was 2015, 16.
15,
No, it was after,
16.
yeah, around the rezoning timeframe.
Yeah.
Mr. Scott, in relation to the answer you just gave Scott Farlow, wasn't your application to planning to abolish the development triggers for residential, to remove them on the Science Park site?
Not then, is it?
Where, in what timeframe?
What time? Yeah.
Well, in the meetings you had in 2021, this involved Mr. Camilleri and yourself. You met with Brett Whitworth from the Department of Planning to discuss the draft Aerotropolis precinct plans, the SEP, and you lobbied to overturn the prohibition on detached housing at the Science Park site, to lift the 3,400 residential cap to have more residential, to quote, to better support a new school and abolish the floor space triggers for the commercial development.
Thank you.
That's what happened, isn't it?
So the basis
It
of
wasn't
that-
about a new site, it was the existing science park site where you sought to have the triggers abolished so you could build 30,000 plus dwellings.
So the,
No, sorry, that was in 21.
yeah. So the
Your submission on the 27th of January 2021 recast the Sydney Science Park by saying, and I quote, "Detached housing is the cornerstone of this vision." That's in your own words, isn't it? Your earlier evidence was misleading, wasn't it? We're talking about the science park and what you tried to do.
talking about the science park. We are talking about the science park, yes.
So in your own words, in January of 2021, you said that detached housing is the cornerstone of this vision, and you tried to have the development triggers lifted to build 30,000 plus dwellings, residential dwellings on that site, didn't you?
Oh, okay, I understand where what you're talking about, Mr. Latham. So in 2018, that 30,000 was an assessment with the extra land holding. The actual 30,000, 30,000 that you're talking about in 2021 is an assessment of the development controls on the Sydney Science Park land. It just happens to be the same number.
But you tried to have the development triggers lifted, didn't you? Abolished.
The development triggers to develop 10,000 square metres of non-resi or commercial before doing one house, we found it was difficult commercially, particularly when there's a need for housing out at Sydney Science Park. So we were asking the question, is it possible to amend those triggers so that we could do them both at the same time?
And how many houses did you want to build?
3,400.
But why then would you say in your submission to the department in January of 2021, detached housing is the cornerstone of the vision for the science park?
Well, it is one of the cornerstones. Jobs, housing, smart jobs, commercial development and research and health.
And how many houses would you build if you had permission on the land holding you've got at Luddenham?
That depends on market demand at the time for...
No, if you had a chance to lodge an application, it's well over 30,000, isn't it? That's what you've applied to the
Not
Department
necessarily.
of
It's
Planning
going to
for.
depend on the dwelling densities that would be developed on site, being apartment sites, terraces, manor homes, all the way down to detached dwellings.
But wouldn't, like we heard on evidence earlier this morning that there was a conscious decision to plan to have infrastructure and jobs created first, and then you bring the demand in, which makes total sense. But wouldn't it be, in the commercial sense, much more attractive to have that uplift in quantity of housing, like from a purely economic gain sense?
Not necessarily.
Really?
I think you could argue one way or the other. Commercial development, the appropriate time frame, market and uses, tenants.
Did you do any internal modelling on the various viability in terms of economic gain of what was it, 30,000 houses versus commercial development?
Back in that, I wasn't involved at that time.
Would you have documentation to that effect?
I can take that on notice and respond to that question about commercial versus residential.
Can I just get some final clarification on that 30,000 plus discussion? So can I just confirm then that the evidence is that in relation to the science park bit of land, you have never sought to expand or increase the number of houses beyond 3,400 that were to go on that bit of land? Is that correct?
We have.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
We have.
Oh, sorry, you have.
We have.
Of course you have.
Yeah. I think we might be on.
Neither of you were present, but are you aware of a meeting on the 23rd of October 2019 where John Vassallo, the former CEO, and Chris Brown, obviously they're lobbying,
Right.
supposedly part of this Western Sydney leadership dialogue, met with Minister Stokes's advisors, two of them, and they summarised the meeting with your submission to the LUIP being exhibited, the closure of that in 2018. Celestino's submission to the Stage 1 LUIP sought to alter the planning controls for the Sydney Science Park, which will result in an increase to density, building heights and retail floor space for the site. This is the Science Park. The submission requested the following changes: increase in density from from 3,400 to 30,000 dwellings, increase in height of buildings up to 70 metres high, removal of the gross floor area cap applicable to the site, increase in retail floor space, and then as a separate measure, inclusion of land immediately to the west to be identified as urban land. These are just facts, aren't they? Inconsistent with what you mentioned earlier on.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure whether they're inconsistent or not, but I'm not aware of
Well,
that meeting.
the meeting with the Minister's advisors was to increase the residential density on the Sydney Science Park site to 30,000 dwellings, and separate to that, to identify the land Mr Scard mentioned earlier on west of the site as urban land, as a separate proposal. Yes? This is how the Minister's office documented it.
Well,
There's been a series, 4 or 5 attempts to increase the number of residential dwellings on the Science Park site to over 30,000, all documented in the material we have before us. How can you act vague or unsure about this?
I'm just trying to understand what your actual question is, Mr Latham.
Well,
I can't
I'm asking
comment
why have you come here to mislead this committee under oath about what you've tried to do with planning officials and ministerial advisors in moving from a science park with 12,000 knowledge-based jobs to 30,000 residential dwellings, all clearly documented here time after time.
I'd firstly like to comment, we haven't turned up here to mislead this committee.
Well, that's how it sounds.
It may sound that way, but I assure you we haven't turned up for that purpose. Now, if we'd made applications, it would have been many over time, or met with government officials or bureaucrats to change what our original plan was. I don't see the problem with that.
Okay.
I don't
The
understand.
problem is not what your evidence
Yeah.
indicated earlier on.
So
That's
just
the problem.
Sorry, just as chair, I
Maybe it
wanna-
might be my interpretation of your questions. I'm sorry.
and I want to give you the chance to correct the record, because I heard, and I don't have the Hansard right in front of me right now, but I heard a response to the question from Mr Farlow basically saying that there wasn't a proposal to increase the science park number of residential dwellings to over 30,000. That was actually in relation to another piece of land and 2 pieces of land. That's what I heard clearly. And now what I've been hearing in response to Mr Latham's questions is that actually, no, in relation to that science park land by itself, there has been proposals to increase to over $30,000 residential properties on that land. Is that correct? Which of those is correct?
I think we'll best take it on
Take it
notice.
on notice. I mean, it's
to clear it up.
to clear it up. So we can give you a chronological order of what we did and when we did it all.
Okay, but
I mean, we don't have all of our documentation here with us as to meetings and plans we put in, or meetings we have with the council or
No.
government.
But the science park is a pretty large part of your ongoing business, isn't it? Like, this is, you would think, sorry, I'm just trying to understand how you wouldn't know the answer to that. If this is such a large part of your investment portfolio, you've got a real vested interest in realising, value out of it. How do you not know how many residential properties you want to have on it?
What we don't know is the specifics of when we applied for something and how many, etc., which are these very detailed questions.
Okay.
We don't have that information here with us. We asked to be made aware of what question you might need so we can come armed and make this more productive. We don't have that.
Yeah.
So we simply
Okay.
don't have it with us. So if it's okay, we'd like to take it on notice and respond to Mr Latham's questions formally.
I'm happy for you to take on notice the specifics around what has happened in the past, but sitting here in front of us today, how many residential properties do you ideally want to see on the science park land?
It's actually, quite honestly, a moving feast. We have had so many models done internally from, with 3,400, there'll be 12,000. The development controls change, so that amends our plans as well too. I couldn't tell you until we really get stuck into it. I mean, the feasibilities will determine that as well.
But more than 3,400.
Ultimately, 3,400 dwellings can sit on less than 20% of the site. So if it's capped at 3,400, and we'll have 80% of the site unused, we see that as an absolute waste of land.
But that
And if
was
that's
your
the-
original plan.
Sorry?
Wasn't that the original plan?
That was the original plan. things change over time. I mean, nothing stands still. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, I guess when you had that original plan as well, you didn't have a metro that ran through the site. Is that correct? Or
yeah, well, our plan wasn't predicated on a train station being on the site.
so to the point of things changing, like that's a fairly significant change.
It is a change, yeah.
These
So-
documents
Wasn't there
indicate-
lobbying for a train? I thought
These documents indicate in 2013 you were telling Penrith Council and subsequently the state government you had a high expectation that there would be a train station on the site.
I'll have to take that on notice because I'm not aware of saying that to Penrith Council.
Well, Celestino did
I-
clearly in the documentation we've got.
Well, if that information could be provided to us, we can respond to it.
Okay.
I don't have that
Sorry.
information. No, sorry.
If I can ask, in terms of, so Luddenham Station set to be open in 2026. When people get off at Luddenham Station, what will they find at the Sydney Science Park?
In our opinion, not a great deal.
Okay. And what's your plans? When do you think things will actually be set in motion? I think you used the term before, get stuck in. When do you expect to be able to get stuck in and to be able to move forward with developing something at the Sydney Science Park?
So our application for our first 15 hectare subdivision of Science Park was submitted for initial assessment yesterday for Sears.
Okay. Yesterday.
Yesterday. We've been working on that for months to make that happen. That will set us up for, as I mentioned before, education, research, open space and residential dwellings. I think there was a comment in our submission about that. That will also include bulk earthworks and active transport links to the station, so that we can then, we're future-proofing it, but we're also connecting that future community to that station.
So you're effectively building out from the station. So the station and the town centre there effectively will be the focal point, and then your plans are to build out from there?
We're building in a location that's efficient to build. It's close to our first intersection. As I mentioned before, the cost to develop in the Aerotropolis is very high. We couldn't develop 4 kilometres into the project, so we're developing right at the front door with our first precinct, and that, if subsequent to approvals, we should see that in construction in 2026. So we'll have construction underway when that metro is happening. So any of those future workers that are attending site for that construction will be able to use that metro station.
But in answering your question, it's not at the train station.
No, it's not at the station.
It's a
So,
few
so
hundred.
whereabouts, I'm just looking at the map in terms of the Science Park boundary, whereabouts is it in that precinct?
So bottom right,
I could help you.
fronting Luddenham Road.
Okay, fronting
and then
Luddenham Road,
along
yep.
that southern boundary, heading
Okay.
west.
Bottom of the page.
So it sits just outside the 800 metre zone from the metro.
Okay.
But which also allows us that time to assess what's best placed around the metro.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Just if I can ask
Sorry,
one
you
question,
go.
and is part of that reckoning as well and reasoning behind it that you're looking still at potentially getting maybe higher densities around the train station itself?
Possibly in time, but we don't know. Possibly, right?
The one thing we did see on our site visit was the water treatment plant. What is the current status of that, and what is the sort of plan for that?
The plan still remains the same. That's still under construction. I think it's pretty close to being finished the end of this year, early next year, which will be then ready for us to connect to our future development.
Is there a intention of using that for other purposes? I know there was some talk of connecting to a hydrogen hub and all sorts of other things. Is that still a plan?
That's something that we'd have to talk with Sydney Water. We will be using that Sydney Water plant and the space in there for the STEM events and for education and purposes as well.
Yeah. What about commercial interest in that from other players? We got.
I can't comment on that in terms of the Sydney Water Treatment Plant.
We don't know.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just take you to the outer Sydney orbital? When you first lodged your plans with Penrith Council, you had the major problem of the preferred route for that orbital cutting right through the middle of the Sydney Science Park site. How was that problem overcome?
The problem of it.
The outer
So-
Sydney orbital, very wide
Yes.
corridor taking in rail and road, was originally planned to cut through the middle of what's now the Sydney Science Park site. How was that problem overcome?
I'm not sure. That'd be a question for Transport for New South Wales. I was not involved at that time.
Right. Have you got records of the intensive lobbying that Celestino undertook to Ray Williams, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Premier for Western Sydney, and also Transport for New South Wales through this period, and also the Federal Defence Minister Maurice Payne, who was said to be a supporter of the Sydney Science Park project to try and get the outer Sydney orbital moved to the defence land at Orchard Hills. This happened in 2015 and 2016. In March of 2016, the consultants for Transport New South Wales said the preferred route was to cut through the middle of the Science Park site, but you managed to have it moved to the eastern side near the Twin Hills estate.
Twin Creeks.
Twin
Yes.
Creeks, yeah. Can you take that on notice?
Absolutely,
List
absolutely.
The,
I mean,
the lobbying, because you've got a remarkable. There's plenty of people in New South Wales that'd like to have your strike rate for success in lobbying the state government to get these things done. But Mr. Camilleri, you've got no recollection of lobbying any ministers or officials about the route of the outer Sydney orbital?
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever.
Categorically.
If I could just ask, back to Mr. Latham's question before about the MOUs that you've entered into with New South Wales Government, the federal government and the like. What are the status of those MOUs at the moment? Are they progressing at all, or like the CSIRO? I think what is it? The Living Hub or
The Living Lab?
Yeah, Living Lab is to be located. What's the status of those at present?
We are still running the Urban Living Lab with CSIRO, but that's a program. It's not a building or a head
Okay.
office. As far as we're aware, that went to Bradfield.
Okay. And in terms of, were there any financial benefits that were provided to, I shouldn't say financial benefits, but as part of those MOUs, did you receive any funding as part of those, or from the state government or the federal government?
There was one MOU. I'd have to take that on notice. It was regarding an arboretum that we sought funding for research around greening Western Sydney and urban heat island effects. But unfortunately, that got cancelled because of the Aerotropolis precinct plans. We were unable to provide a site to be able to enact on that funding, so that research project was lost. And that was another one that was under the Urban Living Lab.
Okay, thank you.
With the STEM school in the Catholic sector, their organisation said they never had any capital plans for this. It was never in their forward planning at all. So why was it ever advertised?
Well, we can't speak for the Catholics, but
No, you can speak for yourself though. Why did your organisation constantly list on your website all these agreements with government, none of which have come about,
Because
including the Catholic STEM high school, for which they had no capital allocation or planning?
we can't comment as to whether they had no allocation internally, Mr. Latham, but I can tell you that we had an MOU with the Catholic school that got amended, extended. We had various plans. We met with them frequently. We're intense with the Catholic side. I don't understand that. I can't comment what their internal financial plans are. We're not privy to that.
Right. And whatever became of Andrew Constance's autonomous vehicle hub agreement with Transport for New South Wales? There was going to be a research centre there for, I think he called it the Jetson City, flying cars that were going to be developed in research.
As mentioned before, all those MOUs, and sadly for us as well, have been paused or lost, and we need to reinvigorate them once we have certainty in our future
Right.
project.
Can you give us a list of those that are paused and also a list of those that have been lost?
We can take that on
On
notice.
notice?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
In terms of the viability of the science park, are you concerned about the development at Central Station of the Tech Central precinct? Is that going to, do you see that as being in competition for some of the businesses you might otherwise have attracted?
That's a very good question.
It's a very broad question.
Very broad.
We'd be more concerned with what the government's doing at Bradfield. Because I think, as they've stated publicly a few years ago, the Greater Sydney Commission thought that the Sydney Science Park was a great concept and they've copied it. So I think they're on record saying that, and we don't get excited about having to compete with the state government because we certainly don't have the pockets that they have. So, I mean, that in itself has made us rethink our plans. We still believe in the vision. We're going to proceed with it. We've poured a lot of money into this project where a lot of developers might have packed up and left. We haven't, and we're not going to. But, you know, it might be a smaller amount of signs now, given whatever Bradfield or the government are going to do there. You know, the CSIRO were with us on board, like, fully on. Well, what have happened there? Well, they'll be at Bradfield now. That's done and dusted.
Understanding.
Yeah, it's our understanding. So,
Right.
and I think there's a number of those as well that have occurred. So we simply are not in a position to compete with government.
You're saying they've copied you at the Aerotropolis.
I think they've gone public on it, Mr. Latham.
Right. That's
Yeah.
why nothing's happened at either site.
Well, I guess we'll take it as a compliment to start with that they thought the science park was a great idea, so it confirms our vision, which we're still committed to, and we remain committed to, and we still pour money into this site. And I'm happy to say to this committee, we're not far off $100 million that we've poured into it, including the Sydney water treatment plant, which is a major cost for us. And we haven't got 1 cent of revenue out of it, and we're
Well, you're about to, though, with the acquisition of the Metro site.
well, we can't
Government's
comment
got to
on-
pay you for that.
Well, we don't want to make any large assumptions here, but that's a matter that's in litigation. So,
So it's not true to say you'll get no revenue from
no,
government.
I was about to say to you, we've had no revenue, and we're not forecasting any revenue for the next 3 to 5 years out of the development that we do. We're talking about a resumption now. I think they're separate issues.
Can I ask you about
So-
this Sydney water sewage treatment plant, which I understand you've got application in for reticulation services to be connected to it. What was there any lobbying for that to be brought forward?
To be brought forward, I'm not sure about that part.
Well, it
but
appears
the-
as though the decision to build it and put it out there was somewhat out of sequence.
Yes.
So I'm just
out
curious
of
as to.
sequence.
Well, that's
sorry,
not-
sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
That's not for us to say it was out of sequence. That's a decision that Sydney Water would make. That agreement we came to with Sydney Water took, I'm guessing now, probably 2 years to put together. Now, it's a fully blown commercial agreement that we have paid for fully. It's a substantial cost to us. So clearly Sydney Water saw merit in that agreement,
Yeah.
and they proceeded with it. I mean, we paid for it, not
Yeah,
them. So
sure.
whether it was out of sequence or not, we're not in a position to comment. We don't know.
Well, was
the
there
full-
was there original timeline that was altered in the wake of the negotiations with Sydney Water?
It would have been delayed without a doubt from the originally envisaged timeline. Well, you know, and we work with each other, been a great partner, and we're nearly at the end of that road. But
And were the lobbyists involved in those negotiations?
no, I don't. No, we did that directly. With them.
Directly.
Our previous CEO did that with Sydney Water, but it was a long road getting that agreement signed off.
Yeah, and
It
you
wasn't-
got documentation to that effect?
Oh, absolutely.
Would we be able to be availed of that?
Can we take that on notice? I mean, it's a commercially in confidence agreement, but
Yeah.
we just have to take advice. on
Sure.
it. Yeah. I got nothing to hide, but
Yeah.
And likewise, if you could take on notice what the cost of that has been as well to Celestino.
we'll take that on notice.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we'll take that notice.
Yes,
Yeah.
we will.
And just to note that the if there is information that you are concerned about when in response to these questions to provide on notice, you can ask for that information to be kept confidential. So it's just for the committee's benefit. But there are rules around whether or not we accept the request. But there is that is something that we could consider. Can I also ask? We talked earlier about that trip to Israel in 2016. If you could let us know on notice whether the government paid for that or for any part of that, or whether that was self-funded by Celestino for Celestino's part of that role, that would be very useful as well.
Yep. That's no problem.
For sure.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, most importantly, Mr. Camilleri, how's Sunshine in Paris going to go on Saturday?
Oh, Mr.
This
Latham.
man is the breeder of winks, by the way. I know we're giving you a hard time today.
No, you haven't
but
given us
we
a hard
give
time.
you
You
credit
do-
for that. But
you-
how will Sunshine go on Saturday?
Oh, I just
Can
wish.
she beat Bella Nipotina?
Oh, look, I just wish you had some influence in racing New South Wales and getting us a better barrier draw, mate.
I wouldn't go to him.
I know you do. I know you do.
Well, we've drawn out 9 again, Mark.
Have you? Well, you ought to see where my mare keeps drawing.
Where?
13, 15, 17, so nine's not too bad.
I didn't realise you like horses so much.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've got
It's
some.
quite I like this.
He's always got a horse in the race.
So that does conclude our session. Thank you very much for making yourselves available and for providing the evidence you provided today. It's been very useful. The committee secretariat will be in touch in relation to the questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. But that does conclude our session, and we will take a short break and be back at 12:30.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
welcome back. We now welcome our next panel of witnesses. If I could get you to each please state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation. I'll start with you, Ms. Jeffrey.
Angela Jeffrey. I'm the Head of Project Delivery at Sydney Metro, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kinch.
My name's Justine Kinch. I'm the Director for Western Sydney Aerotropolis at Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Hunter.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name's Simon Hunter. I'm the Chief Transport Planner at Transport for New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would you like to commence by making a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. I would. So good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. As I said, my name's Simon Hunter. I'm Chief Transport Planner, so can address some of the questions around our strategy, some of the corridors and questions around fuel pipelines. I'm joined by Ms. Justine Kinch, who focuses on integrated transport within and supporting the Aerotropolis, and Ms. Angela Jeffrey, who is the Head of Project Delivery at Sydney Metro. We, on behalf of our agency, would like to acknowledge the submissions and witness contributions so far, which really, I think, talk to the scale and complexity of the planning for and building a new city within our greater metropolitan area. With Western Sydney evolving at an unprecedented rate and the new Western Sydney International Airport presenting huge opportunities for local communities, we know and understand that the corresponding development for our transport infrastructure network and the services on that network are crucial to realising the vision for this area. As other recent parliamentary inquiries have heard, transport is a key enabler for this development, and it will support the creation of jobs, emerging industries and economic activity. The long-term government vision for activating the Aerotropolis is underpinned by extensive land use and transport planning work done in collaboration with our colleagues in other agencies, including the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, and with the communities. Whilst we think that we've made great progress to lay the foundation for the network to support the unlocking of development and the airport opening, we recognise that there is plenty more to be done, including significant investment from government. And at Transport for New South Wales, we continue to work closely to develop the network to support that future growth, ensuring that we respond to land use decisions and needs when we're prioritising and sequencing each stage of the work across the Aerotropolis. Our work is also being used to help inform a sector plan that Infrastructure New South Wales is developing for the Aerotropolis, and that will work to bring together the inputs of our colleagues across planning, water, and of course transport to provide that clear staging plan and identify pathways for accelerating work where it has the potential to deliver early benefits. Transport for New South Wales has welcomed the support of the INSW Coordinator General to consider how we can streamline our business case processes and help to deliver things in a speedier manner for communities and realise the benefits of these investments. We also know and understand that industry is keen to see this new infrastructure in place, and we are working with developers and industry bodies in a regular way. The budget and funding commitments from both the Australian and New South Wales governments this year are going to help us deliver some pretty important upgrades on Elizabeth Drive and Mamre Road over the next couple of years, and we're aiming to share some upgrades and some information about these upgrades going forward. These upgrades that are being worked on will build on the existing infrastructure and services that are or are nearly completed, including Bringelly Road, the Northern Road, the M12 and the M7-M12 interchange, and of course the new Sydney Metro Western Sydney Airport line, and some of the bus services that have been talked about and committed in previous plans. Transport for New South Wales remains committed to partnering with communities and industry to help deliver this new city, and we look forward to answering your questions this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lot to talk about. Can I just ask as a threshold question, Transport for New South Wales presumably keeps a lobbyist register, like who's coming in at whatever times. Are you able to provide on notice the lobbyist register records that you've kept since sort of 2013. I just want to know sort of what meetings have been held in relation to what.
Absolutely happy to take that question on notice, and we will provide what we can. I don't know, Ms Kinch, do you have any information on the protocols that we've followed in the Aerotropolis work, or any of that might help provide a bit of context?
A little bit of extra context. We engage regularly with developers in the precinct and industry stakeholders in the precinct to update them on our transport plans on a regular basis. We do keep that forum open. It's publicly available information, but we invite all developers in the precinct to that to hear our plans so they can continue their work. With respect to anything to do with a development application where we're dealing directly with developers, we also have full records of all of those conversations. Yeah,
that's what I'm interested in particular, especially around the Sydney Science Park, just to see what discussions were had there and when. Can I ask you, one of the most perplexing things about the way that the airport has been designed is in relation to this fuel pipeline, or the lack of. Can you talk us through, I guess, given two things, given how perplexed people are, whether there's any opportunity for it to be sort of reconsidered in terms of putting that dedicated pipeline in, but also in the absence of that, what the plans are to ensure that that fuel can be safely carried on our roads without destroying the roads as well.
No, happy to answer that question. So, as you'll be aware, when the commitment was made to the airport, there was a significant challenge around moving aviation fuel identified, and a fuel pipeline was identified, as we understand, in around about February 2016, and then classified by Infrastructure Australia as a high priority near-term project. Project planning has been carried out by Transport for New South Wales over the years subsequent to that, to look at the most effective and sustainable approach to delivering fuel pipelines, looking to minimise the impact of construction on the community and environment. The Western Sydney Airport Fuel Line Pipeline Project was part of the New South Wales Freight and Ports Plan 2018 to 2023, and was also an action for Transport for New South Wales in the conditions of approval for the Western Sydney International Airport. The movement of fuel, as you've rightly pointed out, is currently dominated by road in New South Wales, but pipelines have proven to be quite an effective route for transporting fuel from import terminals to inland depots. In the New South Wales Freight and Ports Plan 2018 to 2023, Western Sydney Fuel Pipeline was identified as a key action to reduce distances travelled by road tankers, particularly through some congested parts of Sydney. So Transport for New South Wales has identified a short list of available fuel pipeline alignments, and we've been working with the Western Sydney Airport Co to support them in seeking a fuel supply to the airport via pipeline. The most recent information I have is that in April 2023, Western Sydney Airport ran an expressions of interest process to provide the opportunity for bona fide interested parties to express their interest in the design, construction and operation of a fuel pipeline from a fuel terminal to an existing New South Wales port. Transport for New South Wales is available to continue to support the Western Sydney Airport Company on that, and we've provided our inputs to help inform their decision making around the potential alignments for those pipelines.
So that sounds promising. From the discussions that we had with Western Sydney, sorry, I've forgotten the name of the corporation, but the entity that's running it. When I asked about this in our sort of informal briefing, there was a suggestion that it wouldn't be possible to have a pipeline until the airport was commercially viable. Whose responsibility will it be to fund that pipeline? Is your expectation that it's something that will have to be borne by the airport operator as opposed to by Transport or by New South Wales Government at some point?
It's a good question, Chair. If you do require more detail, I'm happy to take it on notice, but my understanding is that those pipelines are commercially viable entities themselves, so that there is potential for them to be developed at zero cost to government. And I don't want to speculate, but if the airport are advising that there's not an option until the airport is fully up and running from a commercial point of view, perhaps that is because the funding and financing can only be done when there is the significant throughput and volume.
I guess the question is, whose responsibility is it, or whose decision is it as to whether or not we are using roads to transport fuel, or to actually pay to have, or to partner, or whatever it is, with somebody to have a pipeline.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any fuel pipelines that have been constructed by Transport for New South Wales or New South Wales government agencies, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, so it sounds like then that if it's not a condition of the development, then it's really just up to the airport operator as to whether or not there is one.
Yeah, again, my understanding is there was a condition of approval for Transport to investigate it. I'm not sure that extended to delivery.
Okay. In the absence of a pipeline, though, it will be Transport's responsibility for ensuring that those, hazardous goods can be delivered on our roads safely. Or I guess, how does that impact on your planning, not knowing what the airport operator is going to be doing?
Yeah, I think that is a good question. In terms of the timing around any pipeline and the delivery of that, I'll have to take that on notice. And equally, if there is detailed information around how that movement of goods is being planned for, I don't actually have that to hand, so I would have to take that on notice as well.
Yeah, because the airports are going to open in 2026, is that right? I always get this date wrong. I think I keep forgetting what year it is. So 2026... So if there is no pipeline by then, presumably there's quite a lot of work to do to prepare for the fuel to actually be delivered by road. It concerns me that it sounds like that planning is not yet in place.
Perhaps I could
Please
assist Mr Hunter. We are anticipating that the fuel will be trucked in the initial phases by road. We don't yet know where the fuel supplies will be coming from, but we'll be using our standard requirements for moving sort of heavy vehicles through the precinct and beyond. So once we've got more confirmation on where that fuel's coming from, we'll work with the airport on those routes to make sure that they are as safe as possible.
Okay, so from a technical perspective then, when you then have that route, is there work that needs to be done to reinforce roads, or do agreements need to be entered into with councils in terms of who's responsible for maintenance and upgrades?
There are requirements around the movement of those sort of moving fuel through our roads. With respect to road upgrades and maintenance, we're working on that as part of our road network for the airport precinct. All the major freight roads, so we've already delivered the Northern Road, Bringelly Road, and the M12 motorway will be complete ahead of the airport opening. All those roads are new and will help facilitate that movement of the fuel.
But again, it depends on the route as to exactly where it's going to be coming from. The decision not to have 24-hour metro access to a 24-hour airport, what are the chances of, how do we make it so that it is 24 hours?
So the metro obviously needs maintenance. It's been designed to be a high-frequency, safe, reliable metro. Our city operations and our northwest operations are achieving 99% reliability, and that's largely underpinned because of the maintenance regimes that deliver those services, and the Western Sydney Airport Metro will be no different. So it will operate for 20 hours a day, and the 4-hour maintenance period will make sure that we are delivering that high reliability. There will be interconnections with the T1 line at St Mary's, so we will work with the timetabling to make sure that that's a seamless transition. and working with provision of bus services for the 4 hours overnight to make sure that people can still move around Western Sydney and access the airport for that maintenance period. When we were designing the system, we did look to examples, international examples, and one that we reference is the Heathrow Airport, where it also has a similar maintenance period and works with a bus service and a heavy train service and metro service in combination to allow for that necessary maintenance.
Yeah, but the Heathrow Express is effectively like a tube. It only takes 15 minutes. It's a very quick service to get you into the centre of London.
Yeah.
It's very different to getting on a bus and swapping at St Mary's and then getting on a train. And for somebody who's coming from overseas,
the maintenance period for the Heathrow service is similar. So we have looked to international services where that service isn't 24 hours. It also has a maintenance period. And we've looked to those examples, and we will continue to look at how the timetabling works.
But in Heathrow, when you arrive, there's no point when you arrive where you can't get either Heathrow Express or the tube, pending some terrible weather events, which has led to often you can't get out of Heathrow. But normally they have it so that either they have the heavy rail or the tube available at all times. So there's always that option to just hop on to something that's happened. Like Heathrow is every half hour in the the dead of night, but the rest of the time it's every 15 minutes for the Heathrow Express. That's again a very different option. How long will it take if you have to get a bus and then swap at St Mary's to get into the centre of Sydney after landing?
So the bus would be a connection back to St Mary's, so it'll be a connection that is similar to the metro. So it's a replacement, if you like. So the metro will be a 5-minute service in the peak periods, and for that 4-hour period overnight, when the maintenance is occurring, it will be similar to what you've described at Heathrow, where you might have one service or another service, but you can still move around from the airport to where you need to go. This won't be any different to that.
Okay, but it's not a bus. Sorry, I don't want to labour this point, but there's a big difference between getting your luggage, scooting along, going straight onto a flat entrance into a tube or a train, and then standing there with your luggage for 15 minutes and then getting off, as opposed to getting on a bus, having to lift your luggage up, put it in the thing. Everybody's like, it's a very different experience for travellers. Is there any future in which we end up with 24-hour train or metro from Western Sydney Airport?
Because of the maintenance needs, so the railway itself needs to be maintained and all of the trains need to be maintained. That window for maintenance has been reduced to the most kind of efficient period that's possible. So the 20 hours where the metro is running, we are seeing over 99% reliability and availability of our metro service on North West and on City and South West. This will be the same. So for the 20 hours that it's running, the people accessing the airport will have a high-frequency, safe, reliable metro and a replacement service for the 4 hours where that absolutely critical maintenance needs to occur to underpin that reliability and the safe metro that's offered for the 20 hours.
Because we only have that one rail option. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. Mr Hunter, can I take you to what seems to be a previous role you had in the determination of the corridor for the outer Sydney orbital? What was your involvement at that time around 2015, 2016?
I wasn't directly involved with the corridor planning at that point, Mr Latham. I was in a role at Transport for New South Wales then. It was a strategic land use planning role. There was a peer role of mine, a major projects transport planning role that existed at that time, and the team that did that planning reported into the executive director of that team. Was that Ms Gardner Barnes? I reported to Ms Gardner Barnes at that point, and I think my peer that you're looking to identify was Mr Tim Raymond.
Right. And do you remember in November 2015, a memo Ms Gardner-Barnes approved, drafted by you, advising Penrith Council they shouldn't go ahead with the public exhibition for the Sydney Science Park because your department, your agency, wanted to finalise the route of the Outer Sydney Orbital to get that in place and make sure that land use thereafter followed the best possible corridor for the Outer Sydney Orbital.
I don't recall the memo specifically, Mr Latham. I do remember there was ongoing discussions with Penrith Council at the time, and subsequent to that period there was significant consultation with Council, with other stakeholders around the Outer Sydney Orbital.
Yeah, Penrith Council went ahead and exhibited the Sydney Science Park against your best advice, unfortunately. Then Transport for New South Wales put 2 Outer Sydney Orbital corridor options out for public consultation. There was a so-called yellow option that cut through the northern part of the Sydney Science Park and a blue option to the east. There was. Do you recall any subsequent consultancy reports from ACOM and a further consultancy report identifying the yellow option as the best one to proceed with?
I don't, Mr Latham. As I indicated, that team didn't actually report into my function at the time, the team that had worked on that corridor planning, so I'm relying on the advice that I've been given.
Right, and is Jeff Carl still involved as the head of the corridor preservation?
I'm not sure about the appropriateness of me providing advice on the status of specific public servants.
Does he still work at Transport for New South Wales? Back then he was the head of the corridor preservation unit. Do you recall that?
At the time, yes, I do recall.
You recall that?
Yep.
At the time, maybe we need to call him as a witness, but why would he have intervened in May of 2016, CCing into his email to some of his colleagues, Jeremy Spinack from Celestino, saying Jeremy Spinack has just phoned and stated that their preferred option is for the Outer Sydney Orbital to go along the eastern alignment rather than across the western northern alignment, which would have cut through their property. And then that's what exactly happened. How often in these corridor negotiations would one company receive this sort of preferential treatment?
I'm not aware of the email that you're referring to, Mr Latham. If you wish to table it, I'd be happy to take that on notice. Per the Chair's earlier question, I think we're going to come back with a list of any engagements with lobbyists. I also don't have records with me of discussions with Celestino, but I'm aware that there were some at the time. As I've indicated, I wasn't involved.
Right.
My understanding of the process that was followed for the corridor was that in the long-term transport master plan that was identified in 2012, this was identified as a future priority, and then there was subsequent work undertaken to identify various route options before settling on a preferred option.
Yeah, well, it seems to indicate, the maps seem to indicate that the only deviation from the highest ranked corridor along the entire 80-kilometre length of it was the one that benefited Sydney Science Park, as Mr Carl emailed the Celestino representatives to say, well, that's likely what we're likely to do, and it's this sort of strange S-bend, if I can describe it that way, that runs across the top of the airport site and then goes further east to miss the science park. Have you got a recollection of that? Was that the only variation in the 80-kilometre length?
My understanding is there were a number of changes to the corridor as a result of the exhibition and feedback that was received on that. With regards to the Sydney Science Park site, I understand there were several key design considerations, including the viability of using defence land, directness of connection with the Western Sydney Airport, navigating crossings with the Metro line and the Warragamba pipeline, the undulation of the land to the west of Luddenham Road, and co-location with the M12 motorway. The co-location with the M12 motorway, as I understand it, was one of the biggest factors in the decision, because the option that had previously gone through the Sydney Science Park was not compatible with the M12 motorway. These two projects, the corridor alignment for Outer Sydney Orbital and the M12 motorway, were being developed at the same time by separate project teams. And my understanding is that to address the incompatibility between the two projects that had arisen, the Outer Sydney orbital alignment was changed to interchange with the M12 at its current interchange point north of the airport, and then use the M12 between the M12 and Northern Road as part of the alignment. And that this change significantly reduced the overall land requirement and will lower the future cost of delivering that project.
Could I just ask who prepared that briefing note for you?
The briefing note was prepared by officers that work in my team, in the Corridor Identification and Protection team.
Oh, okay, you're now in charge of the corridor preservation.
That team now reports in through me, yes.
They report to you. Are you able to, on notice, assist the committee with furnishing correspondence, lobbying efforts by Celestino and other correspondence to Mr Carl and others that relate to how this change was made to assist the Sydney Science Park?
As we have taken on notice the question from the Chair around any intersection with lobbyists, we will provide what information we can. Again, my understanding is that it was largely due to the M12 and Outer Sydney Orbital project intersection that the decision was made to change the alignment. If there is records of correspondence that haven't been picked up in previous inquiries or calls for papers, I'll absolutely ensure the search is undertaken for them.
Well, I suppose, quite frankly, the change looks in this correspondence to have been made because Mr Carl was lobbied by Celestino, and he said if that's what they want, that's what they should get, effectively. So could you have a revisit of the correspondence and the briefing note you've been supplied with to see if that's the case?
Yes, if you can provide the correspondence or any of that, I'll absolutely ask that it be looked at.
Thank you. Thanks for that. And could I ask, Ms Jeffrey, are you aware of Sydney Metro research about the origins of the alignment of the Badgerys Creek to St Mary's Metro and the decision to have a station at Luddenham at the Sydney Science Park?
Yeah, so Metro undertook a business case to analyse the best alignment and the number of stations to complete the business case analysis. Does that answer your question?
Well, are you aware of a preliminary town planning report commissioned by Sydney Metro's external lawyers Ashurst that indicates that Celestino kind of got a nod or an agreement, a tentative agreement from the O'Farrell government as far back as 2011 that if they went ahead with this Sydney Science Park, they'd end up with some form of rail station?
I'm aware of the report. The report was commissioned to assist with the acquisition process and the market value assessment. That underpinned the submission to the Valuer General in relation to that compulsory acquisition.
Yeah, the author of the report writes that preliminary discussions between the proponents, Celestino, and the New South Wales government about the rail line and the station appear to have occurred prior to December 2013, seemingly as early as 2011. And then the author, a respected planning consultant, sought from Sydney Metro some further information, background material, as to what those discussions might have been, and was somewhat frustrated in that the response from Andrew Miller, the acquisition manager, Sydney Western Airport, Sydney Metro, all he could say, it's considered there was a high expectation from the landowner, Celestino, that a station would be delivered to Sydney Science Park. So it raises the obvious point, how did they know this before the second airport was even announced, before anyone started these detailed studies? How did Celestino know as far back as 2013 they were getting a rail station?
So that report was commissioned to assess, and in line with the Act, assess the market value, and that was really the focus of the work that the team had commissioned the report and served its purpose in assisting the market value of the land.
Yeah, well, in all fairness, the consultant, sure, was doing what you've described, but was also incredibly curious as to how a metro station now being completed in the middle of cow and horse paddocks, and we're all concerned about that, how the proponent, Celestino, had a high expectations, some form of agreement with the then government, that they'd get a rail station before they'd even had their planning material finalised at Penrith Council or at the New South Wales Planning Department. So could you on notice undertake to look at the material the consultant was seeking in that regard, please?
Yep, happy to.
Okay. If it's available, it would be incredibly useful to this committee in solving one of the great mysteries. And just on this question, how have we ended up with this very important and expensive metro station being built at Luddenham in the middle of horse and cow paddocks?
So the metro, the station selection process is subject to a business case. It happens on all of the business case analysis that are undertaken for a metro project. There are two stations at the airport, obviously servicing a business park and the terminal station itself. There's a station at the Aerotropolis site, which is government-owned land, and then there is a station at St Mary's, which interchanges with the T1 line. In between those two stations, being the St Mary's station and the airport, there was a consideration as to the best location for intermediate stations, and that was influenced by topography, geotechnical information, the Warragamba pipelines, job creations, providing the greatest catchment for the community in the future, noting that this project is the first step in developing Western Sydney. And all of those aspects, actually, in journey time, and all of those aspects have really influenced the best assessment for where the stations could be, noting that there's a significant defence land in between Orchard Hills and Luddenham. So those aspects have influenced the station locations.
Can I ask, sorry, the business case then, who was that written by?
The final business case was written by Sydney Metro.
Okay. Does Sydney Metro use any consultants to help prepare those business cases?
Yep, there are consultants that are commissioned from time to time for various aspects. The consultant commission that Mr Latham has spoken to happened several years after the business case, and it was commissioned to assist with the assessment and the fair market assessment of the acquisition that was undertaken.
Yeah,
so separate.
No, but sorry, I mean the business case itself that was written in relation to this, or basically that was used to support this metro station being where it is. Who helped? Which consultants helped write that?
Can I provide that to you on notice?
Yes, please.
I think it was Cox, but I'll have to come back to you if that's okay.
Thank you.
So, but why did you proceed with this station and alignment, given that the metro business case you've referred to, Ms Jeffrey, estimates the line will have peak loadings of 880 passengers per hour, just 11% of the capacity of the metro in one direction? That's peak.
So the business case was completed, submitted to government, and government made the decision to deliver the project. But the metro itself is the first step in developing developing and executing a long-standing plan. The project itself will, over time, deliver diverse jobs for the future. It will deliver, housing outcomes and great places.
That's not what I asked. Did the business case show that for 89% of the time in peak, the metro we're talking about through Luddenham to St Mary's will be empty?
So the business case showed that in 2056 there would be, as you've called out, the number of passengers being able to access the metro, but it will be servicing and connecting Western Sydney to Western Sydney. It will be connecting the rest of the world to Western Sydney and Sydney more broadly, and providing those jobs and economic.
Sydney Metro relied on a benefit-cost ratio for the project of just 0.75. with 18% of the benefits flowing to public transport use and 64% to urban development benefits, mainly Celestino, who are now pressing to turn their ghost science park into a housing estate.
There were 23 benefits that underpinned the business case that was submitted to government, and the project then funded for delivery, and we're really excited to be delivering that project.
What did Sydney Metro recommend to the Minister, though? This particular alignment and station?
After the analysis that was undertaken and all of the option analysis that was completed as a part of the robust business case process, the recommendation was made to government.
So, sorry.
For what's now being built?
Yes.
That was your recommendation?
Sorry, Mr Latham, I just want to get the timeline there. So it was prepared, this business case was prepared with the help of one or more consultants, which you'll come back and check, and then signed off by who before it then went to who?
Oh, so it's submitted to government,
Which bit of government?
Central government. So it's submitted to cabinet for consideration and then funded as a project. And once a project's funded, then it's
Did
delivered.
it get signed off by the Transport Minister before it went into cabinet?
I'd have to take that on notice, but that does sound like a standard process. But I
Yes.
would like to take that on notice to confirm for sure.
Okay.
The business case would have also been independently assured by Infrastructure New South Wales as part of that investment decision-making process followed by New South Wales Government.
Okay. If it's possible to provide on notice a chain of who approved what when in relation to that business case and the project, that would be very helpful in clarifying.
Happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
if the benefit cost ratio was 0.75, what was it for extending the heavy line from Leppington to Badgerys Creek?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Can you? Thank you. But that would have been part of the analysis to look at alternatives.
The business case was prepared just before I joined Metro, so I would have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I think it's also a matter of record that up until the city's deal, signed by Stuart Ayres, all the planning out of Transport had been to extend that Leppington line. So if you can find the benefit cost ratio for that, it would be very helpful, because I'm reliably informed it's a lot higher than 0.75. And with regard to your point, Mr Hunter, about Infrastructure New South Wales, how then do you explain the heavy criticism by Infrastructure Australia of this Badgerys Creek to St Mary's line, where they say there's not sufficient evidence that the proposed project is the best solution for linking Western Sydney Airport by public transport, and they concluded that the benefits of the project do not justify its costs?
I'm not probably best placed to answer that. I don't know.
You can take that on notice if someone in the
you've
transport
seen-
system can provide a response to the heavy criticism of Infrastructure Australia, who basically said, as per the business case, that this thing's a white elephant.
What I would say, Mr Latham, is that there have been a series of strategic planning documents since sort of 2018 to now about
Further back.
integrating, well, the
2000
long-term transport
2010.
master plan in
Yeah.
2012 perhaps was a significant plan under the then government that identified a series of future and long-term infrastructure networks. The planning for the Western Sydney Airport really changed quite significantly when there was the investment decision making around the Western Sydney Airport to come online, and subsequently the Greater Sydney Commission, as it was at the time, planning for that metropolis of three cities with a third city in the Western Parkland. And Transport for New South Wales, in partnership with the Commonwealth Government, undertook a rail needs study that recommended, I believe, in the long term, both the extension of a link from the South West Rail Link as it is now and a north-south metro spine. These are all currently being investigated through business cases that were an election commitment of the Minns government as well.
Are you referring there to the Western Sydney Rail Needs Scoping Study?
I am referring to that as one of those documents, yes.
Yeah, it found that the Leppington line extension was a less expensive $6 billion option against $11 billion to St Mary's, and also, I quote, the simplest way to provide a train service to the proposed Western Sydney Airport. So why wasn't that advice accepted?
My understanding is that the Western Sydney Rail Needs Study states that the north-south rail link between Schofields and Campbelltown Macarthur via the Western Sydney Airport should be prioritised, and that other east-west links merited further investigation.
I think we're talking at cross purposes. This is a comparison between the St Mary's Metro and extension of the Leppington line, where the scoping study found that Leppington extension was less expensive and a better way of linking up to the airport.
Okay.
Can you take on notice any documentation as to why that advice wasn't followed?
Happy to take on notice what the evidence was around that. My understanding, it was a decision of government that was made in consultation with the federal government as well around what they would prioritise.
I'm sure it was a
initial
decision of
investment
government,
in.
but I hope you understand that when we visit the Sydney Science Park and you see no private investment there at all, a government-built water facility, and most absurdly a metro station in the middle of horse and cow paddocks, your average taxpayer would think, Why the hell have we ever funded this?
I'm going to go to.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just go to Mr. Primrose online.
Thank you. I just have two quick questions. I think they're both following up questions asked by the chair initially. My first question is the same one that I asked in estimates for years of various transport and planning ministers, and that is in relation to the fact that we're actually going to eventually need a fuel pipeline. What's the reason that no easement has yet been identified? No alignment has yet been identified in terms of planning from wherever it will come into the airport after so many years.
There have, Mr. Primrose, been some options identified, and I believe that those options for potential pathways were shared with the Western Sydney Airport, who, as I indicated in response to the Chair's question, we understand ran an expressions of interest process in April 2023. I'm not privy to the details or the outcomes of that investigation or the results of that EOI process.
Well, every time I've asked this for years, I'm told, obviously, you'll need a pipeline. I mean, you can't have trucks going up and down, along with other vehicles, forever. And when I've asked it most recently, when we visited the airport, I was told all of that is commercial in confidence. And yet concrete's being poured. Concrete's being poured not only around the Aerotropolis, roads are being constructed, and presumably this thing is not going to be a huge flyover across various residential areas. So then, and those areas are being constructed. We have medium, high density, etc. locations. So I'm just trying to identify how it is rational, having known for well over a decade that we're going to need a pipeline, but there's no alignment identified which will allow planning to take place around that, rather than possibly the issue of demolition being required when this actually goes in.
I think we're going to have to take.
Am I missing something
I think we're going to have to take that question on notice, Mr. Primrose. My recollection is that the decision of the former government was to partner with the airport and enable them to have access to the materials Transport had developed, with a view to this being a potentially commercial standalone proposition.
Well, look, when you take it on notice, is someone with far greater intellect than I obviously have able to explain why, in terms of planning for an airport, when it's been clearly identified now for over a decade that you're going to need to have a fuel pipeline, that no one yet can say where it's going to go? I'm not asking who's going to build it, but where is it actually going to go? Which suburbs is it going to go through? And who should be planning now around the Aerotropolis and the airport generally, where construction is taking place, and as I said, roads are being constructed? How is the pipeline going to affect that? I don't know. So I would actually like you to take that on notice, because I've now been asking this in budget estimates of sundry ministers now for well over a decade. And the only answer I get is, yes, it's required, it's commercial in confidence, and we don't know. My second question, Chair, is the other question I've asked in budget estimates for years, and that is, given that we're talking probably about an airport that's largely going to be a freight airport for a long time, what are the options relating to freight rail and a link to this airport, rather than having more trucks simply on Western Sydney roads?
I've not been involved in any investigations of a rail link to the Western Sydney Airport for freight, and we will take that on notice. But my understanding of the air freight,
from me was Minister Ayres when I asked him
My
budget estimates a number of years ago.
my understanding, and I believe he might be appearing this afternoon.
Yes, I'm looking forward to asking him the same.
My understanding, though, Mr. Primrose, is that the aviation supply chains typically don't rely on rail as their primary mode of moving the aviation freight. That it is largely a road-based movement, and that's based on it being sort of higher value, lighter weight freight than what is typically transported by rail. So I'm not sure that there would be a demand case for a freight rail specific link to an airport with the supply chains and logistics chains the way they work.
And not only the airport, the logistic developments around the airport. You're saying they probably won't need a freight rail system.
No, Mr. Primrose, my answer was specific about the airport and aviation freight with regards to serving the freight needs of of Sydney and of Western Sydney. The New South Wales Government is investigating the development and delivery of an intermodal terminal and a Western Sydney freight line to connect to that Mamre Road precinct as part of the future planning for how we move goods around the city.
When is the expectation that a decision might be made on that?
Funding has been provided to develop a business case for that. A strategic business case has been developed and we're now in the process of developing a final business case. I don't have a timing of when the government may consider that business case and make an investment decision.
And what would be your expectation about when that would actually be operational?
I think in some public documentation from I think it might have been one of the planning agencies, I think there was a discussion around 2036 or not before 2036, but that's very closely linked to the operations capacity and throughput at Port Botany. We can take any further detail of that on notice.
And what's
Okay.
Thank you. Can I just ask, just while we're on rail, the Inland Rail project, where will the nearest station from that be, and is there proposed connections between Western Sydney Airport and Inland Rail?
I would have to take that on notice. I'm not across the specifics of the Inland Rail project.
Okay. And the other question was just in relation to the transport, the preservation corridor for Trainline. Is there a possibility then that we will end up with a heavy rail line going past the airport as well, so we have that rail option? Or was that never a factor? Sorry, I don't have the map in front of me of where the rail corridor is being preserved. Will it go through the airport?
Current investigations and the corridor has it going into the Bradfield city centre, which would be a logical interchange point to Sydney Metro.
Okay, so we're never going to have a 24-hour, an airport that serves 24 hours by rail.
The current protected corridor, I believe, is an above-ground corridor that ends in Bradfield city centre. Any detail around when that may be constructed or the operations of that, I don't believe has been made yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If I could ask Ms. Kinch regarding road infrastructure, has work begun on 15th Avenue?
Yeah, we've recently received funding to progress $50 million to progress the planning work for 15th Avenue. This builds on the strategic business case work we've completed for the new section of 15th Avenue at the very western end where that adjoins Bradfield, and it builds on the strategic business case that we're finalising now at the eastern end, the Hoxton Park Road end, so this will allow us to look at the full corridor.
Have you broken ground and physically started the upgrade?
No, we haven't done that. As part of the this $50 million for the planning work, we are working closely with Liverpool Council to see what early benefits we can bring forward within that funding envelope.
When do you plan to break ground?
I don't have that information yet, unfortunately.
You don't have a date or a month or a year that we could Are you
Not
aware
yet.
of?
Not yet. No.
So just to clarify, a funding commitment, and it's still at the planning stage.
Yeah, the funding was for planning work, but through our feedback from community and our work with Liverpool Council, we are looking to see if we can accelerate some early benefits for community. There's safety and congestion issues in certain parts of the corridor, and we're going to look to see if we can address those.
Thank you. Ms Kincham, has your department considered Picton Bypass as part of the planning of Western Sydney Aerotropolis and surrounds?
I'd have to take that on notice. It's actually not within the Aerotropolis road network. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And my further question to that was in terms of funding allocated to the feasibility study of the Picton Bypass concept, if that's another one that needs to be taken on notice.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. And just my third one on that was in terms of that project, if it's divided between New South Wales and federal contributions.
Picton Bypass?
Yes.
I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Mr Hirsch, as Head of Strategy Planning and Innovation for Infrastructure New South Wales, are you aware of the scheduled commencement for Oran Park Station?
I think, sorry, that may be a question to one of the following witnesses, Syed Hirsch.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm happy to take that, yeah. And then I was just, in terms of the, just in terms of whether there might be any, the rail line from the Aerotropolis linking to the existing Leppington station, just in terms of when works are scheduled to commence?
That's subject to a business case process that's currently underway, so we don't have information about when government may make an investment
Business
decision.
case?
Yep.
Yeah. Is there would there be a time frame on where that might be and when we might learn more?
I don't have that information to hand.
So government, both state and federal, have allocated $100 million to consider that extension, plus an extension to Campbelltown Macarthur. That business case will consider a heavy rail option as well. It's started, it's commenced, and as you can imagine, a business case of that scale will probably take about 18 to 24 months. So we'll be ready for submission to government for consideration sometime in 25-26.
Sorry, 2025, 2026.
Yep.
That business case is expected to be presented to government.
At that time frame, yep.
Okay, thank you. In terms of what consideration has been given to Camden and Wallandilly local government areas in relation to arterial road improvements with the expected continued increase in congestion?
Do you want me to fill that? With respect to the Macarthur councils, Camden, Wallandilly and Campbelltown, Transport has about 4 months ago commenced a 6-month program to look at that region holistically. What that is looking at is trying to put some really clear priorities in place around transport infrastructure and trying to look at both those connections needed to connect the area to itself, but also through to the Aerotropolis and also the Illawarra.
Mm-hmm. So just to clarify, so in 4 months we hope to then have a 6-month program to review this.
Sorry. Yeah, we've got a 6-month piece of work which we commenced about 4 months ago.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and then that work, we are working with councils on that piece of work to try and bring together those priorities for the area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That I'm fine for me.
If I can just ask a couple. We've heard some evidence today already in terms of the challenges that Bradfield's going to face in being able to attract people, and I think it was the Community Commissioner's evidence about Badgerys Creek Road in particular. You're going to have a metro which is going to go between the airport itself and Bradfield. What are the plans in terms of Badgerys Creek Road upgrades as well?
Yeah, we've just commenced, we have completed a strategic business case for 7 of the key precinct roads in the Aerotropolis. We've recently received funding from the state and federal governments to progress the final business case for Badgerys Creek Road South and the Eastern Ring Road, which together form that north-south corridor east of the airport.
So in terms of when that'll actually be delivered, though, rather than just the business case, is there any clarity on that? Or?
No, we don't have any clarity on when an investment for delivery will be made. In the interim, we will be doing some betterment works along Badgerys Creek Road South to support bus services that will be using that road.
Okay. So it's safe to say at the moment, when the airport opens, that there won't be any significant upgrade to that road?
That's right.
Okay. And with respect to Mumray Road as well, so there's the the widening to, I think it's Kerrs Road or Kerr Avenue at the moment, which is funded and it's underway and largely taking place. What's the trajectory in terms of further widening upgrades of Mumray Road down towards the Aerotropolis and I think down to Luddenham Road?
Yeah, so currently Mumray Road is looked at in 2 stages. So stage 1 between the M4 and Erskine Park Road, the early works have started on that now for delivery. So the full or the major works will start on that next year. The section from Erskine Park Road down to Kerrs Road is what we call Mumray Road Stage 2. Our intention is to put the REF or exhibit the REF for that road in 2025. We did receive funding in the recent budget, joint funding from federal and state government to progress the delivery of Mumray Road Stage 2. We obviously haven't yet entered into procurement, so we don't yet know what the delivery strategy is.
And that stage 2 is to Kerrs Road, right?
That's right.
Okay. And then what about beyond Kerrs Road down to Luddenham Road? Is there any plan in terms of extension there?
Down to Elizabeth Drive.
Is it Elizabeth Drive, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No plans for the upgrade through there. The long-term plan from Kerrs Road south, Mumray Road would connect down into Devonshire Road to create a really strong north-south freight corridor. In the section between Kerrs Road and Elizabeth Drive, we are looking at some early or sort of interim works around safety and access just to ensure that the road is functioning safely.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I could just a further question. Just in terms of the terms of reference here, we're sort of looking at impact of these developments sort of on land and that. I've received reports in terms of the impact on schools relating to Mumray Road and a situation where land's been rezoned, the congestion of the development on the school environment, is leading them to have to relocate. What happens in a situation like this? Does the government have a role here, or?
Me to start that? I can probably comment on a bit of that. Yes, so when we're planning new works that have impact to any property owner, we obviously engage with them. That Mumray Road precinct is going to have long-term intermodals, road upgrades and the like around it. So in terms of facilitating relocation options, government does engage in those conversations with landowners to find suitable locations. We have had a number of safety issues raised in the precinct around the schools. Transport, Penrith Council and Department of Planning have been working together with the Community Commissioner to put some interventions in place, such as improved monitoring, compliance checking, and also some minor improvements around signage and line marking to ensure that road users understand speed limits and the like. We have had numerous issues in that corridor. We're trying to address them as much as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there's no further questions, I think the time's up anyway. Thank you very much for coming along and giving us your evidence today. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes this session. Thank you.
Deputy Chair, I'll take over for the moment and welcome you all and thank you for your attendance here this afternoon. If I could ask from you, Mr Morrison, if you'd be able to start by stating your name, your position title, and then swearing either the oath or the affirmation before the committee, and then we'll move down the line to Ms Gibson.
I'm Ken Morrison. I'm the CEO of the Bradfield Development Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Hello, Natalie Camilleri, the Executive Director of Strategy and Development at the Bradfield Development Authority. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Tom Gellibrand, Chief Executive of Infrastructure New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Saeed Harsha, the Strategy, Planning Innovation Team at Infrastructure New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Monica Gibson. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Planning, Land Use Strategy, Housing and Infrastructure at the Department of Planning, Land Use and Housing. No, Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I'll get that right. It does keep changing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. Thank you. I would just ask, I can't help it, Ms Camilleri, you're not any relation to John Camilleri, are you?
No, not to my knowledge.
No, very good. So I might invite you to make a short opening statement if you'd like, any of you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to provide evidence. The committee's had the benefit of a whole of government submission as well as an on-site briefing and site visit, so I'll keep my remarks fairly brief. Together, the Western Sydney International Airport, the Western Sydney Aerotropolis and the Bradfield City Centre mark a transformational opportunity for Sydney which will reshape the region. Federal and state governments are investing more than $20 billion in infrastructure to support this transformation, including the new 24/7 international airport due to open in 2026. This government investment is now beginning to be matched by significant private investment. Private proponents have already lodged planning proposals worth some $9.8 billion within the Aerotropolis area, and this investment pipeline is expected to grow significantly. The scale of the economic development opportunity represented by the Aerotropolis is very significant indeed. The Western Sydney Aerotropolis spans 11,200 hectares, and if you were to overlay that with where we're sitting here today, it would span from the harbour to Botany Bay and from Bondi Beach to the inner west. The Bradfield Development Authority, which I lead, was renamed and its role refocused by the government in May. So our role is now threefold. Firstly, to deliver the new Bradfield City Centre at Bradfield, Australia's first new city in 100 years, lead investment attraction for Bradfield and the Aerotropolis, and thirdly, support economic development in the region through our advanced manufacturing readiness facility and our industry skills accelerator micro-credential course program. In doing this, we work closely in conjunction with Infrastructure New South Wales, who has responsibility for infrastructure coordination, DPI, who has responsibility for state-led planning, and the airport and the other various infrastructure providers in the region. At the heart of the Aerotropolis is the new Bradfield City Centre, which my organisation has a responsibility for delivering. This is being created on 114 hectares of government-owned land, which is equivalent to 5 times the size of Barangaroo. The goal is to create a new city leveraging advanced manufacturing, technology and connectivity to the airport. We're creating an urban environment, not a suburb or a business park. The master plan, which was approved just 2 months ago, provides for 20,000 jobs and 10,000 dwellings, 36 hectares of open space, including the iconic Central Park, 4 civic centres, including major events and dedicated cultural spaces. At Bradfield, we've moved very much from planning phase into delivery phase, and progress is well underway. Our first building is nearing completion and will be open early in the new year. This will house the first stage of our advanced manufacturing readiness facility. Our civil works across the core part of the site are also well underway. Construction of our second building will commence next year. We're well advanced on a market process to appoint a development partner for our first superlot, a 4.8 hectare parcel of land within Bradfield, and we expect to be making that decision on a partner there in Q2 next year. We have a tender for digital infrastructure now out with the market, and our iconic Central Park is in final stages of obtaining planning approval. There's a lot more I could say, but I'll leave it to questions.
Thank you. Any of the rest of you? Yep, go ahead, Mr. Gillibrand.
Thank you. In June 2024, the Premier announced that Infrastructure New South Wales would have an expanded role under the Coordinator General function in our Act, the idea being to coordinate infrastructure to support freight, logistics and employment-related development in the Aerotropolis area and for Western Sydney. And then since that time, we've been developing a sector plan for the Aerotropolis in collaboration with other key government agencies. The sector plan is going to build on the existing New South Wales government strategies and plans to support orderly development in and around the airport and within the Aerotropolis. Objectives being to provide certainty to industry, the community and other levels of government on the government's investment pipeline and infrastructure priorities to maximise job creation and economic growth. The sector plan will primarily focus on transport and water-based infrastructure, which is the enabling infrastructure for development to occur and also to attract private investment. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair, a statement from me, and to add to some of what Mr. Morrison and Mr. Gillibrand have said. I think the committees are well aware that the Western Sydney Aerotropolis is expected to become a thriving economic centre and a contemporary metropolitan city. That is a really long-term plan, though, and the full activation of the Aerotropolis is expected to take more than 30 years. It's estimated that at that development over 30 years that the initial 6 precincts could provide 120,000 jobs and 35,000 homes. The overarching planning framework for the Aerotropolis has been implemented with more detailed master planning and individual development applications and assessments are underway. Since 2024, development in the Aerotropolis, development applications have been approved with a total investment value of about $2.2 billion. And we currently have about $1.59 billion worth of investment in the development applications under assessment today. One of those planning decisions Mr. Morrison mentioned was the Bradfield City Centre Master Plan, which was approved last month. Various iterations of the Department of Planning and its predecessors have undertaken extensive strategic land use planning over the past decade, and that included work with the Western Sydney City Deal and the Western Sydney Planning Partnership. The department, through that process, worked closely with councils, other state agencies, the federal government and local landowners and stakeholders. The current statutory planning framework is set out for the Aerotropolis in the Western Sydney Aerotropolis State Environmental Planning Policy that was released in September 2020, and the Western Sydney Aerotropolis Precinct Plan, which was released in March 2022. So they're the 2 plans that we look at for the statutory planning framework for the Aerotropolis and see them giving effect to the Sydney's regional plan and the district plan for the Western City. Thank you.
I'll just start. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, maybe firstly to you, Mr. Morrison. Just in relation to the focus on so-called defence industries or weapons manufacture and technology industries as partners for the precinct around the AMRF and the Bradfield City. I guess I'm interested to know what's guiding that. So where's the decision? Does it come from government? Who makes the decision that this is an industry that we want around Western Sydney?
I guess when you look back at the foundational planning strategies, the City Deal, that had a a focus on advanced manufacturing and the type of opportunity to be created at Bradfield. The Bradfield Development Authority is, and its predecessors have been funded by the New South Wales government through 4 business cases, which also set out the economic rationale and the focus of the organisation and what was to be created at Bradfield. And then, of course, we've had the development of the master plan now approved, which also takes a planning perspective on that. To go back to your question around the governance around that, so the BDA has a governing board in place. The board is a 7-member board. 3 appointees of that board are made on the recommendation of the Commonwealth, and the chair is essentially a jointly agreed role. The authority itself is a state government agency, but that Commonwealth involvement in the board represents the origins of the organisation as part of the Western Sydney City deal. So the governing board is the authority for our strategies to deliver on our business plan and the mandate provided to us within our charter from the minister. So I think that's the snapshot of the governance framework.
That's really useful. I understand one member of your board, Mr. Binskin, is a ministerial appointment. Is that a Commonwealth ministerial appointment?
He's a Commonwealth appointment, that's correct, yes.
So who would he have been appointed by most recently? By
I'd have to take that on notice. It would have been, his term expires in February next year, so it would be 3 years prior to that, I'm not sure if that was this current federal government or the previous federal government.
Term on the board.
But I can provide those details if you like.
He's also a board member of BAE Systems, and I note that was not disclosed in any of the annual reports, and I think it's well known, but it wasn't disclosed in the annual reports of the previous Western, sorry, I forget what you were called
Western
before.
Parkland City Authority.
Yeah, the WPCA. To what extent, I guess, from what you're saying then, with the board governance, does having somebody who's so involved in the defence industry as one of those board members have then on the strategy of what kind of industry mix we're going to have in Western Sydney?
Well, the board makes collective decisions. It's not singular decisions, and I think the board collectively would see an opportunity in defence as part of that advanced manufacturing investment focus for Bradfield. Mr. Binskin's also a former CDC of the Defence Force, so he brings enormous experience to his role within the authority, which is highly valued. So look, I think he obviously brings that knowledge and gravitas to the board, as do our other board members, and in relation to defence brings a particular background in defence, which helps guide the authority as we're focusing on that sector.
Yeah, he was, I understand he was chief of the Defence Force.
That's correct, yeah.
In June 2018, when BAE Systems Australia was awarded a $35 billion future frigate contract, the largest surface warship program in Australia's history, and then he, the following month, retired and took a role with BAE Systems as a non-executive director. So he seems very involved with BAE Systems. Given the memorandum of understanding that has been entered into with BAE Systems in relation to the Aerotropolis with the government, does Mr. Binskin excuse himself from discussions to do with BAE Systems?
I've just been at the authority for less than 3 months, so I haven't been present when we've had any board discussions around BAE Systems. But if I can answer in the general, probity, the way we manage probity in the board is very, very important. So, we have our directors have various other interests, and at times those interests means that we need to manage potential or perceived or actual conflicts of interest. So we take a lot of advice and focus on making sure we manage those appropriately. So We had a board meeting last week, for example, where some of those conflicts arose, and those conflicted members, this is not in relation to defence issues, but in relation to other issues, those conflicted members, we saw probity advice. We had probity advisors on hand during the board meeting, and for the relevant discussion where the conflict arose, those board members with the conflict sat out for the duration of that discussion and didn't play a role in the resolution on that item. So, I can only speak with authority on what I've observed and in my time with the authority, but I know that that's been a focus for the organisation from the inception.
Okay. The authority has had 2 industry roundtables so far, I understand, as part of the industry roundtable series. The first one was on freight, but the second one was in relation to aerospace and defence, and I believe it was hosted by Mr. Binskin. Is that a role that you would expect a board member to be doing? Is he actively out there sort of spruiking defence and trying to get people in from the industry into Western Sydney Airport?
So, again, that roundtable predated my time in the organisation, but what would have happened, and I'm happy to confirm this on notice, is that we would have invited Mr. Binskin to be part of that. Obviously, he brings significant expertise and stature to a conversation around that sector. He was a Air Force background, so aerospace is also not just defence, is also a key part of the expertise that he brings to the authority. So yes, it would be a normal practice for, if you have a director with significant expertise in a sector where you're trying to do investment attraction, then that would be a normal practice to use that director or involve that director in a forum such as that.
So it's fair to say then that the authority has that as a focus of investment, then, having defence.
It's one of the
weapons
focuses, certainly.
manufacturing
It's one of the focuses. We have an overall advanced manufacturing focus. Defence and aerospace is one of those. But so it's certainly a focus. Yeah.
So just before I hand over to my colleagues, I think it would be very useful. I know that the again, I've forgotten the acronym, but the Western Parks.
Parkland City, yeah.
Thank
Authority,
you.
yeah.
Used to always publish minutes of board meetings, and I haven't seen that recently. I don't think that the authority has been publishing board minutes. Are you able to provide the committee with board minutes and declarations of conflicts of interest, and also a list of who attended that roundtable with Mr. Binskin?
Yeah, let me take that on notice. So I'll take that on notice and come back to the committee on that.
Yeah, because I understand that in addition to that 2019 MOU that Gladys Berejiklian and Stuart Ayres signed with BAE, there's been some more recent ones that the authority itself has signed with BAE, so it'd be sort of good to get some details around that.
We'll come back to you with more detail around BAE and the authority.
Thank you.
Forum.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. To Mr. Morrison, how many MOUs have been signed with corporations with an intention in the MOU that they might invest and locate themselves in the Bradfield City area?
I understand it's 48.
48. Could you provide a list of those to the committee?
Yep.
Please. How many involve defence companies?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. It'd be a fairly small proportion of those.
Right. They're hard to secure, aren't they, because of the very long lead time in investment and procurement and funding?
Yes, I think that's true. It's also true that the phasing of of Bradfield has meant that at the time when those MOUs were signed, it was very early in the development of the concept, which is now coming to fruition. So, at Bradfield, we are moving from a planning phase to a delivery phase. So we are only now at the point where, for those companies or other companies or future prospective companies, that we can be taking that interest and providing them with the opportunity to locate in Bradfield. So I think part of the timing issue you're referring to is also contingent on the phasing of where Bradfield has been to this point. which has very much been in a planning phase. Now we're in a delivery phase.
Right. Well, in terms of delivering investment and location in Bradfield, how many of the 48 MOUs have achieved that in practice?
Well, at this stage, we're yet to open our first building. Our first building will open early in the new year, which is, then we'll have a second building under construction also early in the new year.
What's the first building, sorry?
The first building is a building which we've developed. The first building, the second building, primary purpose is to house our advanced manufacturing readiness facility.
What, built by government?
Built by government, correct.
And how many tenants have you got signed in so far?
Well, the first building, the major tenant is our AMRF, our Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility. We also have
Is that a private company or that's public?
No, that's a the AMRF is a company wholly owned by the BDA, so it's a government-owned company. It is designed to be a shared services industry and innovation accelerator for the region.
Right. How many tenants have they got then from these MOUs?
Well, at this stage, we've got the AMRF being the primary occupant of first building that opens. We've also got Western Sydney University and CSIRO being what we call the AFR Connect, which is an augmentation strategy around AMRF. And then Hitachi is the third party for which we have agreement for lease for that first building.
Okay. Are they the only private company that's locating at Bradfield so far?
In that first building, because the first building is, as it says on the tin, the first building and will only open early in the new year. That's correct. Our second building is a building which is significantly larger than our first building and will have multiple private tenants in that, and the marketing campaign for that will commence next year. We're yet to stage when that will actually commence.
That's a government-funded building and no tenants, private sector tenants signed up as yet?
Well, we haven't started constructing that building yet.
Okay.
That's right.
Of the 48 MOUs, did Hitachi have an MOU?
They do, that's right.
Right, so you're 1 out of 48. What do you think went wrong with the other 47?
Well, we just haven't been in a phase. We've been in a planning phase, and we haven't been at a point where we are creating buildings or partnering with private sector developers to create buildings for which those tenants can go into. So we're now finishing that planning phase and moving into a delivery phase. So our job in the next 2 years particularly is to roll out those next components of Bradfield and attract that investment in. And of course the parties that have been with us since 2018 and exhibited that interest in being in Bradfield hopefully will be a core part of that, but will also be making that opportunity available through normal government procurement and marketing processes for a broader set of companies to be there.
Right. Well, Mr. Morrison called me old-fashioned or maybe some weird attachment to the virtues of the market economy, but I would have expected that if you had 48 MOUs, they didn't have to come into some government-funded building, that a company keen to locate because of the exciting potential of the airport and so forth would buy some land, build their own facility and get cracking with their investment. Has any of that happened?
So we've been doing the enabling infrastructure for the core part of of Bradfield. There's also been the development of the master plan, which has been approved just in the last 2 months. So those are that, and then our sequencing of the site are the things that drive what opportunities have been available. So the strategy has been, which I think is a good strategy, to develop that AMRF precinct, developed by Bradfield Authority itself through Building 1 and Building 2, to develop that super lot with a development partner, and we're in a process of procuring that, and then that partner will be out there in the marketplace bringing people into
Building
that
1
site.
and Building 2, it sounds like the old Soviet Union to me. I've got to say that you're allocated a building. I'm not too sure you'll get Elon Musk and others in that approach. Do you know how many of your 48 have defected and have gone down to the federal government business park adjoining the airport?
I'm not aware of whether the airport's signed any tenants up into that space.
Right. Okay. Mr. Jellybrand, I never really know what Infrastructure New South Wales does, other than that big hole at Central Barangaroo that you created, and I'm told now you're doing USPs. But what do you do at the Aerotropolis that the Bradfield Authority, Transport for New South Wales, the Planning Department and Sydney Water don't do?
Thanks for the opportunity to
justify your existence, yeah.
To explain what we do. Out at the Aerotropolis, we work really closely with key agencies. You just mentioned a couple, Sydney Water, Transport in particular, to make sure that as far as possible their plans are correlating with the plans that Monica mentioned before.
You're the planner of the planners.
No, I'm the coordinator, and in fact the role that I've been given by the Premier is the role of Coordinator General. It's provided for in the Act, and making sure that as far as possible Transport is bringing forward their investments as quickly as possible.
Why can't Transport do that themselves? Isn't that
well,
their job? As we pay a lot of people good money to bring forward their investments, why do they need you to tell them that?
Might be a question better directed to the Premier, but
he doesn't answer questions, so I may have to ask you.
I'll attempt to do so on his behalf. But Transport definitely had plans to provide infrastructure to the Aerotropolis, and when we looked at them, they involved business cases, reasonably elaborate business cases that were going to go on for several years, and we didn't see actual works commencing until around the 2030 mark. So we've sat down with Transport and sort of said, surely there are other ways of advancing your infrastructure, and you should be able to do it more quickly. And the government has agreed to make sure that some of the elaborate requirements around business cases can be revised. So we've got to Transport needs to make sure they know what they're building, so they need a design, they need to check out the environmental requirements, heritage, geotech, and get a design and go to the market. But the need for elaborate economic analysis for upgrading Badgerys Creek Road or Mammary Road are seriously questionable, because the road exists, it needs to be upgraded, there's development demand there, it needs to get on and build it. You need to know how much it's going to cost, but looking at elaborate alternatives for a do-nothing option, different alignments, they're really not necessary, given that those roads are in place and need to be upgraded. So we've helped Transport accelerate some of their plans. And with Sydney Water, we've worked really closely with them so that they understand the imperative of rolling out the water and wastewater infrastructure. And indeed, quite a few of their plans are well advanced in terms of water and wastewater. But in terms of stormwater, we've worked closely with them to basically persuade them to look at fast tracking, look at alternatives, look at refinements to their designs to make sure that they can be deployed as quickly as possible.
Right, and is the precinct attracting a good number of unsolicited proposals?
I'm not aware of any unsolicited proposals in the Aerotropolis. I'm aware of significant number of development applications for development, especially around Badgerys Creek Road and Mammary Road precincts.
Right. Okay. On your website it says you provide independent advice. What was your advice about the metro running from Badgerys Creek to St Mary's, given that in peak periods it's going to be 89% empty?
So we undertake assurance for pretty much all the capital projects that the state progresses. I think we've done 12 assurance reports on the airport of the Sydney Metro. We also looked at the original business case and provided advice into government. And that advice goes into Cabinet, and it looks at progress against budget, against the original scope. And because by virtue of going into those different Cabinet committees, the specifics of the advice is Cabinet in confidence, so I won't try and elaborate too much on that, other than we go through regular assurance activities on that project and make sure that Cabinet is aware of the health of the project and how it's progressing.
Did you look at the possible extension of the Leppington line to Badgerys Creek and compare it to the metro running at 89% emptiness? 11% capacity?
The assurance was on the project as defined, which is the St Mary's through to Bradfield alignment with those 6 stations. There are options to extend public transport, be it a metro or heavy rail, from Bradfield through to Leppington, as well as St Mary's through to Tallawong. They're all subject to business cases which are currently on foot, so we haven't done formal assurance works on that activity.
Did you have an opinion about the metro from Badgerys Creek to St Mary's and the paucity of actual people and suburbs in the vicinity that some of the stations will serve? For instance, wouldn't it have been better to have a metro station at the Luddenham town centre. We've heard that it's a planning black hole and there's plenty of complaints that they're going to be left behind. Instead of at the Sydney Science Park, where there are horse and cow paddocks? There's actual people in the town centre that would use the metro as opposed to the progeny of Winks at Science Park.
The alignment of the airport metro line is largely a matter for Transport and Sydney Metro. They were involved in the design and planning for that. My view, you asked for an opinion, I sort of don't like giving opinions so much, I'd rather state kind of facts.
Yeah, that's good.
Assets like the Western Sydney Airport, the M12, the M7 and the Metro, they're city building investments. So to actually achieve the outcomes where you have an airport that does operate effectively and does provide services to industry as well as employment for people in Western Sydney, you have to invest in some serious infrastructure up front. And that's lumpy, it's expensive. Some roads can be built incrementally, generally cost more over time, but railways are very difficult to build incrementally. So I know that the Metro, when it starts, will only have a short number of carriages with the option of expanding over time. But a lot of the key infrastructure, you can't stage it. So it's a lumpy, expensive investment that will return benefits for 100 years and beyond.
Right, well, in terms of city building, we are building a residential city from Austral west through Bringelly, Kelvin Park and out to the so-called Aerotropolis. Wouldn't it have been better to have a railway line that actually services those vast residential areas in planning, plus those further south, like Oran Park, where people could drive to stations and actually catch a train that takes them, say, where they might work in Liverpool, Campbelltown or even into the centre of Sydney, than this metro running to St Mary's, which looks like a train to nowhere?
Well,
Not that I'm against St Mary's, I love St Mary's, but I just don't think the data shows many people
the band club.
are going to. Well, yeah, I love the band club, but not many people are going to use it.
I think
compared to the alternative, which would have had a lot of use and meet some urgent public transport needs in that growth corridor from Austral to Badgerys Creek and further south.
Well, if I may, I might rephrase your question and say that I agree 100% that the provision of public transport and mass transit to residential areas is an absolute must over time, and that's really what brings prosperity and well-being to our communities, if they've got access to mass transit. Unfortunately, there's a limit on capital and the ability to provide that mass transit in numerous locations at one time is restricted. So Transport will be able to go into it in more detail, but connecting the airport metro line into the Western line at St Mary's does open up that mass transit to probably a much larger population than it would if it had extended to the south, because they're emerging populations of Warren Park and Austral, the ones you mentioned before.
Have you been to Warren Park lately to say it's emerging?
Oh, actually...
Probably the biggest residential suburb in Sydney.
Yeah, no, I am very familiar with Warren Park, both from when it was still a speedway to today. But it is still an emerging population relative to the established populations of, say, Penrith, Blacktown to the north. But there are plans to look at potential extensions to the north to Tallawong, Leppington, as well as further south through Warren Park. So it's just a matter of so much getting those analysis done, determining how much things cost, and if there's an order of future investments.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I ask you about the fuel line? We were talking before with Transport about this sort of strange situation where we're waiting for Western Sydney Airport to work out if they're going to have a fuel pipeline or not. But in the meantime, it seems that we're continuing on with developing in areas that would otherwise have the pipeline provided for. From a overall planning perspective, how do you get comfortable that everything will be in place in terms of delivering fuel to the airport on the day it opens?
So my understanding is when the airport opens on day one, the fuel would be trucked in and then stored and on site.
Do we have we were told though we don't have the routes for that, so...
My understanding is they're still being defined. We're not involved in that. I think the identification of which routes are appropriate go to the utilisation of those existing roads and the ability to, in some cases, transport fuel in tunnels or not in tunnels and through certain areas. So my understanding is Transport's looking at the particulars of the route.
Yeah.
We're not involved. We're looking more at new infrastructure, especially to service areas like Mummy Road.
But in terms of, we've got 2 years until the airport opens for passengers. I'm not a planner, but I imagine that once they have worked out where the fuel is coming from, there is then an audit done of the roads to make sure that they're appropriate for fuel to be carried on them, and then it gets worked out what sort of upgrades might be required, etc., etc. Then you have to do the upgrades. Do you think 2 years is long enough if we don't even know right now where the fuel is coming from?
I think in 2 years' time we know today that in 2 years' time the Northern Road is already complete. That'll be available. M12, M7, Elizabeth Drive. Those key roads, which are both going in east-west as well as north-south directions, would be available for consideration to transport fuel. The actual movement of that will still require Transport's review and support. So there'll be a number of roads that exist, but the decision to which roads to use and how would be a matter for Transport no doubt in consultation with the airport itself.
Okay, but in terms of all of the roads going from whatever likely fuel source to come straight into the airport, are you saying that every single one of those roads is already in place, that we have a clear route?
No, the ones I mentioned are the ones that we're confident will be in place, because some exist already, but Elizabeth Drive would become available. M12, M7 will exist in an appropriate upgraded format. Whereas if you looked at a road like Badgerys Creek Road, whilst investments will be made to provide for safe access for buses, it's probably not a route that would be appropriate for fuel tankers, because it'll still have a relatively rural alignment.
Yeah.
So I suspect that road wouldn't be available. Mummy Road would be the stage 1 well and truly advanced in terms of construction, stage 2 perhaps starting. Again, probably not practical to transport fuel on a road that's undergoing significant renewal. So I wouldn't have thought those roads would be available. But there are other roads, the ones I mentioned before, that would be available.
But in terms of your question, outside of the Aerotropolis, where the trucks might be coming from another fuel source, that's a matter for Transport to work out how. So we're not involved in outside that boundary at the moment.
Okay, but fine. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. But in terms of that future planning, for having a pipeline in place, are we working on the basis that that is going to happen, and so we need to know what that pipeline route is, as Mr. Primrose was asking the previous witnesses?
I think a permanent pipeline to an asset like the airport that arguably will be there for 100 plus years, it's a little bit hard to look beyond that period, makes a lot of sense. And as I understand it, the line will be identified through substantial analysis around safety, environment, land ownership, a whole range of other things, which from a planning point of view we're not involved with the establishment of that route.
Is that a concern though? There seems like there's a chunk of the project which is out of view. If you don't know where that pipeline is going to be, how can you possibly be preparing to make sure that you're not putting new assets over the top of something that will then need to be dug up?
In the absence of a route, your observation is correct. We will be advancing infrastructure not knowing exactly where it is.
Yeah.
So there may need to be an adjustment in the future if a pipeline was to cross a road. But there are plenty of techniques to enable that to happen through underboring of roads, depending on its elevation. In some cases, the pipeline might be in the air, as in elevated, so you can build bridging structures over roads to accommodate that. Or in other cases, if it's already in the ground, you can actually underbore through drilling under roads.
So what levers are in place then to, I guess, require the airport to at least tell you where it may have a pipeline? Or is that not something that we have any visibility over?
I think it's actually a really good question. Probably one I'd prefer not to take on notice, because I think it would relate to operations of airport and planning around airport, and I also suspect that from a planning point of view, it might involve Commonwealth legislation and state legislation. So it's probably I'm not in a position to answer it, but also probably not best to take it on notice, because I'd probably have to undertake original research.
So when I asked the Airport Corporation about this, the answer was, we will have to wait and see until it's commercially viable, etc., etc. Is it the case that we have this decision sitting with the Airport Corporation, who does not actually stand to gain, particularly when it comes to having a dedicated pipeline, as opposed to just allowing this fuel to continue to be trucked on our roads for decades to come?
It's probably a difficult question for me to answer, because I'm not privy to the commercial drivers of the airport in terms of decision making around the pipeline.
I guess with the complicated overlay of the federal and state responsibility for this aspect of the project, who has the power to actually say there has to be a pipeline here and you need to decide where it's going to go by X date?
Those sorts of requirements are often part of the conditions of approval of proposals. So there was a proposal to build an airport, and you condition it in terms of hours of operations and a whole range of different things, drainage. And I'm not aware if there was such a condition imposed on the airport's approval. There may be a condition there which either says they have to do something or at least do a study. I genuinely don't know, but there may be something in there.
But perhaps as well with the airport growth over time, what would the demand be from obviously the users?
Yeah.
How they will impact on the broader area beyond the airport boundary. This is where these conditions might come to force if they exist, rather than what happens in day one opening or even the first 10 years, when the expectations around the demand on the airport is pretty modest by the standards over time.
Okay, so it sounds to me then like we're too late, because it's not, from my understanding, it's not been put as a condition in the airport approval.
We don't know, I think, because I haven't seen the conditions of the airport. And the other thing, I think, in relation to the roads is that the majority of the roads we're talking about here are actually already in existence. It's roads that need to be, whether they're Elizabeth Drive or others, they are roads to be upgraded rather than roads to be built from scratch. So presumably, and again, we're not across the detail of planning for the pipeline. The planners of the pipeline are not probably planning with expectations of significant roads, and most of the corridors that have been considered for new roads are already known as well, because quite extensive studies have happened around that area. So it won't be a case of building a whole load of roads and suddenly having to dig them all up again for a pipeline. I think they would have planned with that in mind already.
And so those toll roads, those roads are all toll roads, aren't they? The M7, the M12, are they all tolled?
M7 is. I don't believe M12 is, or will be.
Okay.
But certainly Elizabeth Drive, Badgerys Creek Road, they're lower order roads, and as far as we know, they won't be tolled.
And can you give us any idea as to how many additional truck movements there will be then transporting fuel to the airport?
That would be a function of the number of plane movements, but I don't know the number. And but I assume it's in the EIS that would have a ramp up of flight movements. But
yeah, but it sounds like, so if the M12 is coming into the M7, it sounds like so it's going to be constantly on a tolled road, and that there's going to be a number of these trucks. By the sounds of it, there's nothing in the future by any means that looks at all certain that we're going to end up with a dedicated pipeline. So we're basically saying that this is going to be the only major airport in the world without a dedicated pipeline where we have all of this dangerous fuel being trucked through major roads, through suburbs, and is that an unfair characterisation?
Yeah, I think probably we just simply haven't seen or don't know to be saying that there are no plans or to kind of provide for the pipeline.
Yeah.
We know that there was a lot of work happening to kind of find options for where the pipeline was potentially going through. But at the personal level, I haven't seen it for a couple of years, but we don't know.
How does no one know? If you don't know,
Yeah.
And Transport said before that it wasn't a condition, it was a condition to investigate, but not to actually provide a pipeline.
Yeah.
I think from a realistic perspective, we should just be abandoning the idea that we're ever going to get a pipeline.
I mean, given Transport was the one working on the pipeline, if that's what they said, there's no condition for it, then I think that's your answer, really.
You did say that, paraphrase, I can't remember,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, that you were saying therefore we could expect this just to go on forever.
Yeah.
I think it's important to note that the use of roads is governed by regulation. So you need to have registered vehicles, there's speed limits, there's requirements for driving vehicles. Also, what you actually transport is also regulated.
Yeah.
So there are controls, interstate controls, state controls, and that, the transport of nuclear fuels and nuclear waste is regulated and controlled. It's prohibited in pretty much everywhere. And I think that same with the use, the movement of, flammable material is also controlled.
Yes.
So Transport for New South Wales could give you more information on the regulation of the movement of goods, because there may be a regulation that says there's a tipping point. There's only so much of a good you can move.
Okay.
Like there's also weights of axles and things like that. There's certain controls over what you can move on roads for good reason, because it can damage the wearing surface. It can be dangerous.
Yeah, but let's look at the commercial reality here. If we have an airport who, the operator has no incentive to put in place a pipeline because it's getting all of its fuel by truck, and that's not its problem. And then there comes a point when Transport says, actually, there's too many, you're too successful, there's too much of this stuff coming. Are we going to close down the airport while we then dig up a bunch of land to put in a pipeline? I don't see that as being particularly likely. So is the assumption then that we're not going to end up with a pipeline ever for this airport?
I certainly wouldn't want to speculate on that. I think it would be a matter for the regulators to talk to the operator of the airport and manage the issues as they arise.
Yeah.
If I take up some questions, thank you very much. Mr. Morrison, just we had the evidence before that in terms of Transport for New South Wales, there's the view of still preserving corridors. I'm just interested with respect to Bradfield and any future extensions. It was a requirement before that corridor would go underground. Is that still the case in terms of a metro corridor leading out of Bradfield potentially to Leppington or the like? Is that still your understanding?
So the Bradfield station box is well advanced in construction. The boring is now completed. So that is underground at Bradfield. Looking to my colleague here, I'm not aware how far, whether there's a stub in place to the south of that station box.
Yeah, look, I can speak to that. And,
yes.
Really, the simple answer is that the decision has not yet been made as to whether the extensions or the extension to Leppington will be above ground or below ground, or in fact even the mode, whether it will be metro or heavy rail, because we have obviously two rail systems in Sydney. So through the approved master plan and that process, a 60-metre wide corridor through our site and beyond has been retained.
That's an above-ground corridor, is it?
It is a corridor at surface, correct,
surface corridor,
to enable the optionality.
Okay. So what's the reduction then in gross floor area that's available there through that 60-metre corridor?
Oh, look, I couldn't give you the number now, but of course that's something that we could come back to you on.
If you can take it on notice, that'd be appreciated. Ms Gibson, just so you didn't feel left out today, funnily enough noted that Orchard Hills was put on exhibition today in terms of that master plan and that as well, which will be welcome news for the residents there. Now, I think casting my mind back to budget estimates, we had some discussions about some of the noise contour issues that were impeding that progression. Are all of the noise contour issues resolved now?
In relation to Orchard Hills?
In relation to Orchard Hills, but then also across the Aerotropolis area, so to speak.
Yeah, and not across all of the Aerotropolis. So the planning controls that we have in place are really taking into account what we currently understand from the Commonwealth about the noise contours. At this point in time, it's about the noise contours associated with the first runway, and that's been exhibited in EIS, and we've been commenting on that and talking with the Commonwealth about our comments in relation to that. We understand from that conversation that they might be finalising those contours in 2025. When there is some more certainty about those contours, it will allow us to take some further land use planning decisions. Really very interested in impact on existing residents and not creating impacts on new residents as a result of noise from a 24-hour operating airport.
And now, further to that, with respect to Luddenham and then Luddenham Village Centre, what's the status of that proposal? Well, the status of any proposals in that area?
Yeah, so you'll be really familiar that there was an interim strategy released for the Luddenham Village in 2022. Yep. And that interim strategy outlined that when there was greater certainty about the noise impacts, as well as some sewer servicing certainty, then we'd be able to take the next steps for more planning around Luddenham Village. It is very close to the airport. It's impacted by a noise contour, which is and we talk about this noise contour in the current planning framework. That noise contour means that sensitive uses are not appropriate or not encouraged or not permitted to be intensified inside that contour. There, as I said before, when the EIS is settled from the Commonwealth and they do come out with the final noise contours, we'll be able to progress with some more planning for Luddenham Village. Appreciate that that is a very difficult situation for the current residents and landowners there with this uncertainty. And we've had some discussions with the Commonwealth to accelerate their timeframe and accelerate their consideration on behalf of the community that's there.
And does that noise contour impact the Sydney Science Park site as well, or?
I don't have a map of where the noise contour goes to, but I could come back to you if you'd like to see a map of where that is.
And with respect to the Luddenham Village as well, I guess that there have been some calls that we've received through the inquiry from landowners there about the north of that Luddenham Village area, which they say are not subject to noise contours at this stage. Just interested in your perspective on that and any progression to the north of the Luddenham Village precinct.
Yeah, so there are a couple of issues. So I mentioned noise, but I also mentioned the sewer servicing matters relating to the village. And we need to understand in the sewer servicing matters, that means we need to look at what is that sort of potential for that area, including land that might sit outside of that noise contour. If there are particular sites or particular proposals, we're always happy to talk to a landowner about what the options might be within the current planning controls.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gellibrand, just slightly different to Mr. Latham's assessment before. I think we heard from Professor Ryan earlier today when she was asked about what's improved, and she outlined that Infrastructure New South Wales was the key improvement that she saw in terms of activity in the Aerotropolis. So well done on that front. But just interested in terms of, since the Infrastructure New South Wales has come to have that coordinated general role inside the Aerotropolis and the Bradfield precinct, you outlined one particular example, I think, which was in terms of Badgerys Creek Road and the role that you played with Transport for New South Wales. But just interested in terms of other changes that Infrastructure New South Wales has seen or made since you've taken on that coordinator general role.
Yes, the Badgerys Creek Road is a good example because it does need to be upgraded. Everyone knows that it's rural and not appropriate for running buses to the airport in 2026. And Transport for New South Wales had a plan to upgrade it, which had a business case at the front end and, a very rational sort of process, which saw a lot of work happening in several years' time. But it needs to be safe and accessible because buses need to use it to get to the airport when it opens in 2026. So we spoke to them about what the options were, and we quickly got to the point that, well, it needs to be well maintained. It needs just some refurbishment. So we reimagined it as just as maintenance. So on a basis of maintenance, can't you resheet it? Can't you re-sign it? Can't you put line marking in and make it safe and accessible? And they have a program for making roads safe and accessible. So we said, well, why don't we put it in that bucket? And they were going to do that. So that road will have some substantial improvements made to it in time for the airport opening, which is terrific. And then the procurement of Memory Road was going to be front-ended with business cases that really wouldn't have been finished or enable government to be in a final decision for an investment until 2030. And that's now come forward by at least 3 years. I think construction on the second stage is 2027. First stage is around 2026. So those plans have been brought forward. So there has been a review in some of the requirements, the front-end requirements for business cases on those existing roads. And there's also been substantial investments made by the Commonwealth Government, which has also helped, which we don't take credit for at all. But that funding matched with the state funding has meant that the procurement can be advanced. And we've worked really closely with the delivery part of Transport for New South Wales, just making them absolutely crystal clear that this is a real focus for government. It's a priority. You need to advance the delivery as fast as practical, without breaking any rules, but just do it as quickly as possible. It's a priority. So those key improvements to Murray Road, Elizabeth Drive, even investments in 15th Avenue are also really important to start improving the access that Mr. Lathan was referring to for people in southwestern Sydney, to look at opportunities to improve the opportunities to access the airport. And then with Sydney Water, we have spent a lot of time talking to landowners, different associations and developers about the issues as they see it in terms of developing in this area. And Sydney Water is aware of that, but we've also sat down with Sydney Water and said, well, we really need to hasten the delivery of key enabling infrastructure. So they've got the advanced water treatment plant, which is terrific, so it's going to manage your wastewater, and that's going well, and that'll be ready to support the airport and the initial precincts. But stormwater is the one that stood out. So there was a chorus of people saying, it's running too late, it's too expensive, it's taking up too much land, and it impacts the feasibility of development. So there's the stormwater strategy is going through an IPART process of review, and there's an interim report out. We've spent a lot of time with Sydney Water, and they have been quite responsive. So they're looking at reducing the amount of land they need to capture and hold the water in and around the Aerotropolis precinct, and that will reduce their property acquisition and some of their costs. And I think the developer charges that were originally foreshadowed are likely to be reduced as well, which I think is great and will support development out there.
Just one quick question before I hand you over to my colleague, Ms. Merton. Just on that though, like I imagine that Sydney Water did identify that stormwater corridor on the basis of need. How have they been able to change that need equation, so to speak, to have a smaller corridor and less impact? Is there new technology that's being used or the like? Or
Yep, your observation's 100% correct. The actual demand hasn't changed a lot because we're still going to have the same factories with hard stand areas, not impervious areas. It's just that they are, it might sound a little bit simplistic, but they are looking at making the basins that they operate to collect and store the water a lot deeper.
Deeper, okay.
Yeah, so they're just increasing the volume of those, and therefore that sort of limits their spatial area, and in some cases it might actually reduce the number as well.
Thank you.
We're running out of time, so just
Thank you. Just one final question. If I could just pick up your reference to 15th Avenue, I'm just wondering whether there may be anything further you might be able to elaborate there, just in terms of timing. What was established in the earlier session was the commitment of money and the planning work currently underway. Just wondering whether there might have been anything else that you might have been able to elaborate on.
So 15th Avenue, again, another rural road. In some cases it's got some curb and guttering, but it's
Many
pretty
cases
ordinary.
none.
Yeah, largely none.
Yeah.
And it ends up just petering into a paddock as well. So there was a commitment to provide, I think it was $50 million.
Correct, yeah, that was established, yeah.
Yeah, which was trying to take more analysis, business cases and designs. Transport is still undertaking more work to come up with a final configuration and advancing business case work, but they're using that $50 million to actually undertake work. So to deliver improvements to, I think, intersections and some of the road itself. To fix up 15th Avenue properly is quite a substantial task, and does require a lot of analysis, because there is power lines that go alongside of it that would need to be relocated, and there's a lot of assessment that needs to go into how and where you would do that, how much it would cost. So it will be progressively updated, but again, the government priority was at least do some work and start to improve that road for people in that part of Sydney, so it improves the opportunities for them to get to the airport. It won't be, they're not going to get a final solution at the day of opening, but the objective is to try and improve their accessibility to the airport.
So just further to that, so I guess the question is, has sort of the ground been broken, and has any upgrade commenced on 15th Avenue? I mean, we've established the funding commitment,
Yep.
the planning, just in terms of any works.
I'd have to take that on notice. I was out there not so long ago, and I'd describe it as the work hadn't commenced, but there might be some sort of adjustment work or utility work that might be underway, but I could take that on notice.
And maybe to that, whether we might be able to get some timing in terms of, the date or the month, or when we can actually see something, some activity on that road.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. That is all we have time for. Thank you very much for making yourselves available. Thank you again for the on-site briefing that we had as well. It was incredibly useful, informative for us. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes this session. We will be taking an afternoon tea break, and we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Excellent. Yeah, we're all good. Thank you. Welcome back. We now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title.
Rob Stokes, Professor, Macquarie Law School.
Excellent. And either the oath or the affirmation.
Affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. No doubt you've read the terms of reference. Is there anything that you wanted to open with, or should we just get into questions?
No, I am getting questions. I've been summoned back from the great big parliament in the sky. Happy to be here.
Excellent. Well, maybe I'll just ask one question and then I'll hand over to others. I guess now that you're looking from the outside in, you were heavily involved in the Aerotropolis planning and everything that happened when you were the former Minister for Planning and Public Spaces. Have things gone how you expected them to? Are there any surprises that you've seen from your perspective?
Well, one thing in planning processes, nothing goes to plan. That's the first thing. Dwight Eisenhower said, "Plans are nothing, planning is everything." So you do the process well, and you recognising that things are going to change along the route. The change of personnel. I mean, obviously, I didn't expect the Greater Cities Commission to be abolished. I didn't expect the authority to be but these are things that new governments can do. But other than that, I always thought that this was very much a long-term play. I think there might have been a little, perhaps overexcitement that things would happen more quickly than they will. Remembering the scale of what's proposed here is vast. It will take 20 years and more to start to see some of the land use outcomes envisaged today come to reality. So it's still a long way away, but progress toward it, I think, has been as anticipated. I think the timelines are being kept in relation to the main infrastructure commitments, but in terms of what the private sector does, well, that'll depend on what land values do. That depends on market. That depends on a whole lot of things, and which are outside of government's control.
Are you able to shed any light on the sort of the lack of a dedicated fuel line?
Well, again, the challenge, I guess, at a state level is that the airport and the airport land is a matter for the Commonwealth, and we're responding to what they ask for in terms of infrastructure, in terms of utilities, in terms of transport connections. It's a matter of what the Commonwealth seek from the state in terms of corridor planning. There was corridor planning done in relation to it. I'm not sure, I certainly don't have any recollection, and I didn't have any direct conversations with Commonwealth officials about what sorts of utilities they wanted for their airport.
There's been some disappointment around the lack of 24-hour metro connection. And we had a great chat with Transport just now about the difference with other airports that also had heavy rail or they have other options other than buses. Was that a consideration, do you remember, sort of during the planning process as to whether it was always going to be not quite 24-hour in terms of connection?
So there was a big gap in terms of my involvement between when I was planning minister up until the beginning of 2017, and then I became planning minister again sort of April 2019. So a lot of those big decisions were made in that gap. So I can't really speak to that other than as a member of cabinet during that time. In relation to the operation, and also wasn't the transport minister. It was a frustration actually that sometimes I felt transport was leading land use planning when I was always seeking to try and assert the planning role over transport. But often it was the case, and this might be one of the learnings out of this process, that planning needs to get in ahead of these processes and not follow in afterward once transport's already made decisions, because ultimately, we know that planning and land use and land values follow transport decisions. And so a lot of those decisions were made before planning even really got involved, which was a frustration to me. certainly I remember the work that was done, and I haven't read up on this, so my memory's a bit frail on these things because it was a while ago, but there was an options analysis done about different rail routes. And I remember having a conversation with Mr. Latham about this, and I know that he was very keen on that link from Leppington into the city by that way. I actually agree. I think that was a preferable route, and I think the cost-benefit analysis will demonstrate that the route was chosen for its utility in 20 years' time, not its utility today, because not very many people are going to use the train. Nevertheless, a decision had to be made. I was a bit surprised when the particular route that was chosen, but nevertheless, there were only two options. You could connect from the southwest, or you could connect from the north. They were the two places you could come from.
Just one more question, and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. The Sydney Science Park, I think, when you look at what was originally proposed versus what we have now and what the sort of prospects look like for that, where we have a metro station now in the middle of, as Mr. Latham keeps saying, in the middle of sort of cows and paddocks and things. Does that surprise you that hasn't come to fruition? Did you have much to do with that?
Yeah, so I think, always the way, isn't it? I think the big learning I got out of that was there was one big thing that changed, which was the emergence, which I didn't anticipate, and this was when I was Education Minister, so it came back and this occurred, the creation of the Western Sydney Aerotropolis Authority, I think it was called at the time, and then it became the Western Sydney Parkland Authority, which sort of carved out a role for the planning of the Western Parkland City. So when I've been Planning Minister, we did the Greater Sydney Commission. We sort of set up the context to plan for the metropolis of three cities. Then I went and had some great fun in education, and Robbo came into the portfolio, and at that time, part of the portfolio was taken into this new authority, and I think, from what I could observe, I think that the authority, what's the flattery is the best form of is the best compliment. I think the authority saw what had been done at Sydney Science Park and said, let's do that at Bradfield. And so I think, in many ways, a lot of what was planned at Sydney Science Park is ending up being delivered at Bradfield. So, is there enough potential over time for those uses to emerge in both those spots? Absolutely. But you can't do it all at once because, again, there's only limited population, only limited investment. It'll take time. So I would imagine that the Sydney Science Park people would have been frustrated in one sense that a lot of the planning they'd done was being replicated by the authority down at Bradfield. But, is that a good or a bad thing? Well, it's a thing, and those uses. It was inevitable that someone was going to come up with the idea of a great mixed-use development with education, science, resi, commercial, all in the one spot. It's sort of in many ways a harbinger of what's now been delivered in terms of the Todd precincts. It's that sort of thinking.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Primrose and then I'll go to my other colleagues. Go ahead, Mr. Primrose.
Just two questions. One, obviously, you've worn your T-shirt for a reason. I'm wondering if you've left out the word. I'm wondering if you've left out the word consequences at the beginning. As a former minister, do you believe you bear any responsibility for the consequences of your decisions during your time as a minister?
Of course I do, Peter.
So what's the point of the T-shirt?
Well, why are you wearing a check shirt that's strobing and causing me a headache? Honestly, I didn't. I think we live in an age where you shouldn't, attack people on the basis of their clothing or their appearance. And frankly, I'm a little bit insulted.
Well, I'll leave it at that. You chose to wear that. I give you more intelligence to understand exactly what message it's giving out to people who are watching this. Can I ask, in relation to the pipeline issue, is it your evidence that the reason for there being no designated site alternative locations for the proposed pipeline is because the Morrison government didn't request a pipeline?
No.
Can you then elaborate on, because you mentioned the federal government had that responsibility and they didn't ask for it. Can you please elaborate on your evidence then, please?
Well, I think you're verbling me a little bit, Peter, but my evidence is what it is, and my evidence is that obviously we would listen to what the federal government wanted in terms of land use corridors for the infrastructure that they were delivering. So remember, as a planning minister, I wasn't building an airport. We were leading the land use planning of the areas surrounding the Commonwealth land, which was being developed under Commonwealth legislation.
So when you were asked a question by the chair in relation to who made the decisions, what was the reason that planning did not look at possible sites for a pipeline, you indicated that the decisions around the airport itself were being made by the federal government and they hadn't requested that. Look, I don't wish to verbal you. I'm just trying to understand why that planning didn't take place.
No, I understand. So sorry, if I said that they didn't request it, I have no idea whether they did it or they didn't. I certainly didn't have any conversations with Commonwealth officials where they asked for it. But then again, it would be unusual if they'd approached me directly. In relation to planning officials, the discussions that were made at that level, I'm not aware of those discussions, and my suggestion would be to ask the relevant officials on the ground. But in my memory, in terms of the briefings I received, it didn't go into fuel line planning or the fuel requirements of the new airport. No.
But not your problem. Okay, I'll hand back to the chair. Thank you.
If I could just
actually, if I can ask just provide further on that. Again, Peter, I'm not casting any aspersions on what you're wearing or on your appearance. And, frankly, if you're trying to draw some sort of suggestion that I'm suggesting I'm not responsible, if I wasn't responsible, I wouldn't turn up. I take my responsibilities, quite seriously, which is why I'm here.
Again, I'll hand back to the chair and I'll leave it to those watching this to make their own decisions about what you're implying.
I'm not implying anything, Peter. I'm telling you.
Okay. We'll go to Mr. Farlow and then
Thank
to Mr.
you very
Latham.
much. Thank you, Professor Stokes, for being here today. Professor Stokes, now just with respect to that question, in terms of the airport itself, what was the role of the state government at the time or the Department of Planning at the time in terms of any assessment of that airport?
Well, so again, this is from memory, but there was the Commonwealth government made a decision, I think it was 2013, 2014, about the site of the new airport. They then prepared legislation to guide how they would make those decisions. From memory, there was an Airport Act a year or so after that. And then the state responded in terms of the Metropolitan Plan, which was being written at that time, to recognise the transformative opportunities that a new airport would provide to get jobs and investment and more opportunities for the people of Western Sydney. We were particularly excited about pivoting opportunity for jobs in Western Sydney. For too long, it was our belief that Western Sydney was just seen as dormitory suburbs for the jobs that were in the east. We saw this as a really exciting opportunity to develop and to incubate more jobs in the west, closer to where people lived. So that was the macro picture. And the metropolis of three cities was that idea of a polycentric city of three big cities that just happen to have the advantage of being next to one another in the existing harbour city, the river city centred around Parramatta, and then the Western Parkland city, which by the nature of it was more diffuse. It had more centres. It was obviously Penrith and Liverpool and Campbelltown, with Bradfield sort of in the middle, with some other significant areas like Blacktown and others. It was a polycentric network of cities. I think the Chief Commissioner, Jeff Roberts of the Greater Sydney Commission called it the string of pearls of these significant centres, all with quite different culture and identity and opportunities and histories. We saw the opportunity of a new airport to attract more economic activity and more jobs in Western Sydney. And a lot of the grand plan of government was to do what we could to build the infrastructure to unlock those employment opportunities.
And to that point, the New South Wales government didn't make the decision about the airport. It was a federal government determination. I take it in terms of any pipeline or that would be in response to a request that was made or an application that was made from the federal government over land that was outside of their control. Is that correct, if you were to receive any proposal?
And again, as it's hopefully got across to Peter, it wasn't that I was saying they didn't ask, I just don't know.
No.
They didn't ask me. There could well have been those discussions about the infrastructure needs of the airport, but in one sense they are the developer of the airport, and so the assessments about what the infrastructure needs are would be done in reference to talking to the Commonwealth about what they required. Certainly a lot of the planning had to be done in calibration or waiting in some cases for what the federal authorities told us. A big part of that was the noise contours. So planning obviously had to respond to what the noise contours were, and until that work was finished, it was very difficult to do some of the more granular identification of where the residential areas could go. You could figure out in broad scope, north-south runway was going to. You could figure out more or less where the noise was going, but one of the conflicts along the way were some of the consequences of those contours when they're released. But that's just one example of how, in most circumstances, the state will lead planning in a hierarchy nesting down to local councils. This one was a bit different because the federal government had a particular role that they obviously had a responsibility in relation to, and we had to service their needs as well.
Now, as you indicated, you had two stints as Planning Minister, of course, 2015 to 17, and then from 2019 onwards until Premier Perrottet swore in his new cabinet. During that period as well, there was a global pandemic. Just interested in terms of your observations in the portfolio on two occasions, one prior to the pandemic and one post the pandemic. One during the pandemic, I should say. What were some of the impacts of the pandemic in terms of planning for Western Sydney Airport, or even looking at some of the international opportunities that were potentially coming to New South Wales?
Well, it changed everything, and I think many people in the community are still dealing with the consequences. In fact, I think sometimes I look at the housing crisis we find ourselves in now, and we seem to have forgotten the impact that closing the borders and then the impact on immigration rates and on interest rates and on everything else and supply chains, and that's going to take some time it's a massive shock to the system. It's going to take some time for that shock to abate. But certainly in terms of the planning for an airport, it struck me as deeply ironic that we were planning for an airport at a time when the country was locked down and
no planes were coming in.
There were no planes. And it does say something interesting about the future of airports. I wonder, within 50 years' time, they're going to have such a dominant role. John Cassata, in his work about the Aerotropolis, as he called them. By the way, there's no such word as Aerotropolis, it's Aeropolis. But anyway, I lost that debate.
Have that conversation with Gladys, I think.
Yeah. But the idea he had that the 19th century was the century of ports, 20th century of railway hubs, 21st century of airports. I wonder if the ways in which we're going to get around in the future will change again, just because already, we're seeing some of the Qantas Club arrangements are certainly very very topical at the moment. But I do think increasingly, in the world I now inhabit, in the commercial world and in academia, there's a lot of questioning about unnecessary plane travel and the impacts of that. And for an exporting nation like ours, there are big implications there. But nevertheless, we have to plan for what's in front of us. And at the time, I guess the one bright side of the pandemic for a planning system was it did allow us to do a catch-up on infrastructure failures of the past because population was stable because there was no one coming into the country. There was a bit of a chance to take a collective breath and keep building things to keep people in jobs during that period of time for the infrastructure that we knew we'd need when population increases resumed. But they were two very different times. I think, and also community attitudes toward climate change changed dramatically during that time as well. I mean, the impact of the bushfires. I think, if I look at my first stint in planning, people thought that economic growth was inevitable and climate change was a distant possibility. I think when I came back during the pandemic, economic growth seemed like a distant possibility and climate change seemed like a present reality. So it was quite different, the lens. I remember the first time the big fights were on coal mines and those sorts of things. When I came back, they weren't the fights that we were having because public sentiment had changed.
And just one last question from me with respect to the Sydney Science Park. So you've outlined some of the history that effectively this was, and it accords with what Celestino said today as well, that this was an idea that effectively was lifted by the Bradfield Authority in a sense and said, oh, that's a good idea, we'll move it over here. Do you remember much of that proposal prior to the announcement of the Bradfield town centre? Because that would have been, around circa 2018 in terms of the announcement of Bradfield Town Centre? And was there any work in planning being done to actually support or realise the Sydney Science Park and its development?
Yeah, so again, I don't have a strong memory, but I did meet with the Celestino people on a couple of occasions. I went out there on a couple of occasions to see what they're proposing. I thought they were doing an incredible planning exercise. I thought it was exciting in that one of the challenges, particularly further down around Rossmore and those areas, or Leppington, one of the challenges was lots of small blocks. So fragmentation meant it was very hard to aggregate the sites to master plan, whereas with Sydney Science Park, they had a big block so they could master plan it. It did occur to me, I mean, the nature of development is, there's a lot of risk, and they took on a lot of risk because they were counting on a lot of things going their way. Certainly, and maybe this was, I'm assuming they were, but I could see it. I mean, from memory, the route of the railway hadn't been determined yet, so they'd figured out, well, it had to go somewhere through their land if it was going north-south, but my own view, I thought it made more sense for it to link in from the southwest rather than from St Mary's. So I thought that was a big, a big risk. And the other risk, of course, was, it was a really good idea, and so it could have been done anywhere along that route. So I assume they must have thought, oh gosh, what if government decides to do this in the city centre? Maybe that didn't occur to them, and it didn't occur to me at the time, but it was a pretty logical thing to have happened. But nonetheless, I still think theirs is a good idea whose time will come, but because the development of Bradfield's just got in front of it, I think it'll take a lot more time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Professor, for coming in and on T-shirt gate.
I'm not a real professor, by the way. I'm happy to be called it, but just Rob's fine.
Right, well, that's how you introduced yourself. But not many people leave Parliament fitter than when they got in. So not many ministers can actually wear a T-shirt. So regardless of the slogan.
Well, my secretary was Jim Betts, and he always wore T-shirts.
Oh no, I'm sure he did. Okay. Let's move on. Earlier on, did you hear the evidence of the Celestino representatives about the frustrations they had with progressing their development? Well, they kind of blamed you and the Department of Planning over a 4-year period in changing the development controls and reviewing the arrangements for the Aerotropolis land use, and said that's the reason why they haven't delivered any of the 12,000 promised knowledge-based jobs, or even the national headquarters of their organisation and the chicken research laboratory that they promised in the first instance. So that wouldn't be right, would it? Given that they got their zoning through in 2016 and they've had ample opportunities to lodge applications and have them approved for the developments that they promised.
Yeah. Just as an aside, that the idea of a chicken research laboratory sounds terrifying. But sorry, I shouldn't.
Emma Hurst isn't on this one.
No, I shouldn't be.
So that's where the money's come from initially, supplemented now by pretty significant land development.
No,
but they did promise their national headquarters and the laboratory there. How do you respond to the fact that they're blaming you?
Well, I didn't hear them blame me, and if so put that to one side. But the role of government, as I always saw it, was not to give a commercial benefit to or to have that in mind when you're making any rezoning decisions. What you should do is look at the public interest, balance the submissions that come in terms of your responsibilities under the Act, and provide opportunities. Whether people, based on public need, whether people take up those opportunities, or whether the market changes, or interest rates changes, or whether capital requirements change, that's completely outside of your control. As Planning Minister, you provide the context for people to hopefully make the highest and best economic use of their land, in line with principles of sustainable development. If they do or not, it is really out of your control.
But the exhibition of the stage 1 of the loop and the development controls for the Aerotropolis, they wouldn't have been a barrier, would they, to lodging applications on the rezoned land to establish the different facilities that Celestino promised?
I can't really speak to that. I do know, I mean, obviously, there were infrastructure requirements in terms of utilities to get the power, get the roads, get the rail, all those sorts of things. So you can't necessarily develop in advance of the utilities that are there to support the land use. But provided that infrastructure is in place, or there's a pathway to do that, then it's open to an applicant to go and do what they want to do.
Yep. That's what I thought and put to them. They also seemingly denied various applications to you and your department to release the development triggers and also to increase the housing densities from 3,400 dwellings, which were designed for student and sort of professional accommodation for the advanced manufacturing, science and technology, and increase it to 30,000 dwellings. But that consistently happened as your time as Minister, didn't it? And to your credit, you consistently rejected that application.
So well, thank you. My memory's a bit foggy here. I do remember, obviously, when decisions about rail were made, that obviously had implications on land use. But the first stage of planning was done before we had knowledge of where the railway was going to go. And that's why a planning process starts at a high level and then becomes more granular the more details that emerge. But certainly. Whatever applications they put in would have been assessed in accordance with the requirements of the legislation and the submissions that came in and the capacity of the land. So I can't remember the outcomes, but I do. I can't really. I didn't have much personal contact with them, other than the meetings that would have been disclosed in my ministerial diary.
Right, and what can government do to undo poor planning decisions like this? Because I don't want to be too harsh on Celestino, but one interpretation might be they never had any intention of delivering a science park, because nothing's happened over a long period of time. But by proper or improper means, they've now got the metro there, and they would look well placed in the future to convince some government to go down the path of a housing estate. Otherwise, that metro built at public expense goes to waste. So what should we be doing in the recommendations of this committee about a development that looks disingenuous and against the public interest?
Yeah, well, look, I can't comment as to motives. I genuinely can't. But, it was obviously, as I've said, when you had an opportunity to master plan a site and when there was an applicant that had some ideas, of course government will work with them to look at their ideas and try to help them in an appropriate way to bring those ideas to fruition. If they choose another path, or if things happen in other areas that undermine the potential to deliver those plans. These things happen. That's the nature of planning. That's why you have to keep it flexible, and that's why you have to have a system that allows things to change over time. And that's particularly the case in a greenfield area where, you know, a decision over a utility could have dramatic consequences on the development capacity of different sites. My encouragement to Celestino would be to look at what's approved. You worked very hard to get that approval. My encouragement is to see, you know, of what has been approved, what you can deliver.
Yeah, well, but isn't this an ongoing problem in planning in Western Sydney? The number of developers who say they'll produce employment land and a large number of jobs and then walk it back over time to just another housing estate?
Yeah. Look, and it's a paradox of planning.
What you were planning minister in 2016 when these final rezonings went through. Why would you have thought that they were going to build Silicon Valley at Luddenham? No association with a higher education institution, no research base, no transport links at that time. Why would anyone think that that's going to happen in preference to Macquarie Park or around Kensington or Sydney University? I mean, why would Silicon Valley be built?
I strongly commend the virtues of
Luddenham,
Macquarie
but
Park.
why were we going to build Silicon Valley there?
Well, again, I think the answer here is, of course, governments should work with communities, with landholders to see if we can help them make it possible for them to deliver investment and jobs. But public services like public schools and public hospitals obviously are a matter for the government in terms of providing those services directly. But in relation to private investment and private development, that's a matter for those private landholders, and we help to shape opportunities for them. As it turned out, for whatever reason, they haven't been able to realise those opportunities. I suspect some of that, will take many years. When you talk about Silicon Valley at Luddenham, of course, that's not going to happen straight away. But if you'd said the same thing about Macquarie Park back in 1965, no one would have dreamed that it would have a world-class university, a world-class innovation district there, but that's happened over time. And I think there is an exciting opportunity for that corridor through the airport, and I think those things will happen over time. But it won't happen overnight, but it will happen.
Just on the airport link, the rail link you mentioned earlier on, is it your recollection that there was a higher benefit cost ratio for extending Leppington? Certainly the scoping study in 2018 said that Leppington was less expensive, $6 billion versus 11, and was the simplest way to provide a train service to the proposed Western Sydney Airport. And extended the heavy rail, no one had to change trains, as they now will have to do at St Mary's to come into the centre of Sydney.
Yes.
Yes, and yes. And did you appoint, so your recollection was there was a higher benefit cost ratio for the Leppington extension? I've been told by a federal representative that because it brought in the Liverpool and Campbelltown industrial estates, it had those economic benefits. Did you appoint Sam Sangster to be the inaugural head of the Aerotropolis?
No.
You didn't? Okay. But would you agree with his assessment, unless you've got a fast rail link from a second airport to the major centre, where we are now, it runs the risk of being a white elephant?
Well, I have high regard for Sam. I don't know the context of his comments, but he did
an international study tour of second airport viability.
Yeah.
Might have had as many upgrades as Albo, but I'm sure he got around and looked at a lot of airports. And he said that Badgerys Creek Airport runs the risk of being a white elephant and does not have a fast, direct train link to the Sydney CBD, where inevitably most people, tourists visiting Sydney, want to come here, don't they?
As I said, I've got high regard for Sam, and I've got high regard for Sam, and if he's saying something, I don't know the context of what he's talking about.
That was the conclusion from his study tour.
But he's very experienced.
Okay. Thank you.
If I could just ask a question on that, though. Government is, of course, limited by money and what it's able to invest. A direct rail link to the CBD would be an incredibly costly proposition, wouldn't it?
Yeah, hugely expensive. But we showed when we were in government that we did have an appetite to do big public infrastructure projects. But of course, we had to generate the funding to be able to do that. And that was, where wages policy, that's where asset recycling, that was the engine that generated the money to pay for the infrastructure pipeline. I suspect the challenge for the current government is they don't have an infrastructure, they don't have an engine to generate that funding anymore.
But when you were making assessments in terms of whether it went, or when others in government were making the assessment as to whether it went north or south effectively, there was never a direct link to the CBD or the Sydney CBD on the table, was there?
No, that's true. That's true. But I think
That's what the Leppington extension is. It's Badgerys Creek, Kelvin Park, Rangelli, Leppington, Glenfield, East Hills.
Well, it goes
I
through.
caught that line
It's not a high-speed rail link.
Yeah.
Sorry?
It's not a high-speed rail link.
Well, you
It'll
can
take
have as
an hour
many, you can
plus
have
on
as
the
many
train.
stops as you like. You could run a train once an hour that came in here in 35 minutes if you wanted to.
And it goes through Glenfield, and then you had the choice of whether you did metro or heavy rail. In one sense, I think, well, we are where we are now. I agreed with the proposition about the cost-benefit analysis, but it had to come in one direction or the other, and ultimately the whole thing's got to be built. So ultimately you do have to link through from Bradfield through to Glenfield, and so ultimately you have to start somewhere and finish somewhere. The choice of the government of the day, and again I wasn't involved in that decision. And remember, the federal government had a big role in this because they paid for half of it. So, their view as to whether it connected in from the north or the south was pretty significant given their funding commitment toward it.
And it's still got a metro link, which Tullamarine Airport in Melbourne still has no public transport link.
Ultimately, there's a train going to the airport.
Yeah.
That's the big headline. There's a train going to the airport.
Any other questions? Nope. Anything else you wanted to say?
Look, I would have worn my Che Guevara T-shirt, but it was in the wash. So, thank you all.
Thank you so much. We do appreciate you coming. We know you you weren't required to, so it's very kind of you to come.
It's
and
lovely to see you all again. I wish you all the best, and I actually will be interested to read the report because there can be incredible lessons for how to plan the future of Western Sydney, which will be really exciting to see. So good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome our next witness and final witness for the day. If I could ask you please to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Stuart Ayres, I'm the CEO of the Urban Development Institute of Australia and New South Wales, and I'll swear an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And did you want to start with a opening statement of any kind?
I'm happy to take questions.
Very good. And just noting that you have been invited today, both in your capacity as CEO of UDIA as well as former Minister for Western Sydney. Thank you very much for making yourself available. Can I just start by asking you, you were with Gladys Berejiklian, I believe, in 2019 in London when the Memorandum of Understanding with BAE Systems was entered into in relation to the Western Aerotropolis.
That's correct.
Are you able to tell us anything about that Memorandum of Understanding?
Well, it was in line with many of the other MOUs that we were signing at the time, which was about encouraging global businesses to make a commitment to be an ongoing partner in the development of the Aerotropolis, particularly over a long period of time. BAE's been a business that's been heavily invested in Australia for many, many years, across various iterations. I think there's been a number of acquisitions that have been taken place over time that have made that business in Australia larger than what it has been in the past. But they were one of many international companies that we were looking to encourage as they were looking to increase their footprint, make further investments into knowledge jobs, that they would be well placed to be closely located to an airport. So it seemed pretty obvious that we would target them.
Thank you. And I've not, to be honest, I've never seen an MOU, a trade MOU. I've seen lots of MOUs, but not one entered into by states with companies. Presumably, they're two ways. So, what sort of inducements then did New South Wales offer for someone like BAE?
Well, I think the attractiveness for the Aerotropolis or a place like Bradfield being so proximate to an airport was about being invested in a community over a long period of time as infrastructure evolved, as access to workforce improved, and if you're looking to expand either in Australia or across the Asia Pacific, being able to access those preconditions for success we thought would be attractive to be a company like BAE, same as it was for a number of other organisations as well. And so having them engaged right from the beginning, the ability to share knowledge, provide advice and guidance, potentially over time if they wanted to take either land acquisition, they'd have to do so through a normal market process, but they're the types of partners that you want to have in very early to make sure that you're getting strong market soundings.
And was the advanced manufacturing research facility part of sort of the pitch to them? Was that a sort of a feature of the Aerotropolis at that time?
Yeah, so there's the Advanced Manufacturing Research Facility probably has its genesis in a very similar named facility that's in Sheffield in the north of England, called the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre, and it's a facility that's in a site that's not too dissimilar to what the Aerotropolis looks like and is envisaged to continue to evolve. So I think sort of more business park type locations. BAE was invested in that facility and engaged in the development of that facility. As far as I'm aware, they're still heavily engaged in the work that takes place in Sheffield now, and it's been a core part of their business for many years.
What other, you mentioned that there were other organisations and companies that those discussions were had with as well. What other, I guess, those kind of large defence companies were involved at that sort of stage?
Yeah, we had engagement with Northrop Grumman.
They were one of the first ones, weren't they? Because they've already got it, like, I forget what you call it, an anchor tenant or an anchor.
Yeah, so Northrop Grumman they made some investments in Western Sydney, right, that the capital was deployed into the Richmond Air Force Base. They were able to upgrade facilities that existed there that allowed for them to undertake a mechanical procedure of replacing the wing box on a C-130 Hercules aircraft, which is a heavy airlift aircraft. It moves. In fact, most people would see it as most people's identification of that plane would be through emergency relief. So it's a movement and heavy lift aircraft. It's quite heavily used around the world, and the older versions of that need the centre of the wing replaced, and the process for doing that is efficiently done at Richmond, and so they made investments to allow that to happen. And because that aircraft is used around many air forces, particularly in the Asia Pacific region, it was a good place for them to make that investment, and that secured that investment into New South Wales and allowed Northrop Grumman to be part of the ongoing process on how Bradfield and the Aerotropolis developed.
So Northrop, BAE?
I can't recall immediately off the top of my head any other specific defence companies, but...
Was Elbit part of it? I feel like they're part of it now. Elbit Systems?
I don't recall Elbit Systems, but the other companies like Sumitomo Mitsui, which is a banking corporation, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, which does lots of different things. In fact, I do think they do a little bit of defence in Japan.
They do.
Hitachi is not known as a defence company, but I'd place a fairly short bet that it probably has some defence contracts in Japan, if not sort of globally, but they're a multi-dimensional business. DB Schenker is a freight logistics company, Australian company called Vitex Pharmaceuticals, which is a great New South Wales-based business that's got facilities already in Western Sydney, but thought that the Aerotropolis would be a good place that they would look to expand over time.
Thank you. I'll give the opportunity for other colleagues to ask questions before I continue mine.
Oh yeah, thank you, and thanks, Stuart, for coming in wearing two hats. And did you hear earlier on the evidence of Celestino before this committee?
No, I didn't.
John Camilleri said that in his various meetings with you, he hadn't discussed the location of the train station there at the Sydney Science Park, Luddenham. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't recall ever having a conversation with John Camilleri about train station locations.
Right, but you did give evidence at budget estimates on the 10th of March 2021 that you'd had that Celestino lobbied you several times for a train station on their site. So who was that through?
Well, Celestino was a member of I think it was called the Western Sydney Rail Alliance, which included a number of organisations, universities, local governments. Celestino was part of that. So through that Western Sydney Rail Alliance, John Vassallo, who was, I think, he was the CEO, I think, at the time of a lot of this work. He definitely engaged with lots of members of Parliament around the need for a rail line to track the north-south corridor, which later became a big part of the future rail needs study. But definitely through that, representatives like John Vassallo engaged with me around train lines, but not train station sites.
Right, but you accepted their argument on the train line?
Well, there's no doubting I strongly advocated for a north-south train link. I still think it will be one of the best decisions that's ever been made in New South Wales history. I think Western Sydney will benefit immensely from it. I think the future rail needs study, which had 6 options, in fact there was quite a strong campaign in lots of communities for option 6, which created a commitment to a long-term commitment to a rail corridor between Macarthur and Tullawong, with the airport in the middle.
Yeah, back at those budget estimates in March 2021, you said you'd met a number of times with John Camilleri and discussed the development interests at Sydney Science Park. He didn't seem to recall that this morning either, so you stand by that evidence and recollection?
I think you may have asked me if I was recalling the estimates, Mr. Latham, whether I'd met John Camilleri at locations. Definitely, I've been in lots of locations with John. Did we ever have a formal meeting about train station locations? No.
No, but the development interests and approval of the science park when you were an MP and
I think John,
other issues related
I think
to
I
it.
had,
You did declare 10 meetings in your ministerial diary with Celestino over a 5-year period.
I recall.
And you said at the estimates, you said you'd met with him a number of times and discussed his development interests at the science park.
I have no doubt I met with him a number of times, but not always about the science park and not always in a formal setting. My only recollection of meeting with John was him attending what you might describe as a briefing where representatives from Celestino spoke about what their future plans were for the Sydney Science Park.
Right, and who selected the location for the Luddenham metro station?
Transport for New South Wales.
And what involvement did you have in that?
I didn't play any formal involvement in the selection of train stations, train station locations. I received briefings as a minister from Transport for New South Wales over the process. I engaged and offered opinions around corridor alignment. I was an outspoken advocate for the north-south rail line corridor. I gave a number of very public speeches about why I thought Western Sydney needed a transport connection that allowed Western Sydney to be connected to Western Sydney, and then the idea of building a multi-billion-dollar airport and then exporting every dollar back to the east of Sydney seemed like a pretty silly thing to do, and it was about time that people in Western Sydney had some infrastructure spent in their communities.
Yeah, do you agree with the evidence that Rob Stokes just gave us, that the benefit-cost ratio for the Leppington extension was a lot higher than this north-south St Mary's line?
I'm pretty certain it's well known that the benefit-cost ratio for the shorter line was a higher number, but I think there were many other factors that were determined in the decision around where to start what is the first stage of a long-term commitment around rail in Western Sydney.
What would those factors be, given that the Leppington extension was half the cost and the metro business case for the St Mary's line says it'll have a peak loading of just 11% capacity in one direction, so 89% of the metro empty, and a very low 18% benefit to public transport usage off a cost-benefit ratio of 0.75. And if you go visit the Luddenham station nearing completion today, you must feel a sense of embarrassment that there's nothing there other than horse and cow paddocks, and we've wasted a huge amount of money on supporting a development at the science park that clearly is never ever going to happen.
I don't agree with that statement at all. I think if I had $1 for every time someone stopped me over my 13 years in Parliament and said, why can't we put the infrastructure in before the houses? I'd be a pretty wealthy person, much wealthier than being a member of Parliament for over a decade.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be houses. It's supposed to be 12,000 knowledge-based jobs that you advocated for. Where are they?
I think the whole rail line goes much further than the Sydney Science Park, Mr Latham. I'd also say that the decision to build the rail line from St Mary's through Orchard Hills, through Luddenham, onto the airport site, onto Bradfield, really sets up future governments to be able to make further investments to extend that rail corridor. There's an obvious opportunity to extend that rail corridor between Bradfield and Leppington. I'd strongly advocate for the conversion of the Southwest line to a metro service to make for a more efficient use of that rail service. There's an opportunity to extend that from Bradfield south to Macarthur. You can pick up suburbs like Oran Park when you do that, and that creates great opportunities for places in the deeper southwest, in the Wallandilly communities to be able to access better transport. And I think everyone has seen the raging success of the Northwest Metro, and so the ability to connect St Mary's through to Tullawong would be a completion of that. And that's pretty much what the Future Rail Needs Study identified as the best pathway forward.
But why would any government at double the cost build a metro line that nobody's going to use out of an airport facility? Why would you do that other than preference for a company?
Let's unpack a couple of those options, or what you've just suggested there. So if it was an $11 billion line, or it was an $11 billion line, and half of that money was paid for by the Commonwealth, we just saved the New South Wales taxpayers $5.5 billion. If we applied your approach here and we split the shorter amount of money in half with the Commonwealth, and we had to fill this longer section of the line in today's dollars, then the bill for the New South Wales taxpayer between Bradfield and St Mary's would just be substantially higher. Like, I think you've just made a really great argument for how we save the New South Wales taxpayers and the new government billions and billions and billions of dollars of infrastructure money that can be redeployed into other important public uses.
But Infrastructure
it's a really good
Australia
argument. Thanks for making it. I should have thought of that myself.
St Mary's line, they agree with the business case that it's a lemon. So they much preferred the Leppington line extension out of Infrastructure Australia, so they probably would have funded half of that, and the overall cost to the New South Wales taxpayers $3 billion instead of the $6 billion we're paying for the St Mary's line that nobody's going to use.
For one line that makes no future north-south connections. I think that would be just a terrible public policy decision. I genuinely believe that if we do not create north-south rail connections that allow communities in the southwest benefiting from the airport and the Aerotropolis investment, existing suburbs connected through the airport into the Penrith greater area, onto the northwest, leveraging existing infrastructure. Surely we get to a point in time where the idea of travelling east-west as the sole mechanism for public transport in Sydney has to stop, and you allow communities in Western Sydney to grow in their own spaces and create places people can call home and jobs closer to where they live. That's what that rail line was able to do. Do you really suggest that we should have just built a rail line from Leppington to Bradfield and then stopped?
I'm suggesting you should build rail lines where people live, and given the scale of development at Austral and heading further west through Bringelly and Kelvin Park and the unserviced suburbs like Oran Park and Harrington Park that have got absolutely no public transport and rail, it's criminal for you to have advocated for something that has 11% usage in the peak. And to build a rail station at Luddenham where, embarrassingly, it's surrounded by horse and cow paddocks while people living in suburbs, your communities being built that have got no public transport go without. And solely because of your association with Celestino and support for the Sydney Science Park, which has been a con on Western Sydney with none of the jobs ever to be developed, and the traditional pattern of trying to roll it back, as they're trying to do, into 30,000 dwellings, a housing estate. That's what I'm saying.
Point of order.
If you ask me the
point
question,
of order.
that's my answer.
Order. I'll hear
that's
the
why we're
point
here
of
today.
Okay. The point of order is that, as Mr. Latham just said, that's his statement effectively, that he should put a question to this witness and not go for a rant effectively.
Okay, I think
The
for
witness asked me a question and I answered him.
procedural fairness, I will now ask Mr. Rose if there's anything you wanted to say in response to the commentary.
No, my first thing I will do is reject any suggestion that the rail line or train station locations were designed by relationships between myself or any other member of the government that I was a part of. I think that's a fairly significant blight and attack on a whole lot of people's reputations that I think is unwarranted. I think it's absolutely critical that we have strong north-south rail connections across Western Sydney, and this payment of precious taxpayer funds is a down payment to ensure that there is, for future generations, an opportunity to continue to expand that rail network over a north-south corridor, which is going to have to house many, many hundreds of thousands, millions of people, and we should continue to make investments on public transport infrastructure that allow people to be well located to those train lines. It's the whole principle of transport-orientated development means that places like Luddenham, Orchard Hills can emerge as places where people call home. Suburbs should be built around those train stations. The same way I expect they'll be built around a future train station at Rossmore, which is currently Paddocks. And the same way they'll be built around future train stations in Paddocks to the north of St Mary's.
Well, just on that, in the town planning around the Aerotropolis, the Luddenham town centre has become a bit of a black hole where the residents and the businesses are complaining there's no forward plan for them, because I think the government wants most of the retail and commercial development to go to the so-called Bradfield City. If you were going to have a north-south rail link, as you've advocated, why wasn't it run through the Luddenham town centre, where people actually live, instead of the horse and cow paddocks of Celestino at the Science Park?
And where would you want the train line to go after it went to the Luddenham town centre?
Well, you said at estimates in March 2021, and I'll quote you, 2 eminently logical locations for rail stations north of the airport site with the 2 population centres servicing people, not cows and horses, if I can add that, of Luddenham and Orchard Hills. So they're your own words. Why wasn't it put through the Luddenham town centre if that was an eminently logical location?
I'm pretty certain I'm referring to Luddenham north of the airport, because Luddenham north of the airport is still Luddenham, even though the
No,
town
you said
centre...
population centres. We discussed the township, which has obviously got problems.
I remember
now.
that statement very clearly. I think you were sitting on that side of the table when I made it. But no, it does make eminent sense to allow for population centres to evolve along that north-south corridor. In fact, I think the government just released the Orchard Hills master plan
today.
Somewhat finally today.
Well, where's the population centre at Luddenham?
The population centre will evolve around the train station.
Evolve. Okay, well, you were talking about the current one. Why wasn't it sent through the Luddenham town centre?
I don't think that would have been an efficient transport corridor to be able to access the airport or access future links. I would encourage the government, however, to approve option, I think it's called 3.5 these days, on the town centre plan. The residents of Luddenham would really like that to happen.
Okay, but you're talking about supporting housing.
Just as a quick clarification, though, with respect to the orientation of that train line, your evidence to this committee, though, was that you had no say over where particular stations or the like went. That was not a matter that you determined.
No, Transport for New South Wales made all of those decisions.
Thank you.
When did you first learn of the Science Park's expectation that they'd get a rail station?
I don't know that I ever learnt of their expectation to get a rail station. I'm sure, like many landowners, they would have loved to have had a rail station, but if they had an expectation, then that was their expectation. I don't think there was anything I ever had.
In the siding of the Metro, for which you're obviously involved through the cities deal, Metro commissioned some planning consultancy studies, and they concluded preliminary discussion between the proponent Celestino and the New South Wales Government about the rail line and station appear to have occurred prior to December 2013, seemingly as early as 2011. You're saying you're unaware of those discussions or that expectation of Celestino?
Well, there definitely wasn't any discussions inside of government about a north-south rail line before the airport commitment was made by Prime Minister Abbott. And the airport rail line actually was subsequent to the airport announcements being made. It was a core part of the city deal. So any discussions that landowners are having around future rail corridors were entirely speculative. And given people had been speculating around whether a future government would ever invest in a Western Sydney airport for the better part of 40 years, I'd say that that's a pretty big speculation.
Well, how do you explain the comment of Andrew Miller in response to this startling claim that the early O'Farrell government, of which you're a part, has given Celestino encouragement that they'll one day get a rail station, where in response to that consultancy report, he replied on the 1st of December 2020, after a discussion with the Corridors team, it's apparent there's been a continued dialogue between the landowner, Celestino, and Transport for New South Wales from 2013 to the current date regarding the Sydney Science Park. It's considered there was a high expectation from the landowner that a station would be delivered to the Sydney Science Park. They were in on the fix early on, weren't they?
In on the fix. What do you mean by that, Mr. Latham?
Somehow, before the second airport was even announced by the Abbott government, officials from Metro and Transport for New South Wales are saying that Celestino expected a rail station exactly where they got it under your government, under your guidance. It's amazing, isn't it?
Well, I cannot see how a discussion about a rail line that didn't exist...
No, a rail station in that exact spot. They
could have taken place
the
before
Penrith Council and the
2013.
state put the rail station exactly where it's now being built in horse and cow paddocks.
Sorry,
You're unaware of that?
No,
You're
no,
unaware
I
of
can't be
any
any clearer. I can't see how a conversation around a rail line or a train station could have taken place before there was even a commitment to do a rail line. I spent a lot of time in this building arguing for this, both with members of the opposition and probably members of my own government, to ensure Western Sydney finally got long-term infrastructure
no doubt you
investments.
did that, but this is what the document shows. So you've got now explanation as to why these the consultant and the transport official would say these things.
Well, not around expectation. I've got no doubt that Transport for New South Wales and representatives of the Corridor team would have been engaging with landowners all over Western Sydney. At one stage I took almost 200 kilometres of corridor reservations, which is not an easy exercise to do when you're engaging with communities around infrastructure that's not going to arrive for 20 or 30 years, but you're making policy decisions today to ensure that future populations don't have to pay as much money. So representatives of the public service engage in consultation with landowners in those corridors all the time.
You were talking about housing development. Do you support the Celestino submissions, multiple submissions to government over the years to move to 30,000 dwellings at the Science Park to turn it into a housing estate?
My predisposition in the middle of a housing crisis is that where we can create more homes in well-located places, we should do that.
So that's a yes.
Well, I don't know. I'm not familiar with their proposals around 30,000. That does sound like something they may have put out in response to the land use infrastructure investigation plan, or the LUIP. But I think that volume at the time was probably rejected. I think they had a cap of about 3,500 or 3,400 on the site. But like any other landowner, they're free to make proposals and submissions to government around changes and updates to whatever their future plans
Right,
are.
but now they've got a metro and there's no knowledge-based jobs, not a single one, not even their own headquarters to be relocated there. As a UDIA position, you'd support the 30,000 housing dwellings to make better use of the metro that otherwise has no one to service other than cows and horses.
Well, I'd support housing. I'm not sure I'm going to say on behalf of the UDIA that I'd support a specific number without seeing a plan, and I don't think any normal planner would either.
Well, Celestino's got a plan. Okay, thank you.
If I could just pick up on that point, are Celestino members of the UDIA?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you, just for disclosure purposes.
Yep.
Mr. Ayres, thanks for being here today. Just with respect to the options of the North-South link, you, of course, were the member for Penrith at the time. It really shouldn't surprise anyone that you would be a strong proponent of a rail link that serviced your community as the member for Penrith at the time, would you?
Well, it didn't actually service my electorate.
Yep.
Well, but
indeed, but your community, in a sense,
that'd make me Pru-Car's strongest infrastructure advocate. And I'm sure, given the recent announcements by Penrith City Council on the St Mary's Master Plan, which the Planning Minister kindly allowed for a stay of proceedings on a TOD to allow that council to be able to do their own planning work, consult with local communities, and actually probably deliver a stronger uplift in residential opportunity there than what the TOD policy
I think
would achieve.
1,100 potentially additional.
And that's not, to be clear, a criticism of the TOD policy. I think it's just a good example of where a minister's been very sensible and allowed engagement with local communities to deliver a better result. But yes, St Mary's is located in the Penrith LGA, but it wasn't located in my electorate. I was always much more confident, particularly given the long-term commitments of the government to the Western Metro, which would free up substantial capacity on the T1 Western line, that the fastest mechanism of being able to get from the outer west to the city would have been through a capacity relieved T1 Western Line in the future.
So that would be, to Mr Latham's point before about connectivity to the city, effectively changing at St Mary's and then being able to catch an express service that would have gone from St Mary's, let's say St Mary's, Blacktown, Parramatta, Strathfield, CBD.
Exactly. Or maybe in an environment where there is more capacity or more demand on those lines because of a future airport, you might, and particularly with substantially freed up capacity on the T1 Western Line, you might even run trains from St Mary's directly to Central. And even on today's transport network, with its aged constraints, you could probably do that in 35 minutes.
Also, to your point previously, you indicated, of course, there are other aspirations in terms of connections in the metro. One of those being, of course, from St Mary's to Tallawong. That can only happen to another metro location, and there was no metro location located in the southwest, was there?
No, well, I don't actually agree with the view that it can only go to another metro. I think other extensions can take place. The lines that are built don't have to be exactly the same. Metros allow for interchanges like they do globally, and so it's not a contiguous travel time. So my expectation is that as metros expand, the idea of interchanging at stations will become more like the global practice that it is in metro networks around the world, where you might take 2 or 3 lines, and because of the frequency of the train service, you get to one station, you get off the train, you walk to the other side of the platform, within a few minutes that train turns up and you move. So this idea of us being on an old radial network where we need to go from Hornsby all the way around to Penrith is a pretty kind of old way of thinking about rail. So connecting to the northwest, that's where the major infrastructure was already in place, but you could choose to build whatever style of metro line between St Mary's and Tallawong. And I said earlier, my strong view is that the best opportunity for metro and continuation of rail would be to make the probably more expensive decision, but I think a better long-term transport solution decision to extend metro from Bradfield to Leppington and then convert the Leppington Southwest Rail line to a metro line, and create a metro interchange at Glenfield, which I still think is one of the most important train stations in Sydney, but no one spends a lot of time thinking about that.
Now, with respect to some of the opportunities that are there as well for the future to Glenfield, for instance, we've heard that there's the reservation, which now needs to be kept in place through Bradfield, and the evidence we had before from the Bradfield Delivery Authority was that it's now a 60-metre parcel above land that they have to keep as a reservation. In your current role...
Sorry, did they really say that?
Yeah, 60-metre wide reservation they need to keep for that corridor.
What, in the middle of Bradfield City?
In the middle of Bradfield City. That was the evidence we had previously. In your current role with the UDIA, what's your perspective in terms of the impact of that on creating what should be a town centre, or in fact a third city, effectively, in Sydney?
I'm actually a bit flabbergasted that evidence is even... is that a change by the current government to not keep the rail line through Bradfield City underground?
Well, what's your understanding previously when you were in government as to what the planning arrangements were?
Gladys Berejiklian and myself. I remember very clearly the very profound discussion we had because it would have an impact on cost. And we also made a very clear decision that we were not going to have an above-ground rail line cutting what we wanted to be was a future CBD and a jobs and housing location in the southwest of Sydney. That's a bit like saying we should ask John Bradfield to put the city circle above ground in the middle of Sydney City. I actually can't believe that. They must lose, I don't know, I'm just speculating, thousands of square metres of potential commercial and residential development, and it must go right through the park. There's a big central park in the middle of Bradfield.
There's nothing in Bradfield other than street signs that say Bradfield. You see, nothing's happening there.
Mr. Latham, I think we all accept that planning for future cities requires us to create master plans, define where streets go, put places where trees, parks, public amenity, define what planning uses or what land uses can happen in those locations. That's exactly what the Bradfield master plan is. But what you've just told me, Mr. Farlow, Actually, I'm just going to say I think that's disturbing. I think if we've made such a significant commitment to Bradfield and we're not prepared to say right now that we won't have the rail that runs through the station box is under construction. It's underground now.
Yep.
So what is this about leaving an above ground solution to come from Leppington through, or even worse, a future connection to Parramatta to be on the surface?
Well, that was the evidence we received, that from the Bradfield Master Plan there is the requirement that they keep a 60-metre reservation corridor for future rail links.
Well,
so that wasn't something that was in place when you were in government and you formulated these plans along with Premier Berejiklian?
Definitely not. We made a very conscious decision that when this rail line was being co-funded by the state and the Commonwealth, that when we came into Bradfield, we would not create the other side of the tracks. This would be underground, and you would not have a train line being an impediment to the best possible urban outcome in a future location where we always aspire to having jobs and greater densities. The idea that you'd put a surface rail line through the middle of Bradfield City is extraordinary.
For those of us who aren't town planners, is it possible that that sort of reservation is to avoid having to tunnel under properties, or is it possible that it's an underground line still?
I don't know why you would need to have a surface reservation if that's what was provided.
okay.
as
You've got a
evidence
station
earlier.
box there already. effectively.
And if you're going to have, did you say 60 metres? Did I hear that correctly?
60 metres was what I wrote down at the time.
Yeah. So that means that 60 metres can't be built on. So you're going to have like, it's a hodl grid, right? So there's squares that get sold off and people build buildings. So you're going to have a 60 metre wide line on either side of all the development spaces. That's going to look very weird on a map. I might go back and have a look at the Bradfield Master Plan if it's online.
Yeah, we might have to ask some supplementary questions as well. To clarify.
And look, and I can't remember whether it was evidence before this committee or discussions that we had on our site inspection day, but I think there was also some suggestion that potentially both options were on the table in terms of whether you had the metro continue on or whether you had the heavy rail continue on from Leppington. With respect to that, with your current hat on, do you have a view on which one would be preferable?
I've got no doubt that the government will have to explore an extension of heavy rail up, which undoubtedly will be a cheaper option, but I think it would deliver a lower quality service. And my standing disposition is Western Sydney shouldn't get second best. And I think you should make the investment in the long term, spend a little bit more money up front and extend the metro around to Leppington. Maybe take a little bit of time. You have to create an interchange at Leppington, but long term, I think it would be much better if there was a contiguous metro service from Glenfield through to St Mary's. I'm sure that's a decision that the current Premier and Treasurer and Transport Minister and Infrastructure Minister are probably grappling with right now, with the recommendations that came from Mr Murdoch's rail report.
And last question, just with respect to the rail corridor around Bradfield and the servicing of the airport via a rail corridor, that wasn't necessarily always a given, was it, that the new airport would be serviced by a rail corridor? When it was first announced, was there money or commitment on the table from the federal government for a rail corridor connecting the airport?
No, the announcement for the airport didn't include rail announcements. There was a substantial joint funded road package that went alongside the announcement of the airport that now residents across Western Sydney enjoy every single day. The widening of Northern Road, which has completely changed travel times between Penrith and Camden and Campbelltown, Bringelly Road, Camden Valley Way, they were all roads that were upgraded, often well in advance of the developments in areas that Mr Latham was talking about earlier, that were benefits of the catalytic decision of the airport. The decision on rail came later, and it came after the establishment of the city deal between the New South Wales government, the federal government and 8 Western Sydney councils, and the signature infrastructure piece in that city deal was the $11 billion rail line. I don't shy away from the fact that I would love to have been able to secure more funding to get it around to, at the very least, Leppington and close off that loop. But I just expect that I expect the current New South Wales government will fund that gap. I can't see why you wouldn't.
Thank you.
So I was getting lost in looking at the map and the master plan. Does look like a bit of a, yeah. Okay. Do you have more questions?
Yeah, Mr. Ayres, how many MOUs did you sign for Bradfield, Aerotropolis?
I
We heard earlier on there are 48, upon which one is being acted on.
I can't remember the exact number. I think it was low 20s from memory that I was probably directly engaged in or participated in signing or spoke with people. So I think there's been.
And what economic forecasting did you have for a high take-up rate of private sector investment at Bradfield, given that I think common sense would say that most of the warehousing, manufacturing, freight movements and facilities will be located on the federal government land to the north of the airport site, a large business park where any investor would want to go there because it's cheek by jowl to the airport rather than the Science Park or Mamre Road or Aerotropolis at Kelvin Park.
I don't think it's one over the other, Mr. Latham. I think that there's plenty of opportunities across the 11,000.
No, but what forecasting did you have to say that Bradfield would ever be financially viable in terms of private sector investment?
I think Bradfield will be very financially viable. It'll just, like all other developments, it'll take time. It takes time to service that land. It takes time to build the transport infrastructure. It takes time to ensure that water servicing is set up. So once all of those preconditions for private sector investment are in place, I expect that you'll see a lot more private sector investment. In fact, pretty much almost right on schedule. The Bradfield Delivery Authority has gone out to market on the first super lots. That's the direct engagement of the private sector straight into Bradfield. The government is in market right now talking to the private sector about investing in Bradfield. The first building was funded by the New South Wales government.
By government. The second building too.
Yeah, and they own this site is entirely owned by the New South Wales government. The acquisition of that land came from the Commonwealth as part of the city deal. It's a great deal for the citizens of New South Wales.
Right. Do you think there's a problem in perception about Bradfield, that there's better investment opportunities near the airport for the private sector? The landowners there complain no one's knocking on their door to purchase their properties, and it was basically a publicity opportunity to sign MOUs that aren't acted on and talk about an Aerotropolis for 5 years where nothing has happened. And why wouldn't you put the rail line above ground for a facility that looks like realistically it won't be delivered in our lifetime?
Well, 7 years ago there was no widened Northern Road, no widened Bringelly Road, no widened Camden Valley Way. There was no airport. There was no rail line. There was no Kemps Creek water recycling facility. 11,000 hectares of rural land was zoned rural land. So the idea that nothing's happened, I think, is quite farcical. I think more happened in 7 years than what normally happens in 4 or 5 decades in this state. And I think it's set the preconditions for future investments by government in enabling infrastructure, stormwater facilities, which are probably the single biggest impediment right now for a number of developers in industrial states. All of those things will keep flowing through the system because of the long-term investments that we made. I took risks as a Member of Parliament because in my view, I put the long-term planning ahead of the short-term impact of trying to win an election, and I think Western Sydney will benefit for that for many, many years.
Yeah, but that's all housing. Camden Valley Way's been widened, and it's just housing estates on either side, no jobs. Northern Road's been widened, housing estates either side, no jobs. And where's the investment to make Bradfield viable when clearly if you're an investor you'd rather be right there at the airport site in the federal government business park? And haven't we overhyped and exaggerated the potential of a one-runway airport to have Bradfield, the Science Park, Mamre Road and the federal government business park when only the latter is truly viable?
Well, the long-term plan for Western Sydney Airport has a higher patronage PAX capacity than Sydney Airport. Surely we don't build infrastructure for just what we think will happen on the first day it opens. We build infrastructure for its capacity to economically enable our citizens to create better social and economic opportunities. And the value of that infrastructure is delivered over decades. We're not making decisions around what happens right now, just so someone can go and cut a ribbon.
Right, I'll take that down to Oran Park and see what they say.
Well, you can't get to Oran Park if you go to Leppington. You'd have to go south to Oran Park, and then you'd get to Narellan, where there is no rail corridor.
You build vast housing estates with no public transport, none whatsoever. None whatsoever, while you're building a metro in a cow paddock.
So the train line. Sorry,
Go figure.
The train line is about ensuring that those communities that were denied for decades access to public transport, they got access to public transport in the future. They got it as that community continues to build. There is nothing stopping, other than willingness and probably financial capacity, depending on the decisions that you make, for the current government to make an announcement, potentially with the Commonwealth, to continue to fund the extension of that rail line around to Leppington, which would just deliver all of the things that you're talking about. But at the same time, because we did St Mary's to Bradfield first, you'd have Glenfield to St Mary's, you'd open up entirely new development front. You could extend that rail line further south to Oran Park, where there is currently a space available for that. But once you get to Oran Park, because no governments before the previous government decided to reserve corridors when they were releasing housing estates, you'll have to go underground. And so that increases the cost. And having been now everyone loves infrastructure like WestConnex. It's a little bit hard to it's a little bit harder to sell when you're the person out the front, when you've got to buy homes, cover the cost of these things. But now no one blinks an eyelid at WestConnex, but it cost a lot more money because a previous government, before I was born, sold off a corridor through Mr. Farlow's sort of
pretty much my backyard,
your backyard,
Strathfield.
And so our generation has to pay a higher price for that. So in between St Mary's and Orchard Hills, we do not have that problem. Between Bradfield and Leppington, we do not have that problem because we reserved the corridors and we started to build the infrastructure.
I know you and other Liberal ministers have convinced yourself of this, but if you live in southwest Sydney, I can 100% assure you, as sure as I'm sitting here,
I
as
live
my
closer to this community
points
than
to the
anyone
ground,
else in this room.
Southwest Sydney is far less livable than it was in 2011. Far less livable than it was in 2011 because of the failure to provide basic transport infrastructure. It's all gone where you had your marginal seat.
Well, none of the infrastructure we've spoken about today is in my seat, the seat that I was privileged enough to represent. Not 1 metre of rail line, not 1 metre of road. None of it.
Well, it's gone because of your north-south preference against benefit-cost ratio. I'm just saying to you, southwest Sydney, the vast, hundreds of thousands of people, less livable than it was in 2011.
I don't agree with that, and I think if I spoke to lots of people in Oran Park, I think they would really love where they choose to live.
For the record, I blink a lot of times when it comes to WestConnex. You say no one blinks.
I'm more of a North Connect
fan. Come out to Norellan Road.
I
sit in a 4 kilometre.
I'm not a fan of North Connects either.
Oh, you've taken it.
I have to take it every day. It costs me a fortune. Anyway, sorry, we have got distracted. Are there any other questions? Is there anything else you'd like to contribute?
No,
well, thank you
happy to have helped the committee in its deliberations.
Thank you very much. It has been very helpful. We know that you don't have to come and share your expertise with us, so we are very grateful for it. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes our hearing for today.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.